Good morning, everybody. I would like to welcome everyone to this planning committee, which is being held on Wednesday, the 15th of November, 11 o'clock in this wonderful banqueting room in the Guildhall, Bath. My name is Councillor Duncan Hounsell, and I'm the chair of the committee. This is a regulatory committee, not a political committee, and can I just make it clear that committee members act as individuals on the committee, not representing any groups. Committee members will have studied all the relevant papers and prepared thoroughly for the morning. It's a legal obligation that we do not predetermine the outcome of any planning application before proceedings. This application will be dealt with with the same procedure as all other applications, and I will help everyone through the stages as the morning progresses. I'm determined that a decision is made by 1 o'clock today. I will now ask the officers on the top table to introduce themselves.
Hello, I'm Karina Haskins. I'm from Democratic Services. I'm here to take the minutes of the meeting.
I'm Christopher Griggs-Trevarvan. I'm the planning lead on planning committee today.
I'm David Brown. I'm one of the council's planning and highway solicitors.
Thank you very much. Please can I remind everyone to switch their phones off or to silent and other devices as well. The acoustics in this room aren't great. And so can I ask everybody taking part to make a real effort to project your voices. If you are speaking in public time from the chairs over there, please speak directly into the microphones. Thank you. The meeting's been filmed and the recording will be available on the council's website. Anybody speaking that does not wish to be filmed should make themselves known to the camera operator who is over there by the window. I'm now going to ask the Democratic Services Officer, Karina Haskins, to read out the emergency evacuation procedure.
Thank you, Chair. If the continuous alarm sounds, you must evacuate the building and proceed to the named assembly point. From this room, you follow the green running person signs to the exit using either the main staircase or the stone staircase at the end of this room. Please do not use the lifts. Arrangements are in place for the safe evacuation of disabled people. The assembly point for this building is in Orange Grove, on the grassed area opposite Bath Abbey. Thank you.
The Democratic Services Officer will now give details of any apologies for absence and substitutions.
Yes, apologies from Councillor Toby Simon and Councillor Ruth Malloy is substituting.
Are there any declarations of interest? I have that Councillor Fiona Gurley is going to be speaking as a local member on item 1 and later this afternoon I'll be speaking on item 7. Is there anybody else that wants to declare any interest at this point in time? No? Thank you. Urgent business agreed by the chair. I don't have any urgent business, so we'll move on. Items from the public, statements and questions. Now the Democratic Service Officer will inform us all of the public speaking procedure.
Thank you, Chair. Speakers will be called immediately after the case officer has made their presentation about the application. The order of speakers and the time allowed for speaking will be as follows. Parish Town Council representatives will speak first. Usually they have 3 minutes, but there are special arrangements for the first item whereby we have Coombe Hay Parish Council 3 minutes and Southstoke Parish Council speaking for 3 minutes. Objectors to an application will be allowed 3 minutes. For the first item, that's going to be a total of 6 minutes. Supporters of an application will be allowed 3 minutes. For the first item, that will also be 6 minutes. If there's more than one objector or supporter, they will share the time between them. Ward councillors not on the committee who have indicated that they wish to speak may do so for a maximum of 5 minutes. So speeches will be timed by the traffic light system you can see on the table next to me. At the start, the light will be green and it will turn amber when there is 1 minute of speaking time remaining. When the light turns red, speakers should immediately conclude their remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Minutes of our meeting on the 18th of October. They've been circulated. Are these approved as a correct record? Yes, thank you. Councillor Jackson.
I'll propose they're a correct record, Chair.
Thank you. A seconder? Councillor Crossley, thank you. Right, we now move to considering the first planning application of the day, the only one this morning, on the mains plans list. It's 22/02169/EOUT, parcel 4234, Coombe Lane, Coombe Bath. And I invite the case officer, Chris Gribbs-Trevarthen, to present his report.
Thank you, Chair. So the application is a hybrid application for the description shown on the screen in front of you, which is in two parts. It's outline application for phases 3 and 4 for up to 290 dwellings, landscaping, drainage, open space allotments, footpaths and emergency access, with all matters reserved except for access from Coombe Lane via the approved Spine Road, phase 1 Spine Road, and then a detailed application for the continuation of the Spine Road from phase 1 through the Sulis Manor, and associated works. I won't go on to list all of those. So if you go on to the next slide. So some background context. This site is part of a wider allocation, B3A, which was allocated in the core strategy in 2014. You can see the allocated site there in sort of outlined in brown, shaded brown with an outline. It's the area outside of the brown area is in the green belt. We are also in the Cotswolds AOMB. There is the Wansdyke Scheduled Ancient Monument, which runs along the northern boundary of the site, east-west. To the south-east, we also have the South Stoke Conservation Area. We also have Sulis Manor in the centre of the allocation there, which is surrounded by a woodland of TPO trees and is itself a non-designated heritage asset in the arts and crafts manor. You also notice Odd Down Football Club to the left, the Odd Down Park and Ride just to the west of the allocation as well. If we move on to the next slide. So this is just an aerial view of the site. So we're on the southern edge of Bath, on the Sulis Plateau. The land does slope down from north to south, and then much steeper away down the escarpment at the bottom, at the southern end of the site. You can see on the western side of Sulis Manor the development site that is phase 1 of the allocation. That was granted consent back in 2019. And that is underway for 171 dwellings. And you can see the other fields to the east of Sulis Manor currently in arable agricultural use. If we move on. So the application site boundary is outlined in red on this image here. So it encompasses the access road through phase 1 on the west, connecting up to Coombe Lane, a corridor through the grounds of Sulis Manor, and then the sort of two fields there, which would be phases 3 and 4, including connection across Great Broad Close up to the Wansdyke on the northern boundary. If we move on, yep. So the application is accompanied by a number of parameter plans and this comprehensive master plan. This plan is showing the whole extent of the allocation and shows how the proposals would fit within the whole allocation and how that they would integrate within the neighbouring areas. So you can see on this plan, you can see the Spine Road going through the Sulis Manor, which is accompanied by a shared use cycle and walking 3-metre path. Connects through phase 3, which is just to the east of Sulis Manor. We can see the allotments in the northwest corner of phase 3. There's a central heart space identified between phases 3 and 4. And then there's a north-south route, again a shared use path across the Great Broad Close, connecting up to the Wansdyke and over the Wansdyke to Cranmore Place and the rear of Sainsbury's. If we move on. So there is also, as I said, there's a number of parameter plans. This is the building heights, land use parameter plan, apologies. And the area in purple on the right-hand side of the screen there, the phases 3 and 4, they show the sort of, identified developable area for residential development. This is broken down into sort of sub-areas, 3A, 3B, 3C, and likewise with the phase 4, and includes, as you can see, there's quite a lot of annotation on the screen there, but includes a number of requirements and rules which would apply to any detailed application that came forward as part of a reserved matters. So, for example, in the 3A area, which is to the north side of the phase 3, it includes a requirement for retention of existing trees within that area. We've also got shown in this plan a requirement for a minimum gap of 20 metres between phases 3 and 4. We've got, again, the allotment shown in the top left corner there. So onto the access and movement parameter plan. This shows the identified sort of movement corridors across the site. The site is already crisscrossed by a number of public rights-of-ways and permissive paths. The application scheme would look to formalise some of these, enhance them, as well as introducing new shared use paths through phases 3 and 4, as I've identified previously, including a route going right down from the Wansdyke down to the Millennium Viewpoint to the south. And it does also show that there is the singular vehicular access for the site is via Coombe Lane through Sulis Manor along the Spine Road. There is no connection to Southstoke Lane to the east, and there is, however, an emergency access route just to the north of Sulis Business Park, which is in the sort of just to the south of phase 4 along there. If we move on. So moving on to this is the lighting parameter plan. The parameters here set out a number of requirements for any detailed scheme to come forward with a sensitive lighting scheme, taking account of the A, O and B location, classifying there's a Institute for Professional Lighting Engineers guidance categorises different areas depending on the amount of light spill that might be acceptable. And it's proposed that this is classified as E1, which is the natural category, which is the sort of lowest, the highest sensitivity other than completely dark. This plan also includes buffers to the southern woodland belt and the western tree belt with Sulis Manor along phase 3 and 4 to ensure that there is dark corridors retained along these boundaries, both for visual and light spill purposes and also for ecological mitigation purposes. Moving on to the building heights parameters plan. This plan sets parameters for the maximum building heights across the development that would come forward as part of any reserved matters application. The sort of peach lighter coloured area there is identified as between 2 and 2.5 stories. And the darker shaded area there is identified for up to 3 stories. In both cases, the annotation includes some important caveats which say that within each of those areas, only 1/3 of the dwellings can be at the maximum height. So only 1/3 of the dwellings within the darker shaded area would be 3 stories. Everything else would have to be up to 3 stories, so 1 or 2 or 2.5. Similarly, in the lighter shaded area, only 1/3 of the dwellings could be up to 2.5 stories. But obviously, the precise detail of the scale of development would have to come forward as part of a separate reserved matters application. Moving on to the ecological mitigation enhancement plans. So there is quite a lot going on in terms of ecological mitigation enhancement. The scheme does involve the loss of a significant number of trees through the Sulis Manor estate, as a result of the spine road going through, along with some loss of calcareous grassland, and obviously the loss of the arable fields as a result of the residential development as well. It's proposed that those aspects will be mitigated through improvements to create calcareous grassland on Derryman's Field, which is the field to the west, shown shaded yellow, which would also include an area for translocation of reptiles, and there would also be replanting of a significant amount of woodland in the 30 acres field, which is the field to the east of Phase 4, and you can sort of see the hashed area there, being the area of additional woodland being planted, I think 300 plus trees as compensation for the loss of the trees through the Sulis Manor estate. There is also off-site mitigation being proposed for skylarks on 2 fields to the south called Great Tynings and Long Tynings. They're not shown on this drawing particularly, but it would be to manage those fields in a way which makes them suitable for breeding skylark pairs. Let's move on to the next slide. So drainage strategy parameter plan now. There has been some concern around land stability, particularly near the escarpment on the southern edge of the site, and it is therefore proposed within this plan that there is a sort of exclusion zone where there would be no attenuation or infiltration features located. That's shown hashed red on the southern side of Phase 3 there. And the general strategy that's been proposed is to have attenuation or infiltration features as close as possible to source, so that's on plot or nearby. The detail of that would need to come through a detailed drainage strategy at the reserve matter stage, and that is one of the conditions that form part of the recommendation. Move on. Green infrastructure parameter plan. This just sets out the different areas of green infrastructure within the scheme, such as the area of allotments, the amenity green space within the Central Heart area, which would also include play areas, civic square, and also new tree planting. Tree-lined streets as well is a requirement of the parameter plans, and reinforcement and enhancement of the southern tree belt. Let's move on. So moving on to some more detailed plans. So for the shared use path that goes across the Great Broad Close Field to the north, it's proposed that this isn't a sort of formalised tarmac path. This is more informal, self-binding gravel with natural edges and verge to ensure that it has a minimal impact. It would also be unlit and unfenced, so that there would still be access to the field either side of the path. Moving on, we've got the replacement tree planting, just shown in a little more detail at 30 acres. It would be a native woodland mix, and that has been agreed with the council's arboriculturalists and ecologists. Moving on to the detailed part of the planning application. So those parameter plans were part of the outline planning permission part of the application. The detailed plans for the spine road are shown here. So they would, as you can see, cut through the grounds of Sulis Manor. You can just about see on this image on the screen, there would be a sort of a priority feature at either end that helps the road narrow as it comes into the tree belt and out the other side to help minimise its width where it's cutting through the woodland. And you can see how Sulis Manor would therefore be accessed via this road as well. And if we just skip on to the next slide, just to give you an impression of the trees that would be removed as a result of that. So there's a total of 69 individual trees and 4 groups of trees that would have to be removed as a result of that. However, officers have worked closely with the council, well, the applicants worked closely with the council's arboriculturalist, and they are satisfied that the council's arboriculturalist is satisfied that the efforts have been made to minimise the number of tree losses through the positioning and the design of the spine road. It's also worth mentioning There's a number of outbuildings. You can see the squares there on the plan that would have to be removed as part of this application as well. Excuse me. Just moving on, I've got a range of visual landscape views to show you. These include yellow wireframes, which are set at the sort of maximum parameters. These are a little bit dated in that they don't reflect updates to the parameters, which have nuanced the heights around the boundaries of the scheme. However, they give you an impression of as I said, the overall maximum heights. And obviously, when looking at these, you need to consider the fact that it would be individual buildings with roofs rather than a big block. And so please do consider them in that light. But first, this is if you look in the map in the bottom right corner of the screen there, this is the viewpoint from the corner of the sort of northwest corner of Great Broad Close, looking out southwards across to where phases 3 and 4 would be. If we move on, and then we're moving further along, so this is sort of the other corner of Great Broad Close, looking back. These are views from the Wansdyke. You can just see in the right-hand side of that image the sort of telecoms tower, which sits within the Sulis Meadows estate. And again, you can see phases 3 and a bit of phase 4 there as well. And then moving further on to the corner of north-east corner of 30 acres near the junction with Midford Road, looking back across again, and you can see the wireframe there, having in mind my comments before about the wireframe being a maximum parameter. Then stepping back to beyond the junction to where the Cross Keys Pub is, which is the nearest listed building to the application site. You can see how the topography changes and limits the visual impact of the scheme from this view. And then jumping down to the south, so this is the Millennium viewpoint, but not looking the way most people would look, which is to the south, but looking back northward towards the scheme. You can see the Sulis Business Estate on the right-hand side there, and you can see the southern part of the southern tree belt there with the outline of the parameters behind that. And then moving over to Coombe Lane, so this is where Coombe Lane meets the public right-of-way, which crosses near Dairyman's. And you can see that obviously we're quite far from the development, and intervening vegetation and land obscure the view from here. And now going for some longer views from the south. So this is from the public footpath near Hodgshill, viewing northwest, and you can see South Stoke there in the foreground, and the development sitting behind the topography and the trees. Another view, northwest from Hodgshill, again, similar sort of image. You can see the trees on the west side of the image, and South Stoke just to the right-hand side of the image. If we move on. This is a view from Coombe Lane, looking across phase 1. Obviously, phase 1 has, since these have been done, phase 1 has largely, this part of phase 1 has been completed. But this is just to give you an idea of that it's not going to be visible from these sections either. And then looking for even longer views, so this is from Twerton Roundhill. Again, the scheme is obscured by the topography and intervening vegetation and development. This is from Bexford Tower Lansdowne Cemetery. Again, you can just about, it's a bit hard being this far from the screen to see the yellow outline in the middle of the screen, but it's obviously quite distant at this view, from this viewpoint. And now we are looking northwest from just to the north of Hinton Charterhouse. And again, you can see it in the centre of the screen there, but again, quite low-lying, and you can see it the other buildings along the more prominent buildings along the valley edge there. This is a view northwest from Wellow Lane to the east of Hinton Charterhouse. Again, centre of the screen, very distant views, quite hard to make out from this range. Move on. And then this is the view north from Bagridge Hill. Again, you can just see it. It's just centre left in this image. And so obviously it would be some perception of roof forms in place from this view, but again, largely obscured. And then this is a northwest view from Middle Twinhoe, opposite Lessons Cottage, and the view northeast from Dunkerton Hill. And you can just see it just on the right of centre in this image. Yeah, thank you, Izzy. So I'm just going to throw up this illustrative layout. This isn't one of the drawings that would be approved, but this is taken from the applicant's design and access statement and just shows one option for how the scheme could come forward. It doesn't mean it necessarily will come forward in this manner, but just to give you an idea of how you might accommodate a scheme within those parameters. And that's what that looks like. Obviously, not a huge amount of detail there to go through. I'm just going to run quickly through the Section 106 heads of terms and obligations that have been agreed and negotiated with the applicant. And in this case, there is a contribution of up to $120,000 for primary health care. We also have highways works for the Spine Road. We have highways contributions towards the Summer Valley Links project, which is $420,000, and a contribution towards the Scholars Way cycle scheme for $200,000, both of which will directly benefit the occupiers of the proposed development. And importantly, I think it's worth pausing on this. The scheme would provide 40% of all the new homes as affordable housing, so that's 116 or up to 116 affordable homes, and 75% of those would be at social rent levels in line with the council's preferred tenure mix. If we move on, there would be obligations to secure all the on-site and off-site BNG and a landscape ecological management plan to manage all of the on- and off-site green infrastructure. There would be obligations to secure Skylark compensation proposals, securing the horseshoe bat and SAC mitigation, reptile strategy, delivery of all of those amounts of of green space, allotments, amenity green space, parks space, natural green space. An obligation to undertake not to fell any further trees along the northern boundary of phases 3 and 4, and trees along the rear boundaries of properties on Alder Way and Spruce Way without the agreement of the local planning authority. There is an issue arising with the applicant does actually have a Forestry Commission licence which would enable them to fell those trees, but they have agreed to an obligation in Section 106 which would prevent them from doing so without further agreement from the local planning authority. And the intention is now to retain those trees in the majority. Also, this would secure those tree replacements in 30 acres. Provisions of all the footpaths and shared use paths, including relevant highways agreements, a contribution and obligation towards targeted recruitment and training to secure a number of new work placements, apprenticeships and jobs advertised through the DWP, and a contribution to support those. Highways as cycling and pedestrian improvements listed there, so a new shared use path between Freeman Road and Cranwell Place. The shared use path in Cranwell Place is the one that's Scheduled Ancient Monument and site. Old Midford Road, Pack Horse Lane and Southstoke Lane on-road cycle route. Pedestrian crossing at the staggered Coombe Lane, Sulis Manor Road junction, and relevant highways agreements to go with that. There would be a contribution of $224,000 towards the delivery of a travel plan. Excuse me. And then when it comes to the shared use crossing over the Wansdyke, there is a requirement to secure Scheduled Ancient Monument consent to achieve that. That is not within the gift of the council or the applicant, as the consent needs to be issued by Department for Community Sports, Media and Sports. And so the obligation in respect of the Wansdyke crossing is a reasonable endeavours obligation upon the applicant to deliver that. This is very similar to the Reasonable Endeavour's obligation to deliver a footpath crossing over the Wansdyke that was agreed as part of the Phase 1 application, and this, in essence, upgrades that requirement to a shared use path. Fire hydrant contributions, delivery of the emergency access, safeguarding some land to the west of Phase 3, should that be required for future connections into Sulis Manor, and then monitoring fees. That's the end of the sort of the factual part of the presentation. I just wanted to run through a number of the issues that are highlighted in my report, as hopefully to preempt some of the questions that might come my way in a moment. So there have been a number of issues raised around the number of dwellings proposed with this scheme. They're proposing 290 dwellings, which in conjunction with the 171 already approved on Phase 1 would take us to 461 dwellings across the allocation. And many people have pointed out the allocation states that it's for around 300 and that this number is in excess of that. However, the allocation is also very clear that the 300 figure is not a cap, and provided that the placemaking principles in the allocation can be met, then there should be no objection to that number of dwellings. It's also important to remember in this context that more dwellings is a positive thing. It means more homes for more people. So unless that you are considering the harm, you have to consider the harms of that and whether or not that would comply with the principle, with the placemaking principles or not. But the quantum of development in and of itself is not a reason for objecting to the proposals. Comprehensive master plan. So there have been numerous concerns flagged that the master plan that's been submitted is not a comprehensive master plan. It doesn't meet the policy requirements. The policy, I've set this out in my report, but the policy does not define what is meant by comprehensive master plan in this context. There is no statutory definition or requirement. So taking its ordinary requirement that it should have something that should cover the full extent of the allocation with sufficient level of detail to understand what is proposed and how that all fits together. In this case, the comprehensive master plan that's been submitted does cover the full extent of the allocation. It has a level of detail that is sufficient for, in my view, a master plan to show. You wouldn't expect a fine level of detail in a master plan. That could quite often come later. But people have raised concerns that Sulis Manor, no development is shown on Sulis Manor or as part of Odd Down Football Club. However, that is entirely consistent with what the placemaking principles outline, which allow for the retention of Sulis Manor and the retention of Odd Down Football Club. So in officers' view, there is no conflict between what is shown on a comprehensive master plan and the placemaking principles. And so officers are satisfied that that is a suitable comprehensive master plan in this context. Mixed use. Some have pointed to the fact that the policy allocation refers to a residential-led mixed-use development and suggested that this scheme does not propose anything other than residential. So that policy requirement applies to the whole of the allocation, not just to an individual application. And within the allocation, there is the Sulis Business Park, which contains a number of, obviously, business uses. The policy is also not clear about what mixed uses are required, and my understanding is that it's drafted in that way to capture the fact that the allocation includes the business park and allows for the business park to grow and expand. The scheme itself also does include allotments and community spaces and squares, community square, sorry, which are not residential use in the planning use sense. So officers are satisfied that there is no conflict with that policy. Turning to highways impact, this is one that obviously a lot of people have highlighted. Traffic surveys have been undertaken. modelling has been undertaken in line with industry standards. That has been reviewed independently by the Council's Highways team. They are satisfied that the measures, that the efforts made and the information provided is more than sufficient to demonstrate that there would not be a severe impact on the highway network.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Do continue.
So the test in the MPPF for whether or not you can refuse a planning application because of the impact on the local highway network is severe. An impact has to be severe to warrant refusal of a planning permission on that basis. That is a high bar. No one is for a minute suggesting it's not busy around that area, but the modelling does demonstrate that there is capacity to accommodate the additional homes, and people often overestimate.
Okay, right. Can I just stop there? There'd be plenty of opportunity for people to express an alternative opinion shortly. So, can you please let the officer complete his presentation without interruption? Thank you.
Others have questioned why there's been no VISIM model, which is a sort of a highways model which looks at the interaction between junctions, and information that's been provided and reviewed again by the highways team has demonstrated that the VISIM model for this area is entirely out of date and not fit for purpose. And having reviewed the additional information provided, the highways team are more than satisfied that the modelling is correct and robust. There was a query raised about the traffic surveys being undertaken during private school holidays, and this was put back to the applicant, who then was asked to model an additional sort of worst-case scenario should those private schools have not been on holiday, and that again showed that there was still capacity within the network following those adjustments. In terms of the spine road through Sulis Manor and the loss of trees, obviously, as I said, it's 69 individual trees going and 4 group trees. This is obviously regrettable. No one wants to see the loss of trees, mature trees at that, and significant ones as well. However, in terms of the site is allocated, and in terms of access, the core strategy inspector in allocating the site in 2014 essentially ruled out access from the east, from South Stoke Lane, on the basis that it would unduly impact on the character of the approach to South Stoke Conservation Area. In terms of other alternatives, the policy says that only limited access should be taken from Sulis Meadow, as it's not appropriate to be the sole access for the site to go through the Sulis Meadow estate. So, in officers' view, there is no real alternative to bringing a road through Sulis Manor, and that was again a view that was expressed by the core strategy inspector. Officers are satisfied that it's been done in a way to minimise as much as possible the impact on mature trees, and the replacement planting that's been proposed is in line with the Council's adopted SPD in respect of tree replacements. Turning to AONB, the site is within the AONB, and the National Planning Policy Framework says that you shouldn't be approving major development in the AONB unless there are exceptional circumstances. The core strategy inspector in 2014 allocating the site again found that there were exceptional circumstances. These related to housing need. Following a review of all sites around Bath at the time that were being considered, this was found to be the most sustainable location. There have been some, since 2014, there have been changes in the various housing figures, but there is still a need for housing, and particular affordable housing in the area. And officers are satisfied that those exceptional circumstances are present again. Greenfield versus brownfield, this is another comment that's come up a lot, is a concern that we should be building on brownfield sites before building on greenfield sites, such as this. I officers point out that there is no sequential test or policy basis for having that as a requirement. Brownfield sites also have significant issues in respect of contamination remediation, additional costs, which then bear down on affordable housing that those are able to provide. And we need both brownfield and greenfield sites to be able to deliver on our needs. And just touching back onto affordable housing, I think any debate on this scheme needs to carefully consider the issue of affordable housing. This is a scheme with 40% affordable housing, and to the best of my knowledge, other than the Phase 1 development on Thulis Down, no other scheme in Bath has delivered 40% affordable housing in at least the last 10 years, I would suggest. And the 116, up to 116 homes, that compares to, in the previous 2 years, across the whole district, we've only delivered 156. So it's a significant proportion of affordable housing. And it also includes, and this is tucked away in my report a little bit, but they've also included a 6-bed unit. As part of the affordable housing offer, there's a 6-bed unit that would go to the council's learning difficulties service as specialist housing. So that's the end of my presentation. Apologies if I've gone on, but I'm happy to take any questions after the speakers.
Right. Thank you for your presentation. Right. We're moving on now to statements from public speakers and from ward councillors. Can I ask Malcolm Allswick to come forward and to sit opposite me, who's going to speak for Coombe Hay Parish Council? Could I also ask for Paul Beasley to come forward, Paul Beasley Long, to come forward, who's speaking for South Stoke Parish Council, and then we can move from one speech to the other without delay. So that both parish councils' representatives will have 3 minutes each. So if you could press the button and speak into the microphone when you begin. So Malcolm Allswick, if you start first, thank you.
Can I just test this? Can people hear me? Good. Committee members, you've a report which recommends granting permission, but as a committee you can come to a different conclusion. For instance, if the correct planning tests have not been applied, or you don't agree with the judgments made. We're advised by legal counsel and also by Cotswold Landscape Board that the standard planning balance test has been applied here. However, the legal test for a building in an A, O and B is whether or not exceptional circumstances exist that justify the development and whether the application is in the public interest. It's only if these tests are passed that the planning balance test should be applied. This report does not outline the 3 tests of the exceptional circumstances, let alone consider them. It seems to rely on a 2014 inspector's report. Nor does it acknowledge that alternative sites do now exist. And when considering the planning balance, the report states that this site is a highly sustainable location and it has sustainable transport measures that will reduce reliance on cars. Well, it isn't, and it doesn't. Coombe Hay is a village with 50 houses. Nothing much happens there. It's a pub, it's a church, and a paddock for village events. The church doubles up as a community hall and a community library. Rather incredibly, it is going to have more community facilities than the 500 houses proposed for the plateau. The plans that you're being asked to approve have no pub, no church, no community hall, no community library, no cafe, no shops, no medical facilities, and no school. Quite honestly, the contrast with Mulberry Park is stark. Everything this community will need will have to be obtained off-site. And there's no bus service to the development. The report says that the site is close to the park and ride. Well, it isn't. The furthest point of the site is 1.4 kilometres away. That's a 35-minute walk, and it's the same for the nearest shop. This is not a sustainable location, and it is car dependent. The 500 houses will probably generate 700 cars, creating yet more traffic chaos in Odd Down. The traffic analysis says it will not cause a problem. Well, it will, because it's based on unproven assumptions. One of the assumptions is that 100% of the traffic from this site will head down to the Park and Ride roundabout. Well, not if they're using a sat-nav, it won't. To get anywhere off the A36, the sat-nav will take them down Coombe Hay Lane and through to Wellow. I represent Coombe Parish Council, but there are 6 other parish councils who have objected to this scheme. We are united in opposing this application. Please reject it and make clear that any development here must not be car dependent, must have community facilities, must retain green features for future generations and not cause substantial harm to the AONB, and finally, it must comply with the local plan. Otherwise, what's the point of a local plan? Thank you.
Okay. Right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for keeping to time. In fact, speaking for under 3 minutes. So very efficient. So moving on straight away to Mr. Paul Beasley-Long, speaking for South Stoke Parish Council. So begin when you're ready.
Good morning, everybody. As you saw on your site visit, the South Stoke Plateau is a very special place. It is bounded by the Wansdyke, a scheduled ancient monument. It's within the Cotswold AONB. It forms part of the setting of the World Heritage City. It's within the Bath and Bradford-on-Avon Special Protection Area for bats, and it's adjacent to the Village Conservation Area. Now, this application falls short of many important local plan and national policies, and it will have a huge impact on the amenity of the plateau. The recent local plan update confirmed that Baines has a 7-year land supply and that only 129 dwellings are now needed on this site, while 290 would be more than double. In 2014, there were deemed to be exceptional circumstances for building in the AONB, driven by housing need. There are no longer any exceptional circumstances to build on such a special place, and the local plan demonstrates that alternative sites are available, including sites within the city, which are much more sustainable for affordable housing. Policy B3A requires a mixed-use development. Well, this development is purely housing. There's no access, for access to shops, schools, employment and health services, you will need to leave the site. National guidelines for walking to bus stops are not met. There is no enhancement of the public transport provision. The biggest issue for cyclists and for access to Bath is clearly the topography, which is ignored. Due to the back flyways, the dual-use paths cannot be lit, but they need to be for safety. It is clear that journeys will be by motor vehicle. The development will not reduce the growth of traffic and congestion, but it will increase the dependency on the private car in contravention to the Baines green transport policies. In 2017, Baines Highways reported that traffic from a development of this size would cause severe congestion on the road network. So no overall modelling, the VISIM model that was mentioned, has been completed. A limited survey was conducted on a single day in early 2022 when traffic was reduced by the pandemic and several schools were closed. Our independent traffic consultant has highlighted how baseline traffic flows have been suppressed and the cumulative effects of other local developments has been ignored. This site is severely compromised and the proposed development is not sustainable. So in summary, the exceptional circumstances needed to allow further development in the AONB no longer exist. The development is wholly residential. It is not mixed use. The development will be car dependent and the resulting traffic chaos is likely to be severe.
Okay.
So I ask you to please refuse this application today.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Right, thank you very much. Gentlemen, if you return to your places, thank you for your contribution. And can I ask Ned Garnett, representing the South of Bath Alliance and Alex Sherman, representing the Bath Preservation Trust, to come forward, and they will share 6 minutes. If Mr. Garnett could speak first when you're ready.
Good morning. When the inspector agreed in 2014 that part of the South Stoke Plateau should be taken out of the Green Belt, he wrote in relation to around 300 dwellings, "This capacity reflects the Council's view that substantial parts of the allocated area are not suitable for built development, and my assessment largely endorses that approach." Now, with this current application, if we include Phase 2, we're looking at around 500 houses. This is far in excess of what either the inspector or the Council envisaged when Policy B3A was agreed. B3A does also say 300 is not a cap if all the placemaking principles can be met. It's clear that all the placemaking principles are not being met and could not be met by such an excessive development. It's not mixed use, it's entirely residential. The comprehensive master plan is not comprehensive. There is inadequate green infrastructure. Over 80 mature trees, all protected by a TPO, are to be felled. This application does not meet the conditions of Policy B3A. It is driving a bulldozer through them. And on Monday, after 17 months and over 2,000 pages of amendments, we learned that maybe they won't cut down the northern tree belt protected by Policy B3A after all. But the plans you've just seen all show building directly over the northern tree belt, with either housing or allotments. So all the plans you've just seen are incorrect. The developable area is wrong. Either the housing density or the number of houses to be built is wrong. Yet more changes. This proposal is deeply flawed. Now, committee, this is a key point. We've been advised that there is a material error in relation to mixed use. As we've heard, it's argued that because Manor Farm buildings, Odd Down Football Club and Sulis Manor lie within the wider allocation, then the development is mixed use and there's no constraint on the developer. But these elements all predate Policy B3A. This appears to be a misinterpretation of the policy. This proposal offers an isolated, new and entirely residential development, which is unsustainable. If that was the intention of Policy B3A, then just call it a residential development. The term mixed use is redundant. Allotments have been included as mixed use, but these are classified in B3A as green infrastructure. They are no more mixed use than the green space or indeed the drainage. And this is not just a legal point. The absence of mixed use means that this development, rather than contributing to the wider community, will put additional pressure on already stretched education, health and community facilities. On behalf of over 1,200 objectors, I'm asking the committee to refuse this application because it ignores the special legal constraints on the AONB and directly contravenes policies and principles of the current adopted local plan. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could... Thank you. Right, if we can move on to Mr. Alex Sherman, speaking for the Bath Preservation Trust. You have 3 minutes more now.
Thank you. The Local Planning Authority exists to provide consistency in the planning system and to uphold local policy and the NPPF. Placemaking principles are site-specific, and it's an important responsibility for this application to be determined in accordance with the local plan and other material considerations and to stand up to inappropriate development. This is a fundamental expectation of all of the citizens in Bath, that elected officials serve their collected interests and honour policy commitments, and I'm certain that this committee feels the same. In your decision-making, the greatest weight must be given to the placemaking priorities in Policy B3A, which states the figure of 300 dwellings is not a cap on development if, quote, all the placemaking principles can be met. As Ned and others have clearly demonstrated, the principles are not met, so this application should not be approved. It is contrary to Bain's policy. There are many other reasons why this development is unacceptable, introducing a woeful level of harm whilst limiting public benefit for residents and surrounding communities. Baines Council has adopted a climate emergency policy and action plan, which is great, but it's also worthless if not taken seriously nor upheld. This development has no on-site facilities. It removes mature trees. It displaces wildlife. It increases light pollution and will introduce more than 700 further cars at one of the busiest areas of Bath. Air quality will plummet in this area as a result, and the 0.5% of on-site BNG sited will be rendered worthless. The Wansdyke is on the Historic England Heritage at Risk list and is a nationally significant scheduled ancient monument. This development will only cause greater harm to the Wansdyke whilst limiting any future opportunities for improvement. Soulis Down is a significant entry point to the World Heritage site of the City of Bath, sitting within the green setting. Adjoining the World Heritage Site, development of the plateau cannot fail to introduce harm to this internationally prized city. Overdevelopment may be construed as substantial harm, which is also contrary to paragraphs 176 and 177 of the NPPF, ignoring the sensitive landscape of Cotswold AONB. Bath's World Heritage Sites and their management are being scrutinised by UNESCO because of several risks arising. 2 separate developments at the former gasworks site are contrary to policy. Proposals for a stadium for Bath are subject to a technical review at UNESCO's request. And this phase of development at Soulis Down is more than double the allocated number of houses agreed as acceptable by the planning inspector at the recent LPPU. So it is overt and excessive overdevelopment, which is another risk to our World Heritage Site. You have the power today to mitigate those risks simply by upholding your own policies, and I urge you to use that power and reject this development in its current form.
Thank you. Right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much for keeping to time. Does help. Right. Coming forward now is Peter Frampton, who's speaking for Frampton Town Planning, who has 6 minutes. He will be supporting the application. Can I ask, in the interest of fairness to all parties, that Mr. Frampton is not interrupted and he's allowed to speak as he wishes. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Chairman. I wish to respond to the submissions made against the granting of planning permission for this allocated site under the following headings. Firstly, design. The applicant appreciates the environmental sensitivity of this site and from the outset engaged Ben Pentreath, a renowned architect and a member of the Building and Legacy Group of the Prince's Foundation, to prepare a vision for Phase 3 and 4, which is set out in the Design and Access Statement. The vision takes forward the carefully considered design principles of Phase 1 to comprise a very high-quality, sustainable, landscape-led proposal where landscape, ecology and architecture will combine with a well-designed public spaces and streets. And I hope members on the site visit will recognise these design qualities in the development of Phase 1. As you've heard, the provision for up to 290 dwellings is the maximum. It may well be the case that the final number of dwellings will be lower. Fundamentally, greenfield land allocated for development in a development plan should be used efficiently and effectively, while of course satisfying the placemaking principles. Now, as you've heard, the policy is not a cap, and the policy does in fact set down a density standard to be achieved. All the details of the development will come before this committee, pursuant to the requirements of reserve matters and planning conditions. Sustainability, as you just heard, it's suggested by some this site is locationally not sustainable. In fact, this site is highly sustainable as an urban extension of Bath for active travel with walkable and cyclable links provided to local services and amenities, the park and ride, and is well connected for active recreation. And that is the reason for its allocation. The financial contributions requested by your officers towards wider transport schemes, such as the Soma Valley Link and the Scholars Way cycle scheme, have been agreed. Biodiversity. The sensitivity of the site to biodiversity has been fully acknowledged. 2 bat barns have already been built and 1 is already in use by bats. The scheme mitigates the unavoidable impacts in accessing phases 3 and 4 through Sulis Manor, which is the means of access established in the core strategy. Mitigation is provided for skylarks with provision of off-site skylark plots, which can support more breeding pairs than are present on site. The Council, as the competent authority under the Habitats regulations, is satisfied the development will not adversely impact upon the integrity of the Bath and Bradford-on-Avon special area for conservation. A 10% net biodiversity gain will be delivered, and the planning conditions and obligations proposed by your planning officer secure all these measures. Turning to the historic environment, in the allocation of the site for residential development, a placemaking principle seeks to conserve the significance of heritage assets. The scheme has followed these principles in order to minimise the effect upon these assets. Where there is a residual measure of harm and given great weight, your planning officer has balanced it with the public benefits from the proposal as required by national planning policy. Landscape and visual impacts. It has to be accepted that built development on a greenfield site will necessarily change the character and appearance of the site. The scheme has been designed through the parameter plans to minimise such impacts. It's of course accepted that users of public paths and permissive paths will experience different scene than exists today. And just turning to some of the points that have been raised this morning, the exceptional circumstances point. Exceptional circumstances for development in the AONB remain today principally by reason of the fact this site is allocated in the statutory development plan to meet the housing needs of Bath. The development is in the overall public interest. The local plan partial update, which was adopted in January 2023, addressed the climate and ecological emergency declarations, replenished the housing supply to meet the core strategy housing requirements. No changes were made in respect of this application. And just dealing with traffic, traffic is always sensitive in any development proposal. The transport assessment has been thoroughly considered by your highways officers, and officers accept that the residual cumulative impact will not be severe, which is the national policy test. Trees, it's inevitable, it's unavoidable that trees through Sulis Manor have to be felled, and as you've heard from your planning officer, compensation for their loss is proposed. Final matter I want to address is the feedback from Phase 1. The applicant has circulated to members a summary report from interviews carried out with a sample of new residents on Phase 1. This reveals healthy beginnings of a new community and a high level of satisfaction from both private purchasers and households who have secured new affordable homes. As you've heard, 40% of the homes delivered on this site will be affordable. And as your planning officer said in the report, where there's been a good delivery of new homes in Baines in recent years, the delivery of new affordable homes has not been as successful. Indeed, with just 5.5 years remaining on the core strategy plan period, delivery of affordable homes amounts to 60% of the requirement. Just 52 affordable homes were delivered in 21-22 against an annualised requirement of 182 homes. This development will make a substantial contribution to the delivery of high-quality homes. And the provision of new homes is potentially a life-changing event for those who experience the daily misery of living in adequate accommodation. Indeed, as your strapline says, such homes will improve people's lives. Thank you, Chairman.
Right, thank you very much for keeping to time and your contribution. Right, if I could ask Councillor Gawley to come forward and Councillor Hurst. Just before they speak, if I can just explain, Councillor McCabe, who is a ward councillor, is also Cabinet Member for Planning, and it was thought prudent that he didn't speak today so that there was no perception of inherent bias in proceedings today. Councillor Gurley, the ward councillor, is going to speak, and Councillor Joel Hurst, who's an adjacent ward councillor, is also going to speak. I invite Councillor Gurley to start first, please. Oh, you wish Councillor Hurst to speak first. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Joel Hurst, Ward Councillor for Odd Down, and particularly representing Bath Objectors. This application is of huge importance, with irreversible damage which will cast a historic shadow, literally, over the ecology and traffic management to the south side of Bath and to the northeast side of the county. This process has been a 16-year courtship between the planners and the developers, starting before the core strategy, going through phase 1, and then through an extended period of 18 months of numerous changes, resubmissions and persuasions. As a result, the document that you have before you and the presentation you had overstates the benefits and understates the harm. The objectors feel this application is truly harmful to their much-loved open space. I want to focus on 4 key points. The AONB, to build here, we need exceptional circumstances. Things have changed, they no longer exist. Planning policy, you've already heard about B3A requiring a mixed development. This is not a mixed development. Times have changed since the 2014 core strategy. We need a decision which is right for now and for 2023. And then I want to particularly focus in on the combined harms of the application. So to focus a little bit on the AONB point, the core strategy stated 300 or so was of moderate harm, but was acceptable to meet the housing needs of 2014. The additional harm of 461 dwellings, plus whatever phase 2 delivers, has been understated and does not meet this AONB exceptionality test. The report applies a test of standard balance, and you should be applying a test of exceptional balance. The core strategy states great weight should be given to conserving the landscape and scenic beauty. Major developments in nationally designated areas will be refused except in exceptional circumstances. You've heard about planning policy B3A. There is the spin that has been given about it being a mixed development. You saw the pictures of the business park. It is not a mixed development. Let's focus on then what's changed since 2014 and the core strategy. Council has declared a climate emergency. This proposal is too big, it's in the wrong place, and it builds in car dependency. Council has declared a nature emergency. This proposal will do irreversible harm to bats, nesting skylarks and the rest, disrupting an important green corridor. The developers' biodiversity calculations have not been verified and are overstated. The housing needs have changed. The LPPU states that Baines has a 7-year housing supply. The exceptional circumstances that were in 2014 no longer apply. Therefore, we should be building less in the AONB and not more. The combined harm of this application is my final focus. So 10 areas of harm have been presented in the report, 4 of which have been given a high weighting. This report has done a divide and rule exercise on the harms and dismissed them each separately but not considered them collectively. The traffic harm was not even on that list of 10. The phrase that we've already heard today, the traffic impacts of the development cannot reasonably be described as severe, is, as the audience demonstrated, laughable. There is already severe harm on traffic in that area. We experienced it even this morning driving into Bath. To remind you of the harms, massive harm to the ecology, regular gridlock to the south side of Bath, built-in car dependency, sustainable harm to the AONB, the World Heritage Site, vandalism to the Sulis Manor setting, 80 mature trees with TPOs destroyed, harm to the important heritage asset, the Wansdyke. It's the wrong housing in the wrong place. You heard about the glittering aspect about affordable housing. Not if you're sticking it on the edge of a city with no infrastructure, no school places for secondary schools for 4 miles away, no medical places. You're sticking a bunch of people who have got high needs in an area which is not going to support them. It's the wrong place. So to summarise, the AONB has a clear exceptionality test, and this application doesn't meet it. It's outside of planning policy, as discussed, because it really isn't a mixed development, and we've been stretched at that definitions. We've changed the time since 2014, and we've got a climate emergency, a nature emergency, and we're meeting our 7-year housing supply. So please reject the application.
Thank you. Councillor Gurley, 6 minutes. 5 minutes.
I'll take 6. For 30 years, the Hignett family have wanted to build over the beautiful South Stoke Plateau, including plans for up to 800 dwellings. The Core Strategy Inspector improved a plan for only 300 to meet exceptional housing needs and to minimise the harms in this sensitive site. Policy 3BA reinforces this. HFT's application to double the number of dwellings permitted for this site is no surprise, given their long-term ambition. Clearly, a lot of work has been done to attempt to justify this, but equally clearly, this is far more harmful than the inspector intended. The public concern is clear. There are some 1,200 objectors, including 8 parish councils, 6 relevant organisations, and every councillor in the 3 surrounding wards. There are only around 20 supporters. The key benefit is 40% affordable housing. Undoubtedly, the community needs the right houses in the right places, but with only an outline plan and no fixed mix of housing and many details yet to be sorted, can this be delivered? After this applicant sold phase 1 with permission to the current builders, the new owners made significant changes, deferring allotments and delivering fewer affordable family homes than specified. Baines has been let down before when sites are sold and developers reduce the number of affordable homes. Not one scheme in 10 years has delivered fully, so why should this be different? Whilst the officers have negotiated over £6,300, sorry, 630,000, whatever, towards the 2 active travel projects, this is not enough to deliver them, nor to provide mitigations to nearby communities. These are not the exceptional reasons required to justify such an overdevelopment on the ANOB. And what about the harms? Soulis Down is situated critically close to major junctions of routes into and out of Bath. One obvious harm missing is the traffic impact. In 2017, Baines Highways determined that the traffic modelling at phase 1 for a development of this size would have a severe impact on the road network. This report refers to surveys made in April 22, but traffic volumes have now bounced back to above the pre-pandemic levels, and no traffic modelling has been done through nearby villages. This is borne out by regular reports of long queues on the A367, the A3062, increased rat running through villages and occasional gridlock. Nearby roads are already operating at capacity at peak times. So the applicant's traffic forecast predicting no capacity problems in 6 years' time just doesn't ring true. As we've heard, analysis by South Stoke Parish Council's independent transport consultant identified several concerns with the applicants underestimating the problem. Despite HFT assuring the highways that all will be well, the independent expert still considers many issues remain unaddressed. Rather than risking more pollution and harm to the regional economy, residents and commuters, I suggest it is vital that you revisit the traffic impact analysis before agreeing to a development of this scale. Another harm missing is the absence of community facilities. This is no Mulberry Park with the hub, a nursery, a school and a bus service. As proposed, Soulis Down would be an unsustainably large housing estate with limited facilities, poor connections and totally reliant on already strained off-site services. With a long walk to the bus stops and incomplete bus routes at the top of steep hills, car dependency may be a risk. Why is there no on-site community hall for the toddler group, the coffee mornings, the youth services and so on? If we're intending to offer homes for social rent here, why are we willing to dump our residents in a dormitory on the edge of town without adequate facilities? And then there's the damage, the cumulative damage to the environment and heritage. The Cotswolds Board's serious concerns have been minimised. Of course, 470 houses plus cars will cause irretrievable harm to the heritage and setting of the Wansteig, Solus Manor, South Stoke and the wider area. The Spine Road will cause the shocking destruction of 80 mature trees, loss of habitat and bat roosts. I've pointed out to the committee a possible alternative that would avoid the bat roosts and save most of the trees, but this has not been properly explored. The environmental harm is irrevocable. Saplings will take decades to replace mature trees, and the skylarks will never return. Colleagues, it's for you to decide. But I believe that there is no exceptional need for building in excess of 160 dwellings that the local plan specifies. If you permit this development, it will likely lead to other challenges to the local plan. The benefits cannot be guaranteed. The harms presented are incomplete, and the traffic impact could be severe. In short, this application represents a breach of national and local planning policies. I urge you to refuse it in its current form.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Right. Let me explain the next stage in the process, which will be questions to the case officer and also questions to the highways officer that's sitting over on the other side of the room. Just a couple of remarks just before we get to that, and actually we're going to take a very short break imminently. The questions to the officer, it's not like a cross-examination in a court of law, where it's just members seeking additional information to help clarify their thinking on certain points. If a particular issue, a question is not raised, it doesn't mean that it's been overlooked by the committee members. It simply means that the committee members believe that they're clear already on that particular point. We're going to just have we've been going for an hour and a quarter. I think it's important that we have a break. As the committee are partway through an item, it would not be appropriate for members to discuss the item with members of the public during the break. And I will also ask that members reserve any discussion of the matter between themselves until we resume with the discussion section of the public meeting. We're going to have a 5-minute break, and I want to be up and running in 10 minutes at maximum. Right.
And reference to the solicitor to say if my interpretation is correct.
That's fine. We'll put that in your declaration of interest. Thank you. We're just waiting for Councillor Crossley to reappear. Right, we now come to the stage of proceedings where the committee members ask questions. I'm going to kick off. I want to ask some questions of our highways officer. In the highways consultation report, it talks about the traffic impact assessment. And it says that the Highways Authority, Baines, queried why the odd-down area VISSIM model had not been used to assess the impact of the development on the wider road network. It goes on to say the applicant has provided justification within Appendix B as to why this has not been utilised, citing age of the model, unrepresented traffic flows, queue lengths and unrealistic trip rates. Baines Highways accepted that the standalone modelling utilised in the assessment of the proposed development is acceptable. Can you please explain what the odd-down area model is? Why do you think it wasn't appropriate to use it here? And the view that what was given as an assessment was deemed acceptable, which doesn't sound very overwhelmingly enthusiastic. So would you like to comment on the trip impact assessment modelling?
Thank you, Chair. So in answer to your first question, what is it? Sorry, is that better? So yeah, in answer to your question, what is it? The VISM model, which is widely known as you said, VISSIM, is a simulation model that interacts, that assesses the impact of multiple junctions in its entirety rather than looking at individual junctions in isolation. Why is it not appropriate? As you mentioned, you read through what Chris had written in his report. The 2017 data that was used within the model has been assessed by both the applicant and by Baines officers, and it's deemed inappropriate mainly because of the impact of COVID and the.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Mainly because of
the impact of COVID, and obviously the change in nature of people's trips. Baines have, so basically the applicant has reviewed CCTV footage that shows that the interaction that was previously showed in the VISM model with lots of tailbacks wasn't the case within the CCTV model, modelling that they analysed, and we've assessed that, and we concur with that view. And sorry, what was your final question?
Well, my final question was the report says that what was produced was considered by Baines Highways as acceptable, and I just said that didn't sound like enthusiastic approval.
Well, we've reviewed the modelling they've undertaken, and we accept the conclusions of that modelling.
Right, can I ask an additional question? There's been a lot of comment that traffic flows have increased, or certainly changed, post-COVID, that we're gradually moving back to patterns that existed before COVID. Is that a fair comment about the general highways across this area and across the country, that traffic flows have increased post-COVID?
We've specifically looked at this, and our traffic collection department has looked at 5 separate sites in the south of Bath that are representative to this application, and there is only a 1% difference in traffic flows in September 2023 when compared with spring 2022. So based on the results of the Baines data collection, I would say that there is limited difference between that 2022 traffic flows and today.
Okay, thank you. Right, I now ask committee members, this is not a cap, but if you could keep yourselves to I asked 3 questions, but if you could keep to 2 questions to begin with, I'd appreciate that. So, Councillor Hodge.
Oh, I'm rationed now, so I'm going to start with my highways ones and then maybe come back with something else if I can later. So I just want to build on the highways questions asked by our chair. To start with, I just want to be clear. You might have said this already, but I just really want to be clear on these points that lead to the conclusion that the impact would not be severe. The 2 things about the points people raise about inappropriate baseline conditions that have been taken into account, the point about the schools traffic on a particular monitoring day, the low pandemic levels, and that 100% of the assumption that 100% of the traffic goes down the way towards or down roundabout. So those 3 baseline conditions, what would you have to say about those? And also, could we be clear what has been done to take into account developments coming forward at Mulberry Park and St Martin's Hospital? What traffic modelling has been done to take those into account? And thirdly, was the developer asked to submit more information that didn't come forward that might have given you a fuller picture of the impacts on villages to the south or generally?
Taking your last question first, it's probably the easiest way to do it. I might have to reaffirm your questions because there were quite a few of them. So in terms of the distribution and development traffic, that has been assessed based on the accepted and agreed scope that was set out for the 2017 application for Phase 1, and that has been rolled over into this application, which was scoped and agreed with Highways prior to undertaking any transport assessments by the applicant.
No, sorry, can't have any
is that better?
Can't speak from the floor, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'll be a bit clearer, shall I, in the answer? So right. The third question was whether you had asked for more information that wasn't received.
The applicant has provided all the information we've asked of them.
Okay. And secondly, the baseline, the criticisms of the baseline conditions.
I think that was answered in my
first question.
Discussions with the chair about the 1% increase between the 2022 and 2023 flows of Bain's data. That's Bain's own data, not the applicant's.
And the impacts of developments coming forward, the modelling from what we might expect from Mulberry Park and St Martin's Hospital development, have they been factored in?
The applicants scoped committed developments with us at the time of scoping of the transport assessment. I don't have that information right in front of me. I can find it out and let you know within a matter of minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Right, Councillor Jackson and then Councillor Warren.
Thank you. I'm afraid I've got 3 questions too. I listened very carefully to the agent in favour of this, and he talked about an urban extension of Bath, whereas I had been inclined to see this as a sort of mini
sorry, Councillor Jackson, you're giving an opinion which will come in the debate. This must be a question.
Well, my question to the officer is, which is it, village or urban extension? Secondly, and that governs the question of allotments. Do they come under Bath or do they come under a parish council? And would tenancy be restricted to the residents, or would they be... you have a thing called the wheelbarrow rule, by the way, that it's got to be within distance so you can push a wheelbarrow. Would it be a private administration? So what is the significance of these allotments in the community identity of the area? And secondly, my second question is, what happens if if the applicant does not get a licence for disturbing the bats?
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. So just on the urban extension village thing, it is kind of a semantic point, but I guess the local planning authority see this more as an urban extension to Bath. It is extending the existing urban area in that way, albeit we do have the gap with the Wansdyke to maintain its setting. In terms of allotment management, the ownership and maintenance management of the allotments, it could vary. It could be adopted by the Parks team, it could be under a private management company, or it could be offered up to one of the parish councils if they wanted it. So that would be something that would be determined through the Section 106 negotiations. It could also include clauses to require the plots to first be offered to occupiers of the development, as would usually be the case. And your question about whether or not they get a licence, so part of the assessment that's in the officer report and that we have to be confident on when granting planning permission is we have to have confidence that we think they are likely to get a licence, and there are a number of tests that we've gone through, the derogation tests in the report, and in officers' views we're confident they are likely to get a licence, and in my experience I've rarely seen Natural England refuse a licence.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Thank you very much. Firstly, just to, this was first allocated in 2014, I believe, for development. Could you just tell me, or remind me, please, how many houses initially, or if there were a number, and since, has the council had the opportunity to change that requirement?
Thank you, Councillor Warren. So in the wording in the policy is essentially almost identical to what it was in 2014. So it was allocated for around 300 dwellings, but that is not a cap, and if it meets the placemaking principles, as we've heard numerous times. When the placemaking plan was being examined in 2017, there was commentary in the placemaking plan inspector's report that the council considered that the site had scope for an additional 100 to 150 dwellings on top of that 300 figure, and that was endorsed again by the inspector there, but they didn't feel the need to change the policy text. Similarly, late last year, when the local plan partial update was being examined, that would have been an opportunity for any necessary revisions to this allocation policy to be made, but there were no changes made as a result of that examination. So the principle of development remains.
Councillor Halsall, and then Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. It's going back to the transport assessment again. This application was submitted in May of 2022, so that's 18 months ago. How up-to-date is that assessment, given that we were coming out of COVID at that time, and we've certainly seen a noticeable increase in traffic in the south of Bath? Has the assessment been continuously updated since it was submitted?
Thank you. I think that answers questions again by the Chair's first question of the relation between 2022 and 2023 traffic data in the area, which, as I said earlier, has increased by, has changed by 1% during that course, and as such, there's immaterial difference between the traffic data that's been assessed by Baines during that period. So no further assessment has been undertaken.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions. I mean, first of all, looking at the issue of traffic. So it seems to me that regardless of whether you can or can't get 290 homes within that space, the main issue is how you actually access that, which is obviously this need for the spine road. So I'm just trying to understand what the limiting factors are in terms of if it wasn't 290, if we reduced it back to within the original scope of 300 in total, would that remove the need for a spine road so that we could actually just use an access, say, along Sillis Meadows? Or is the spine road required regardless of how many houses you put into 3 and 4?
Yeah. I don't want to drift too far into hypotheticals, but I couldn't envisage that the spine road wouldn't be required if the number of dwellings was reduced to 129 in phases 3 and 4. You would still need to access them somehow, and the only viable way of doing that would be through Sulis Manor.
Thank you. And a second question, if I may, Chair. So, and I'm just, there's been a lot of discussion about the comprehensive master plan. And I think a lot of the concern is that it seems to be constantly evolving. So we started off with a master plan of 300s. That's now evolved to 461. Is that now, can we consider that to be a final draft of a master plan? Or because there's been discussion about further developments in Sulis Manor or in the agricultural land that's currently not involved in this?
So the short answer is no, you can't bank on that being the final master plan. The purpose of the master plan is to demonstrate the compliance of an application within the whole of the allocation, to show that it integrates with the allocation and the surrounding areas, and that it doesn't prejudice any further part of the allocation coming forward. You couldn't be certain that, say, for example, Odd Down Football Club had a change of plans and they wanted to bring forward development. They would then have to submit a comprehensive master plan which would show how their development would integrate with the rest of the whole. But that is, again, a hypothetical, and that would be subject to its own planning application, debate and discussion, and have to meet the policy requirements in a similar way, considering the comprehensive impact.
So I guess what I'm getting to is, I mean, there's been a lot of discussion about the agricultural land and Sulis Manor. Are we in a position where we could protect them from further development through conditional legal agreements, or is it possible that can happen, which means that that 461 houses could become another 100 or more?
So it wouldn't be possible through this application to put in place something that says you can never develop on Sulis Manor or Down Football Club. And those things are not proposed as part of this application. So your consideration today should be confined to whether this proposal is acceptable, not whether some future proposal is unacceptable. That being said, there are strong reasons to believe that it would be quite difficult to develop anything significant on that Phase 2 scheme, given the amount of surrounding woodland and the non-designated asset that is the Sulis Manor. But I'd stick to my original point, which is you've got to consider what's proposed now, not what hypothetically could be proposed in the future.
Councillor Malloy.
Thank you. Yeah, my question sort of follows on from that, really. I find it quite strange. So this is a hybrid application, and the majority of it is an outline, but the one part that is detailed, so the full application, is for the Spine Road, saying for the continuation of the Spine Road from Phase 1, but nowhere on there does it say it's actually going right through Phase 2. So my question is perhaps a legal one, and I don't know how relevant it is, but I'm just intrigued, wanting to know, so this application is from the Hignett Family Trust. Can we assume then that they already have the agreement of the owner of Phase 2, that it's assuming that this application is approved, that they will allow them to go through their land, and they've already sorted out compensation for loss of land and so on? I'm just, I'm finding it quite hard to.
Yeah, no, thank you for the question. It's a very good question. So, in terms of commercial arrangements between landowning parties, that's not material to the consideration today. But what is material is that the Section 106 obligations that would be placed on this would require the delivery of that Spine Road through that land. So the landowning party, so the owners of Phase 2, the Sulis Manor, would have to be party to that Section 106 agreement. My understanding is they are happy to be part of that Section 106 agreement to ensure that that land is that Spine Road is delivered. The reason the Spine Road is not shown going through Phases 3 and 4 at the moment in detail is quite simple, and really is that we don't have the detailed layout for Phases 3 and 4 yet, and so it would be foolish to fix that at this point in time when it might need to move or slightly amend from the position shown in the parameter plans.
Councillor Crossley.
Thank you very much. One of the speakers referred to the fact that in Phase 1, the affordability ratios that we had passed as a committee or as a council were not being met. First of all, so if that is true, can you just explain what the shortfall is? But if the committee, at the end of its debate, decided to agree with the officer recommendation, what security and surety have we got that the developers won't renege or not deliver the affordability indexes that we've got within this permission that the officers are recommending?
Thank you, Councillor Crossley. So in terms of phase one, that is delivering 40% affordable housing as per the agreement set out in the Section 106 for that application. So that's answered quite simply. In terms of assurances, there would be a legally binding agreement with the landowner, and that would extend to any future landowners if the land was sold on to deliver 40% affordable housing. And the power to apply to modify or review that doesn't kick in until at least 5 years after the signing of that agreement. And in any case, even if someone was to come back, which they haven't in phase one, if someone was to come back and try and challenge that, that would be subject to a detailed assessment of viability. And this being a greenfield site, my view would be that there is no obvious viability reason why 40% affordable housing couldn't be delivered. So I can't give you a 100% guarantee that no one will ever seek to challenge anything at some point in time, but there is that 5-year period, and then the council is quite robust in challenging any sort of threat to the viability levels that are suggested. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you. So I've got a question regarding Great Broad Close to the north of the Phase 3 parcel, which would see the path go across the agricultural land, across the Wansdyke in order to provide accessibility, particularly to Sainsbury's. Obviously, from the master plan, where there's only one way in, one way out vehicles, so it's obviously imperative that there are clear pedestrian and cycle links as well. The report refers to the applicant, if this application was approved, to use reasonable endeavours in order to obtain scheduled ancient monument consent from central government. What happens if this isn't granted? Are we going to end up with an unsustainable site that is going to be heavily car dependent? And could they, sorry, just one preliminary additional question. Could the applicants not obtain that consent prior to any planning permission being granted?
Thank you. So in respect of the what happens if they don't get scheduled ancient monument consent for a crossing point, excuse me, having used reasonable endeavours, it's proposed that the drafting of the Section 106 agreement would then require them to propose an alternative route, less direct, obviously, and so therefore less optimal in terms of accessibility and linkage and connectivity, but a route that would go along the east side of the, to the east and alongside South Stoke Road, or some route to that effect, to connect up to the point at Midford Road Junction, where it doesn't have to cross the Wansdyke. Sorry, what was the second part of your question? Apologies.
It's whether the applicants could have applied for scheduled ancient monument consent before even submitting the planning application.
I mean, that is technically possible, and we have been pushing them to progress their discussions with Historic England as much as possible, but it is quite a slow process. They have already received scheduled ancient monument consent for the archaeological investigation that is required before they can design the crossing point. But it's not felt that it is sufficient reason to withhold making a decision on the application, as we don't have a really clear timetable for it either at the moment.
Councillor McPhee, did you want to come back?
How do you respond to the point made by several speakers that the exceptional circumstances in 2014 are not present now, and so therefore they can't really be used to justify building those houses?
Thank you, Councillor McPhee. I'll just read out for the committee one of the being a large, complicated application with multiple environmental and heritage assets, there are a number of legal planning tests that you have to apply. I'll just read out paragraph 177 of the NPPF, because this is the relevant paragraph. When considering applications for development within national parks, the Broads, and areas of outstanding natural beauty, permission should be refused for major development other than in exceptional circumstances, and where it can be demonstrated that the development is in the public interest. Consideration of such applications should include an assessment of the following, and these are matters you will have to turn your mind to in making the decision. The need for the development, including in terms of any national considerations and the impact of permitting it or refusing it upon the local economy. B, the cost of and scope for developing outside of the designated area or meeting the need in some other way. And C, any detrimental effect on the environment, the landscape and recreational opportunities and the extent to which that could be moderated. Now, in terms of the first point around the need for development, as you pointed out, in 2014, there was an identified need for housing, and that was part of the justification for exceptional circumstances. There remains a need for housing, as has been touched upon before. We have still got a significant number of homes to deliver before the end of the plan period. We also have a need for affordable housing, and I've made the points I have about the need for affordable housing. Those points, whilst this is more development in terms of the number of dwellings that are proposed in this scheme than originally allocated, the area of land proposed to be utilised is the same extent of land to be allocated, and it meets the density requirements within the policy as well. So in terms of the need, there is still a need, and that still sort of holds true in terms of the reasoning of the core strategy inspector. In terms of the cost of and scope for developing outside of the AONB, or meeting that need in some other way, well, again, the exercise was undertaken through the core strategy, the placemaking plan, and the LPPU. Sorry, this is a long answer, but it's necessary to examine the most sustainable sites that are available, and it was considered this site still needed to be allocated, and so that sort of answers that point. And then in terms of the detrimental effects on the environment, well, this is considered throughout the officer report and acknowledges the harms that have been taken, that have been identified. But it also, in line with the placemaking principles, it sets out how those have been minimised, and so officers view that it does meet all of those tests, and there are exceptional circumstances. But obviously, it's for members' judgment as well to make that to make those judgments. Sorry for the long answer.
I have one more, if that's okay. Again, many speakers have made the point that it says domestic and mixed use, and what is proposed is purely domestic housing. How do you respond to that?
Yeah, I reiterate the points I've made in the presentation, but that policy applies to the whole of the allocation. So the allocation has to have residential mixed use. Policies have to provide certainty for applicants for obvious reasons. They need to know what they've got to propose. It doesn't suggest what is the mixed use part of the mix. So in respect of how you interpret that policy, it's officers' view that that policy does cover the Sulis Business Park, which the policy does allow for the expansion and growth of that park, so that if you had just said residential use, then that wouldn't allow other uses to come forward within the allocation, so you need those mixed uses. There is also the football club, there is also Sulis Manor, which is a language school, so those things would be counted as mixed use. I think the question that has to be asked back is, if it's mixed use, what mixed use and on what basis is there an argument for saying that they have to include something else? Is it offices? Is it a community hall, which many people obviously would like? But that is people's preference. It's not in the policy. The policy just says residential mixed use, and in officers' view is that applies to the whole of the allocation site. And it's also important to note that Phase 1 was approved on the basis of a residential development as consistent with the policy.
Right, well, let's try to bring this section to a close, but I'll take a couple more questions. I'll go to Councillor Jackson.
I'm looking at page 71 and the measures to protect the scheduled monument, the Wansteig, which I conclude from this you are satisfied that it will be adequately protected. However, I'd like to know what kind of measures can be taken to protect any other archaeology. You know, if King Edgar dropped his ring while inspecting the Wansteig or something, what happens? Is there going to be any sort of watching brief or survey or what or not? Because the Wansteig didn't stand there on its own.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. So there was archaeological excavation carried out in the fields to the west as part of the Phase 1 application. Based on the archaeological work done there, and this has been reviewed by our appointed archaeological experts, there's no requirement for further investigation on the fields Phases 3 and 4. In terms of the Wansteig itself, as I've mentioned already, they've already secured Scheduled Ancient Monument consent to undertake archaeological investigations there. The below-ground archaeology in terms of the archaeological investigation, that is all handled through Scheduled Ancient Monument consent. So there will be controls outside of this planning permission to cover that.
Councillor Hodge.
Yes, my main question is about the Section 106 agreement for Chris, but two things that arose from the representations we had. I'm just thinking about the sustainable transport needs of the community with affordable housing, hopefully a large proportion of working people and young families. That the point about the distance to the bus stop being up to 1.4 kilometres, I'm not sure that does seem a long way, and is that would you have a comment on that? And also that the place at nearby school, obviously St Greg's is nearby, but that are there places available? 4 miles was quoted as the next alternative if there wasn't places there. But my main point is really about the Section 106 agreement, and I wondered whether you'd considered asking the applicants for a more extensive package, you know, that mitigated provided more money to mitigate the traffic impacts. I'm comparing it to thinking about another recent application we had for a development of 70 new homes with 30% affordable that had a £1.5 million sustainable transport package providing for bus services and traffic calming measures on affected areas, as well as 600,000 for a primary school. I feel this package is concerned that more mitigation could have been asked for in the package. I wonder what your view is on that.
Thank you. I'll take that point first, which is when securing obligations contributions, we have to meet what are called the SIL 122 tests, and there's 3 tests to that, which is one, it has to be necessary, the obligation or contribution has to be necessary to make the development acceptable. It has to be related to the development, and then the key test really is that it has to be related in scale and kind to the development proposal. So we can only ask for a proportionate amount of money towards these projects that is generated from the impacts of the development. So we've gone through an exercise of deriving a figure that we feel is proportionate and would contribute towards those 2 key projects. I know the comparison with the Minsmere Road project, and the figures do vary across these schemes because it largely depends on the projects that are going on in the area which are available to contribute towards and the costs of those and how many people are contributing to them. In the Minsmere Road case, it was a particularly there's quite a lot of things that needed to be done, and there wasn't a lot of dwellings being done, built to support that. But yeah, that's that point. You did refer to education spaces. Our education teams have confirmed that there is sufficient capacity in local schools to accommodate any children generated by this development, so they're satisfied. I think some people will obviously think about schools in terms of if 300 people moved in there tomorrow, there wouldn't be capacity. But school capacity builds up over time as you know, people move in, children grow older, and get places in those schools which would otherwise have gone to people further away. And so there is a sort of displacement effect. And that, when you look at it in a more nuanced way like that, then there is sufficient capacity. I don't really know if there was any other points, sorry.
It was just the bus stop distance, 1.4 kilometres, far end of the development, or is it generate? That is a fairly long way to walk for a bus.
Yeah, if you were to walk from the very eastern edge of Phase 4 to the park and ride, it would be in that order. I haven't got that measurement in front of me, but it sounds about right. Bearing in mind, I think this site, it would be fair to say, is closer to the park and ride than the vast majority of houses in the southern side of Bath, so there is that to consider as well. It does also include a direct shared use path, so it's possible to cycle. Some of those contributions towards the Summer Valley Links project will go towards improvements for sort of, I think, bike stands, electric bike hire at the park and ride. So those are all factors you should take into account as well.
I have a further question. There was a comment made by one of the speakers earlier that because additional papers and changes have been made, that your presentation, although it appeared very thorough, was actually not completely up to date. So can you comment on that?
Yes, of course, and part of this is addressed in the update report that you should have all had sight of, but there was some concerns flagged about overlap between some of the parameter plans and the northern tree belt that runs along the northern boundary of phases 3 and 4. And that is correct. There is a degree of overlap in these areas, and detailed reserve matters applications would still, however, detailed reserve matters applications are still required to identify the precise locations and layouts of development. And importantly, on these, on the land use parameter plan, and I think some of the other parameter plans, there are a number of points of annotation which would be binding on the parameter plans, such as retaining existing trees shown on the B3 concept plan and supplement with new tree planting and vegetation. Minimum of 2/3 of the frontage planted with trees and vegetation, maximum 1/3 built frontage visible, fronting northwards towards the Wansdyke, and the eastern boundary with Sulis Meadow will be improved by the retention of trees as set out in the tree replacement plan to be submitted with further reserve matters applications together with additional tree planting. So there are those matters. There is also, as I said, an obligation proposed within the Section 106 agreement that will mean that they can't fell any more of those trees without first seeking agreement from the local planning authority. So we're satisfied that is sufficient controls to ensure that that tree belt is retained.
Thank you. Right, we're now going to move on to the next section, which is the debate. Just before we do, there's a few comments. The committee has dealt with large applications in the past. This one is unusual because it's not only a large application, but the number of policies involved and the complexity. It's one of my responsibilities, really, to make sure that the committee is fully informed on all aspects before coming to a decision. I am concerned about the traffic impact assessment. It was done 18 months ago. I'm not questioning the integrity of it or the conclusions that have arisen from it. But it was 18 months ago. It has been subjected to quite a basic quality control check in September. but so many of the speakers have referred to the impact on the highways of this proposal. And I would feel more comfortable in making a decision if I had more up-to-date information or confirmation of the highway's impact. I'm also concerned that we don't have any information yet on the scheduled monument consent for the Wanstead crossing. Now, I agree on its own that wouldn't be enough to justify a delay in making a decision, but it just adds to the information that I feel that we're short of at the moment. So I am minded to suggest a motion to defer a determination of this decision while further information is gathered, and there may be some other information that members want. And also, it just might give a brief period where the applicant could reflect on what they've heard this morning, and particularly in relation to mixed use. Obviously, that's up to the applicant to consider that. So, are there any other issues or points where the committee feels it doesn't yet know enough to be confident about making such an important decision? Councillor Jackson.
Yes, I wondered if our arboricultural officer could give a bit more clarification, if we're going to have a delay, on the situation with the trees, because listening very carefully to the speakers, it seemed to me that it was a moving target, that the numbers were changing, and I'm not sure I've really grasped the final number, but more to the point, on the site visit, I noticed that both in the TPO trees and in the litigation trees along the edge of the site, where they were starting to plant along the path, about a third of the trees had died from ash disease. So I would like to know how many trees will still be standing next year.
TPO means Tree Preservation Order, if anybody's not too sure about that. Councillor McPhee.
I just wanted to check that if there was this updated testing, it would be done using the VISSIM approach?
Well, I think it's up to the applicant in conversation with Baines Highways to produce the evidence that would help us make a decision. Right, I think that it's not for us to say how that's achieved, but that's the aim.
And I did not fully understand the answer that Officer Greg Trevathan gave me, so I'd like to see that laid out properly. The question I asked about the rules in 2014, have they changed here? I'd just like to see that on paper.
Right, exceptional circumstances, right. What were exceptional circumstances then? Do they still apply now? And feeling that we need a paper to understand that and feel confident that we understand it. Any other point?
First of all, Chair, you haven't had anyone second this proposal yet, and so I don't know if it's the debate on the table, but if it is the debate on the table, I would like to speak against it. I think we've got all the information we need in enough detail to reach a conclusion either in support or against or a modified support on this proposal, and I think delaying it is detrimental to everyone who's come to the meeting today, but also to the applicant, and I think we need to get on with the business, and I will be voting against the motion to defer when it is seconded.
Okay, right. I will confirm that my motion, that I'm tabling a motion to defer a short delay while further information is gathered. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Halsall, yes, can you give your reason for seconding?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I understand Councillor Crossley's comments, but the biggest response we had in this room related to uncertainty and nervousness about the degree of car dependence this development may potentially have, and I think we do need to have an update and be thoroughly informed as to what the traffic impacts are going to be from this development before we go further. So I would second your motion to defer for a short period of time in order to then get the information we need, and then we can come back to the committee and then we can have our debate and make a decision.
Right, Councillor Jackson and then Councillor Hodge.
Well, I think Councillor Crossley, who I'm always reluctant to agree with, does make an extremely good point. We've had a very good response from the public. Would that all our planning applications had this level of interest. However, I have to say that it could be other councillors would agree with me that without a complete picture on some vital points, we could not vote for this application. We would have to vote against it because our knowledge is incomplete. So I think there is a justification for the delay, but can we put a time limit on it, 3 months, like we did with the Keynsham one?
Right, before we think of an answer to that question, can I go to Councillor Hodge?
Yes, I just want to be clear. I know you've said that it's up to the applicant to decide how they respond to the highways issues, but I just want to make it clear that I want to hear about the impact on villages to the south and more information on the impact of developments coming forward. And I am concerned about the council in the future picking up the cost of traffic management issues in the future, and I really want to be secure about that. I'm also picking up on Councillor Jackson's point. I don't know whether 3 months would be enough for the appropriate monitoring to be done to give us the fuller information that we want. I mean, it's just a discussive point, I suppose.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. In your list of reasons for deferral, you mentioned the issue of mixed developments, and I'm just not sure how a deferral would solve that problem. If there is a problem with the mixed development, because there isn't any, then it would require a redesign, in which case then we should refuse it anyway, and then they go away and redesign it. So that would be my concern.
That wasn't part of my motion. My reference to mixed use was just to suggest that a delay, that any deferment always gives the applicant an opportunity to reflect on what was said or transpired in a meeting. So that's just an observation that the applicant can look at what's been said today, and it's up to them whether they make any changes or everything stays as it is. But I take Councillor Jackson's point that it's actually in the interest of the applicant and everyone that the decision is made confidently and correctly. So I have a motion, I propose a motion to defer, but before we go into the motion, the case officer and maybe the legal officer might wish to make some remarks.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to clarify the motion and so that officers understand, and importantly, so the applicant understands what they are being requested to do. It's been suggested there is a need for updated or further highways information. Could we seek a bit more clarity about what is suggested there? Because I know it's been suggested it would be for the applicant to decide, but that to their mind they have provided all of the information that the local planning authority have asked of them. Is it the case that we're asking for updated traffic surveys? In which case we are approaching Christmas and that's not an appropriate time to be running traffic surveys because things are out of whack. And so there might be some considerable delay with achieving that. So I'm just seeking a bit more clarity on what is being asked around that point.
Right, I think it's right. Updated traffic surveys and actually a busy period would seem to be the very time to do this, so that we and also taking Councillor Hodges' point, we need to have some reassurance, we need to have some understanding about the impact on the highways in local villages. There may be negligible impact, but we just need to have some information about the highways' impact on local villages and local roads as a consequence of the scheme. Councillor, yes. Does the legal officer want to say anything more, or does the case officer want to say anything more? Yeah.
Thank you. That's the helpful clarification. Just so members are aware, obviously the applicant will have heard everything, and it will be reported back to them about what is required, and I think that does provide some clarity. I might ask the highways officer to speak on a moment about the appropriateness of doing traffic surveys during the Christmas period, but just so members are aware, it is open to the applicant. They may decide they don't want to do that information and they want to just take this to a non-determination appeal. That is within their gift. The target date for the application is 2 days' time, and they may not agree to extend that to the next committee. That is a risk, but they may also choose to do what you've asked. They may also choose to not provide that information. I'll have to bring this back without that additional information. I just wanted to set out the likely scenarios for members.
Does the legal officer want to add anything? No. It's always incumbent on us to act reasonably, and I think the requests are reasonable at this stage. Councillor Warren.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wondered, before we discuss the details of the deferment, whether we should vote on it, because I'm actually with Councillor Crossley here. They think we have enough in front of us to make a decision today. You know, the applicants obviously think they put enough forward. The officers obviously think there's enough forward. The objectors obviously think there's enough forward to make objections. And I do believe that there is enough here to make a decision today. Obviously, can't say whether it's for or against, because we need to go to that discussion, but I would support Councillor Crossley that we make that decision today. I believe we're elected councillors and we're elected to make difficult decisions and to do just that.
Councillor Hodge.
I'm just thinking I would quite like to hear the discussion around a decision today, because if we do take a decision today, we need to be clear on the strength of our policy reasons, and I'd like to hear what my colleagues
yeah, we're only at the moment debating the motion that's been put forward, yes, which is a deferment. So do you have a comment to make about that?
In some ways, I would like to hear more discussion before we go to a deferral, because of the requirement for strong policy reasons if we make a decision.
Okay. Councillor Malloy.
Yeah, thank you. So going back to what I said originally about it being a hybrid application, but overall it's an outline application, isn't it? There are just so many, well, basically everything that applies to phase 3 and 4 reserved matters. And if I understand it from looking at the conditions, the 106 ones will be decided by the legal team, and then everything else, we would be asked if we were voting on this, to authorise the head of planning to permit subject to all of these conditions. So if we wanted to then talk about details of how high some of the buildings should be and so on, it would be for us to call in those applications. Is that, have I understood that correctly? But anyway, if you think I'm off topic here, that was a question maybe I should have asked earlier, but I would like an answer to that. But referring to whether we should defer or not, if we are going to do that, it would allow time for a few things to become clear. For example, whether the Wansteig, permission would come through their consent to have the path. And I was going to say, if we are going to ask for more detailed traffic flow data and so on, could that perhaps be over 2 periods? I know that will be more expensive, but saying, oh, maybe not just because of Christmas, that's not typical. Could you have a shorter time before Christmas and then do another shorter time, I don't know, February or somewhere in the spring, so you've got 2 contrasting periods. And so that was my suggestion, but I realise that's more cost and so on. But it would give a better idea of, spread over a period of months. Because, things vary, don't they? Christmas will have an impact, I guess, with more people travelling to Bath.
Right. How this is conducted is probably best left to a conversation between Highways and the applicant about how best to do this to give us the information that we want. Councillor Jackson.
As I said, I feel very uncomfortable as things stand at the moment with the amount of knowledge that we have. What I would like to know from the officer is incomplete and inadequate knowledge of certain aspects of this application adequate grounds for refusing the application, or is our only option to go for a deferral?
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. So with all planning applications, you have to provide proportionate information. Land use planning is a very complex topic, and it's rare that you ever have full information on all topics. To answer your question directly, it is possible to refuse an application for having inadequate information, insufficient information to demonstrate a harm or to demonstrate no harm or something to that effect. So that would be a legitimate thing, but obviously in officers' views, there is sufficient highways information to make the decision. So, yeah, a deferral is also a legitimate approach if that's the approach you choose to take.
Right, I think we've been round the table, so we'll take a vote on the motion to defer, and I know you were taking notes. So the deferral was to get further information on the up-to-date information on the highways impact, to see if we could get the scheduled monument consent about the one-site crossing, and there was also we wanted further information about the trees. Is there anything that I've... yes, and the exceptional circumstances that we actually understand that that the exceptional circumstances that might have applied in 2014 still apply now. So all those in favour of the motion to defer for a short period until this information can be gathered, please show. Those against the motion? Right, so the motion's carried to defer. So that's the close of proceedings this morning. Thank you very much, and we will resume at 2 o'clock. So it's been a bit of a rush lunch and coffee break, but let's press on. Now, we've got a large number of applications to consider. Might well take us through to about 6:30, and even then, that will only happen if we roughly spend about half an hour on each one, including speeches. So it's very important that we stay very, very focused, very targeted, and get to the essence of these applications and come to a decision, as quickly as we can sensibly manage. and when we get to debate, probably it will help if we get a motion on the table early to focus our minds, and then if there is a consensus, we can move on. Right. I'd like to welcome everybody this afternoon to the Planning Committee. My name is Councillor Duncan Hounshaw. I'm the chair of the committee, and I've now asked the officers on the top table to introduce themselves.
Hello, I'm Karina Haskins from Democratic Services.
I'm Chris Griggs-Trevarvan, the Principal Planning Officer and Planning Lead today.
I'm David Brown. I'm one of the Council's Planning and Highway Solicitors.
Thank you very much. Please can I remind everyone to switch their phones and other devices to silent during the meeting. Acoustics in here aren't great, so if everyone can make an effort to project their voices so that we can all hear. The meeting is being filmed and the recording will be available on the Council's website. Anybody speaking that does not wish to be filmed should make themselves known to the camera operator over by the window on the far side. So we're moving on to our first application to consider this afternoon. It's 23/00660/FUL, Proximity House, Pixash Business Centre at Pixash Lane, Keynsham. So I now invite the Planning Officer, David McFadden, to present his report.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Committee. The application that I'm going to present to you this afternoon as item number 2 on the agenda relates to Proximity House at Pixash Business Centre in Keynsham. By way of background, this application previously came before members of the Planning Committee for a decision at the 20th of September Planning Committee meeting. At the meeting in September, members decided to defer a decision on the application to undertake a site visit, and requesting some clarifications were provided by the applicant. It was specifically requested that further information was provided relating to vehicle manoeuvring, including forklifts manoeuvring around the site, the impact of the proposed industrial use, specifically use within use class B2, the impact to adjacent businesses, and legal rights surrounding access to the site. Following the September committee meeting, the applicant has supplied further information relating to vehicle manoeuvring around the site, and they have also removed the proposals for any industrial use falling within use class B2 from the current application. By way of further update, Keynsham Town Council have also revised their earlier comment in support of the application to become an objection to the development, and this is due to the proposed industrial use, impact to neighbouring residential amenity, and due to highway safety issues. Now, proceeding with a brief presentation in relation to the development site and the proposed development. The development site is located on the west side of Pixash Lane. This is on the Ashmead Industrial Estate in Keynsham. The site itself consists of a car park and an area of soft landscaping, which serves a building known as Proximity House. The site is accessed through a private estate known as Pixash Business Centre. There's an office building known as Wessex House located to the east of the site, and a milk and more delivery depot located to the west. The council's new recycling centre is located to the northeast of the site. That can be seen to be under development in this aerial image. And the recently opened Merton Place care home is located to the southeast of the site. South of the site are residential dwellings fronting the northern side of Bath Road. So focusing on the development site itself a bit more, Proximity House is an industrial building which shares its access with the adjacent Pixash Business Centre to the north of the site. As you can see in the aerial image here, there is a mature tree line that screens the industrial estate from the residential dwellings located to the south. These are some images of the site itself in detail. The top image shows Proximity House, the industrial building itself, with the car park to the front. The second image, you can see Pixash Business Centre in the distance and Wessex House offices to the right-hand side of the image. The next image is Wessex House itself, which is an office building adjacent to the site, and the final image is the car park at the site itself. The site is allocated as a strategic industrial estate within the Council's local plan. This is under policy ED2 of the adopted local plan. The development that's proposed before the committee today is the development of 2 industrial units that would be used for storage and warehousing or light industrial use. The building would have a total floor area of 966 square metres, split evenly between the 2 proposed units. The building would have 2 stories, and each unit would have a partial internal first floor mezzanine level. Permission is sought for the building to either be used as storage or warehousing use, or for light industrial purposes, such as offices, research and development of products, or light industrial processes. The development would include provision of 32 car parking spaces at the site. 19 of these would be for the existing Proximity House, and 13 are proposed for the 2 additional commercial units. The development would result in the loss of 1 silver birch tree from the site and the other soft landscaping that is located at the site. The application includes proposals for the planting of 8 trees to replace the lost trees, as well as native hedge, scrub and meadow grass planting. The planting proposals will provide a biodiversity net gain of 10%. The proposed buildings will exceed building regulation standards for thermal and energy efficiency, providing a 38% reduction in carbon emissions against building regulations compliant levels. So this slide shows us the proposed layout of the site. You can see that the existing vehicular access to the site would be relocated to the western side. The new car park would be constructed to the front of the proposed industrial building, and the building would align with the neighbouring buildings at Wessex House and Proximity House. The tree planting proposals can be seen to the north of the site, between the site and Pixash Business Centre, and a further 5 trees are proposed to be planted to the south as well. So these are the proposed elevations for the building. As you can see, it would be a typical commercial warehouse type building. The building would be a maximum of 6 metres, it would be 6 metres in height to the eaves, a maximum of 7.4 metres in height to the ridge. As you can see in the first image of the front of the building would be roughly level with the eaves height of Wessex House, located to the east. The front of the building would include full-height commercial loading bays. The building would be finished with grey metal cladding. So these are some of the additional information that's been provided by the applicant since the previous committee meeting. They've provided further drawings demonstrating that the largest unescorted road-legal HGV vehicle, so that's a 16.5 metre long heavy goods vehicle, can access the site in forward skier, whilst another heavy goods vehicle is parked unloading at the adjacent site. The same drawing has been provided for exiting the site also. The public consultation process resulted in the application being referred to Planning Committee by Councillor Andy Waite. It's also provided an objection from Keynsham Town Council. There was 25 objections to the development. The key issues that were cited by neighbours were overdevelopment of the site, concerns in relation to highway safety, taking account of the proposed HGV access, adjacent developments such as the care home and council recycling centre nearby, and the resulting conditions for highways movements on Pigsash Lane. Another issue cited by residents related to potential harm as a result of the proposed use through noise, overlooking and loss of light to neighbouring residential properties. There was also concerns raised in relation to the possible impacts to operations and viability of adjacent businesses on the business park. Concerns were also cited in relation to potential impact to trees at the site, and issues were also cited in relation to rights of access and covenants over the shared access land on Pigsash Business Centre. So the officer's assessment that's presented to the committee today is that the site is an acceptable location for the proposed uses, given that the land is a designated strategic industrial estate within the local plan. The development would create new high-quality space for businesses that would generate employment within the district, and that's considered a benefit of the development. Officers consider that the development sits comfortably on the site and that adequate landscape is provided to compensate for that being lost. The building would be of a similar scale and appearance to those adjacent at the business centre, and officers find that no harm would result to the character appearance of the area. It's noted that the general industrial use that was previously proposed has been removed from the application. The proposed storage and warehousing or light industrial uses are not found to cause any harm to amenity and living conditions of neighbouring homes. Further to this, the officer's recommendation includes a planning condition requiring a restriction of noise from plant and equipment that could be installed to the units. This would require submission and approval of a noise assessment report within 4 months of the development being occupied. Highways officers are satisfied that the development can be accessed safely and would not cause any obstructions or unsafe conditions on the public highways surrounding the site. Officers consider that the legal issues concerning access rights with the site are a civil matter between the applicant and adjacent landowners, and that these covenants would not provide a valid reason to refuse planning permission for the development. Officers note that the scheme offers policy-compliant levels of replacement tree planting and will achieve a 10% biodiversity net gain through the proposed on-site planting. Therefore, it's the officer's finding that the application complies with the local plan and there are no material considerations that have been identified that would warrant the refusal of planning permission. The officer's recommendation to the planning committee is therefore that this application is considered to be permitted, subject to the conditions provided in the report. That concludes the officer presentation, and I'd be happy to take any questions following the public speakers.
Thank you very much for a clear report. Right, we're moving on to statements from public speakers and ward councillors. So can I ask Chris Beaver to come forward, and you will have 3 minutes when you're ready, and you are objecting to the proposal.
Thank you, Chair. Is this working? Yeah, thanks. Yes, I represent the neighbouring landowner and tenants of Ridgemill Properties who own the internal access road that connects the application site to Pigsash Lane. The access road serves a number of existing commercial occupiers, including the Bottle Company, the Bath and Bristol Car Services, Rough Tracks, DataQuest, all of whom are united in their objection to this proposal and consider that the inadequate proposed access arrangements pose a direct threat to the operation of their respective businesses. It's important to appreciate that this is a tight-knit community of local businesses who cooperate with each other over a shared access and parking arrangements, as you will have observed from your recent site visit. It is noted that the applicants have decided not to amend the application proposal in line with our suggested compromise solution, which would have left the existing turning head in situ to serve a single employment unit. This is disappointing. You will be aware that the existing operation of the internal access roads relies on a covenant that was agreed in 1997 that requires the existing access to be kept clear at all times. The covenant was signed by the applicant but was not disclosed at the application submission stage. Legal advice provided by Clark Wilmot on behalf of our client has been sent to the planning officer. This confirms that the turning head cannot be unilaterally moved without the prior consent of the other owners of the estate. We consider that if the turning is relocated as proposed, and notwithstanding the applicant's track plots, there will be an increased frequency of conflicts with HGVs due to the presence of parked cars creating additional congestion and introducing disharmony among all users of the estate. The owner of the bottle company have a particular concern around the frequent HGV deliveries to their premises, whose entrance is directly opposite the existing turning head. If the proposal is implemented, their HG deliveries will have to reverse out onto Pixash Lane. This will create a clear highway safety hazard. We therefore conclude on the basis of the submitted scheme that the application should be refused on 2 grounds: highway safety in conflict with local plan policy ST7, and on grounds of overdevelopment of the site and in conflict with local plan policies D1 and D2. I would add, had the applicant compromised and put a single unit forward and left the turning head in situ, then that would have been acceptable to the other business users. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right, if Mike Taylor would come forward now, agent who is supporting the application. Just to say that we forgot to put on the monitor here for the previous speaker, and so I won't subject you to a strict time limit of 3 minutes, but if you could just be as brief as you can, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon to members of the committee. It's good to see you all again. For the benefit of the room, my name is Mike Taylor of Angus Meek Architects, and I'm here today to speak again on behalf of the applicant in support of this application following its deferral in the September Planning Committee. Following the September Committee, we would like to thank members for visiting the application site and trust marking out of the building was useful for you all to visualise the proposal. Whilst we acknowledge that there are private matters to be agreed between adjacent occupants and owners on the wider Pixash industrial estate relating to the legal covenant, we would like to highlight that the client solicitor has stated that the extent of these proposals are compliant with this covenant. Despite the fact that the detail of legal covenants are a private matter and should not normally be a material consideration as part of the planning process, the details of this covenant have now been circulated and published on the planning website. Throughout this application, our client has cooperated with the various planning items raised by consultees, and amendments have been made to adjust the proposals accordingly. Further to the previous committee meeting, our client has provided all additional information as requested, and as follows. Additional swept path analysis diagrams have been provided showing how a 16.5 articulated vehicle can safely manoeuvre around the application site and estate access road, maintaining adjacent businesses, parking and lorry offloading provision. These diagrams have demonstrated that there should be no negative impact to the viability of the existing businesses being able to maintain the ability to park and offload their vehicles. Clarity on the access road in terms of ownership and use has been provided in the legal covenant. And following previous comments and concerns, the client has agreed to the removal of the B2 industrial use from this application and now seeks only EG and B8 uses. The swept path diagrams now also include space allocated for the loading and unloading of delivery vehicles with forklift trucks, which was also requested. We note also that the scheme proposed by the objectors has been reviewed, and it was deemed unfeasible because it halves the amount of floor area and not viable. The Highways Authority have also been consulted multiple times during the course of this application and continue to respond with no objection to the planning application proposals, subject to usual conditions. In summary, and as before, this is a proposed commercial development on allocated commercial land with the support of the case officer and a recommendation for approval. If this application is granted, it will provide additional jobs for local people and will assist further economic development in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Andy Waite is a ward councillor for this district, which is Keynsham East, and he's unable to be here, but he's sent a statement which he would like read out, and I'm just going to ask the Democratic Services Officer to read it out for us.
Thank you, Chair. Comments by Councillor Andy Waite. Please accept my apologies for not being able to attend. I have a budget scrutiny panel meeting at this time in my role as member of Avon and Somerset Police Scrutiny Panel. I have a number of objections to this planning application. The first is the B2 General Industrial Classification. I understand this may have been withdrawn, and if so, I welcome it. To accept B2 classification on this site would be incompatible with the residential properties on Bath Road. The second is overdevelopment and highway safety. I have spoken before about the difficulties along the A4 and the problems of HGVs on such a busy, dangerous road, which is also a route where large numbers of children make their way to school. There is the unfinished Higgy development. The Withers Park development plan has now been approved for more housing, meaning even more traffic on the A4 than there is now. Very close by is the council's new recycling centre, which will come into full operation in the next few months, and the Meriton nursing home is now fully operational. The last thing local residents and local businesses want is even more HGVs causing danger local congestion. Pixash Lane and Ashmead Road already have a large number of successful businesses and community facilities that manage to exist together successfully. This application and the type of business proposed is one business too many and will have a detrimental effect on those businesses already on this estate. You will have seen the large list of objectors and their very sound reasons for making their objections. Some say if this application goes through, their business will suffer damage and maybe go bankrupt. The Planning Committee should not be responsible for this. I understand the swept path analysis has been attempted in the right location since the last meeting, but there is still an issue due to parking by some businesses in the crucial area where HGVs must manoeuvre. I am aware that this issue is linked to a covenant on this land, which states that all owners should comply with the following rule: not at any time to obstruct, block, or park any vehicle on such part of the retained land coloured brown on Plan 1 as affords access to and egress from the property. I share Chris Beaver's concern for the bottle company, whose business will be compromised in terms of HGV deliveries and the danger caused by HGVs reversing onto Pixash Lane. I understand that a covenant isn't binding on Baines Planning Committee, but would suggest that for such a covenant to exist on the property, it would appear prudent to take account of this document when making your decision. Were the applicant to come back with a revised application proposal for one unit with the existing turning head left in situ, this would be a reasonable compromise that the other existing businesses would accept. However, given that the applicant has shown no willingness to compromise, I request that the committee exercises its discretion to overturn the officer's recommendation and refuses the application on grounds of overdevelopment and an adverse impact on highway safety.
Thank you very much. Right. We now have questions to the case officer or the or the highways officer. Can I just start off with a question to the legal officer? Could you please clarify the position of this committee in regard to covenants and their part in the planning process?
Good afternoon. So generally, land rights are not relevant to the determination of planning applications. So they go to what's called deliverability, or the ability to implement a planning permission. And as was said in a recent case, the question of whether a proposal can be implemented is generally irrelevant. There are some exceptions. So a classic example is, say a developer has promised certain mitigation in a corner of a site. We will provide a wetland in this corner of the site for BNG purposes. Then if they were not able to do that, then that could be relevant. But generally, private land rights are not relevant. You can, for example, apply for planning permission over someone else's land that you do not own, and that is not seen as an impediment.
Thank you. Right, questions? Who would like to go first? Councillor McPhee, you caught my attention. No question. Any questions? Councillor Halsall?
Can we just clarify that the B2 element has been withdrawn, because it seems strange that Keynsham Town Council are now objecting to the application on the basis that there was B2?
Yes, I can confirm that the B2 use has been withdrawn from the application. I don't know if there was maybe an issue with timing of that withdrawal, in that it might have only been fairly recently withdrawn, but it is the decision before members will be based on no B2 use.
Councillor Hodge.
Sorry, just a quick question. I looked for the officer. I just want to be clear. The concern that the bottle factory lorries would have to reverse out onto Pixash Lane. I have visited the site. I can't quite envisage that. I've looked at the sweat path analysis. Are you able to show on your diagram whether that is the case, or are you perhaps not able to comment on that?
From the Highway Authority point of view, I can comment on it, and I don't think this is the sweat path that would show how the vehicles would make that turn. But there is a sweat path analysis within the submission, and it demonstrates that the new access would provide an alternative turning space for a vehicle. So yeah, we do not, from a Highway Authority point of view, have that same concern.
So from the bottle factory?
Correct.
Yeah, lovely, thank you.
Councillor Jackson.
If I've understood the officer's report correctly, it wasn't possible to do an analysis of the effect of forklift truck unloading in the sweat path analysis. It seemed because they couldn't find a forklift truck. I don't know if that's true, but if you could possibly explain what would happen if you had a vehicle coming into this site and wishing to use a forklift truck to unload, possibly at the same time as the objectors' company, which is the other side, which we saw unloading with a forklift truck when we went on the site visit.
In general terms, forklift truck sweat path can be quite tricky just to get the right vehicle, but in general terms you'd need an absolute maximum of 4.5 metres width for the forklift truck to operate next to a vehicle. In terms of how it would operate in the future scenario compared with the existing, as we witnessed on site, any vehicle entering the site may have to wait for a forklift truck unloading the vehicle as it's currently placed. So I don't think the proposal would necessarily have a material change in terms of how that site would operate.
The second question was if the officer could explain the impact of the development on, is it the house, the building that's nearest us, the office block? I think it's Proximity House.
Wessex House. Wessex House.
Wessex, I've got it the wrong way around, sorry. I've had a long morning. What would the impact be?
Sure. Yeah. Wessex House is the office building in the bottom right-hand corner of the image before members. So it's an office building to start with, used as offices. It's got windows on all four sides of the building. So there would be some impact to outlook from the windows in the west side of the building. But as I say, the building has windows on all four sides, and it's an office building, so there wouldn't be harm to residential amenity. The office building would continue to function as an office building viably, and we don't see policy conflict that would warrant refusal based on impact to those offices.
I've got a question. A condition is a noise assessment report within 4 months. Just suppose that assessment is negative or shows that there is a problem. Presumably then it becomes a case for planning enforcement, and we know that can take a long time to resolve those cases. So is there any reassurance that can be given to people who live close by that we could act if there was a noise problem?
So I think removing the B2 use from the application will probably resolve the majority of issues with noise from the development. The uses that are proposed now are storage and warehousing uses and the light industrial uses, so offices, research and development, and uses that can typically be carried out in a residential area without detriment to the amenity of that area. So that's a big progression. There is a safeguarding condition that's recommended, which requires that the development needs to meet certain noise standards once it's completed. If that wasn't found to be complied with, then it would be for the enforcement team to negotiate with the developer and find mitigations to ensure compliance with that condition and the noise levels stipulated in the noise assessment report.
Thank you. Councillor Gurley.
I don't know whether this is a question you can answer, but is there any idea how the quantum of vehicles visiting this site are proposed to be? Because obviously if it's only once a day, then it's maybe not a problem, but if it's every 10 minutes, then it's going to be a problem.
In the original submission, there was a transport statement which reviewed the total level of vehicle movements associated with the scheme. I don't know if it broke down between whether they would be cars and heavy vehicles, the difference between the two, but the total number was considered to be, in terms of the operation of the local highway, negligible. There were a handful of movements an hour associated with a development of this scale.
Thank you. Right, I'm going to move to the debate now. Councillor McPhee is the ward councillor, and I invite him to speak first.
Thank you, Chair. The removal of the B2 is very welcome. I'm still worried that residents will be disturbed by reversing alarms or banging pipes. I note also that the distance of the units from the next door site was overstated, I believe, by 4 metres, but the officer says it is still compliant for these commercial structures. The residents have asked for a single unit to be installed, and if they did this, all of the problems that we face will go away. You won't have to get rid of the turning system, the truck won't have to back up round the corner or drive up round the corner and then reverse back in. You'll be able to hold more than 2 of these vehicles in there. So looking at the sweat pass analysis, it looked as though 2 car spaces might need to be vacated for a 16.5 metre, but I'm not sure on that. So overall, I believe that I know we shouldn't take too much notice of the covenants, but if you're putting the plan in front and it's going to cause the amount of grief that it's going to cause, I think I back the Chris Beaver and the residents and say I believe this is overdevelopment, and I will vote against the permission.
Okay, right. Let's have contributions. So, Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, I think I broadly agree with Councillor McPhee. I think certainly a lot of the concerns have been dealt with. I mean, the B2 removal is welcome, and the sweat path analysis tends to sway towards that being acceptable. But I'm still very concerned about its relationship with Wessex House. if Wessex House was a residential property, it would have some protection against loss of amenity from having a 6-metre building so close to its windows. And I don't go with the argument that Wessex House has windows on 4 sides. You know, if your work environment is important, and if you're working in an office and then you have a window for 8 hours a day, I think you're entitled to a certain amount of amenity there. So, although a lot of the issues have been addressed, I'm still concerned about the height and size of the development. So, I think it's still overdevelopment.
Right. Anybody else want to come in there? Okay. So, Councillor McPhee, are you proposing that now as a motion? So that would be to refuse the officer recommendation to permit with conditions. And we will probably need to be very clear about the reasons before we go to a vote. But do we have a seconder for that proposal? Councillor Hughes. And we need to be clear what the reasons would be to overturn the officer recommendation. Could you repeat them?
Yes, I think both in terms of moving trucks inside the area is difficult, and the entrance of the trucks coming past the bottle factory round the corner where you at the moment have a large number of trucks parked, cars parked, they're all going to have to change. But then coming in with the 16.5, reversing it back in is difficult. And then we have the space. As I say, in the, I believe it's true that the distances were overstated by 4 metres. So I think...
So you're talking about loss of amenity to Wessex House by reason of overshadowing?
Yeah. Yes, thank you.
And Councillor Jackson?
I was going to add that the development, by reason of its mass and bulk and height, constitutes overdevelopment of the site, as well as loss of amenity for those working in Wessex House.
The planning officer here wants to clarify a few things.
So I've just written down as the reasons the movement of the HGVs within the application site itself being difficult. You mentioned around access through the entrance as well, but I didn't quite gather that point, so maybe that needs to be clarified a little bit more. And then loss of amenity to Wessex House through overshadowing. Can I just clarify the point around the entrance? Did you mean the entrance to the estate or the entrance to the...
No, it's the entrance into this area, I think, where it gets difficult. I think you'll get a lorry in there.
So it's allied to the point, the previous point around...
Yeah.
Okay. Just to say, obviously, I might invite the case officer in to comment on this, but... the applicant has provided the tracking information that has been reviewed by the Highways Authority, who've raised no objection. So I would be concerned that an objection on those points would potentially be classified as unreasonable and put the council at risk of costs. That would be my view, but I would invite the case officer or the Highways officer to outline further.
I think I can only repeat what I've, the opinion of the Highway Authority all along, that there would be sufficient space within the site to turn the vehicles that would be required to visit the development, and that's our professional opinion, and I think we've been consistent with that.
Councillor Warren.
I was just going to say, I'm not raising any issue with the objection point around massing and loss of amenity. Obviously, the officer's view is that is not a supportable reason for refusal, but it would be not an unreasonable conclusion to be reached.
Thank you, Chair. I actually oppose this. I'm quite happy with this application. There's things for and against it, but I think weighing up, there is a shortage of light industrial space. There's a shortage of offices. And I think the transport issue is a bit of a red herring. As I said before, you can reverse the lorry in there with one hand while drinking a cup of tea. And a proper lorry driver could probably do it with one eye closed as well. So I don't think there's an issue. And I can't support Councillor McPhee, would actually be in favour of this application.
Councillor Halsall.
I'm sharing Councillor Warren's view. I'm not seeing any problems with this application. Highways obviously have confirmed through the tracking that we can get a lorry in there. I do appreciate Mr Beaver's point, but that is a private issue and the council shouldn't be getting involved in private matters relating to covenants. The building itself, I don't feel is of any significant bulk, or I wouldn't consider it to be an overdevelopment either. It is an industrial site, a strategic industrial site. We should be encouraging the efficient use of land, certainly to provide employment opportunities. The loss of the B2 means that in terms of noise and other amenity issues relating to an industrial use aren't going to exist, so that will be of benefit to the residents who live on the Bath Road. And I feel that there's a sufficient distance between Wessex House and the back of the building, bearing in mind that they share very similar heights. Yeah, I would support an application if a motion was put forward.
Councillor Malloy.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I would tend to agree with Councillor... sorry, yes. But my question is, going back to what the planning officer, not the case officer, but the planning officer here has said about bringing forward reasons for refusal that were not brought forward at the previous meeting, for example, lack of amenity or overdevelopment. Is that, and that would be then interpreted as being unreasonable and could put the council at risk? Can you just clarify that's the case? Because the two things that were, as I understand, I wasn't at the last meeting, but the two things that were, where more information was asked for have been clarified and everyone seems to be happy with that. So is it just because of, if there were other concerns, they should have been listed at the previous planning committee meeting?
Yeah, no, thank you. I think I understand the point. So it's not unreasonable behaviour for you to now object to something that wasn't discussed last time. So the amenity issue, I wasn't at the previous meeting either, so I don't know. I mean, there's obviously it would be slightly frustrating to the applicant to have had the application deferred and then the information provided that was requested and then a new issue be brought up by committee this time, but you're not fettered from doing that. In my view, although I don't agree with an objection on massing or scale, that would not be an unreasonable decision for the committee to make. In respect of the highways matters, based on the evidence that's been provided from the Highways Authority, and I haven't heard any evidence about the harm arising, my view would be that possibly would be unreasonable and put us at risk of costs if that was part of the reason for refusal.
Right, I'm going to go to the vote now. We have a proposal on the table, which is to overturn the officer recommendation and to refuse this application. It's seconded as well. But just before we do that, we have the legal officer wants to speak.
Sorry, just one point of clarification. So the planning manager has explained that some of the reasons put forward in the proposal, in his view, would be difficult to defend at appeal and may expose the council to costs. He's also explained that others, in his view, would not carry that risk. The question I just wanted to ask was, in view of that guidance, had there been an amendment at all by those proposing the motion, or is the motion still proposed in exactly the same terms?
Apologies, could you just say that again? I didn't fully understand.
Sorry. So the original suggested motion was for refusal on a number of grounds. So one of the grounds was on highway safety, and on that basis, the planning manager Chris has suggested he thinks that may be very difficult to defend at appeal, On the other ground relating to scale and massing, he said that although it does not fit with his own and the planning officer's judgment, he does not think it would be unreasonable to refuse on that basis. So the question was, did the proposer of the motion intend to carry forward with both of those reasons for refusal, or to drop the highways reason for refusal on further consideration?
Right, Councillor McPhee, that's a question for you now. Are you willing to take out your comments or what concerned about the manoeuvrability, because we're being advised that as highways have accepted the analysis that vehicles could turn and move, it would be an unreasonable reason to object.
Well, in my notes on this, I have said the swept pass analysis indicated that 2 car spaces would need to be vacated for a 16.5 metre to enter. I think that is correct. So,
well, sorry, all I can say is that we've had advice from the legal officer that if we pursue that, there is a danger, there is a risk, all right, of being exposed to costs. Now, having heard that, do you still wish that to be in your motion?
I'm quite happy for it. If it's more effective with Councillor Jackson's, I'm happy with that.
So is that a yes or a no?
Yes.
It's for you to say?
Yes.
Yeah, so we'll take that out. Right, sorry, you're happy you seconded, so are you happy that's taken out?
Yeah, I mean, we're still going with the overdevelopment and the loss of amenity to Wessex House. Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, so we have a motion on the table to overturn the officer recommendation based on overdevelopment and loss of amenity to Wessex House. So all those in favour of that motion, please show. All those against that motion, please show. Right, that motion is lost. So can we have a new motion? Councillor Warren.
Yeah, can I propose that we accept I move that we accept the officer's recommendations and delegate to permit, if that's the correct wording.
Seconder, Councillor Halsall.
Yeah, I'll second that motion.
Do you want to say anything?
Nothing more to say.
No.
I've already expressed my views.
Okay, we'll go to a vote on that. All those in favour of accepting the officer's recommendation to permit with conditions? Thank you. All those against? That's carried. Thank you very much. So we move on to right, the next item, we're looking at 23/01692/LBA, listed building consent, and 23/01693/FUL, Bloomfield House, Bloomfield Road, Bloomfield Bath. So I now invite the planning officer to present the report. Just to say that we will be taking a vote on those 2 applications separately, because not all considerations in one apply to the other. So, but we're here from the planning officer to present his report.
Good afternoon again, members. So these applications relate to items number 3 and number 4 on the agenda this afternoon. Item number 3 is an application for listed building consent, and item number 4 is an application for planning permission. Both proposals relate to the same development insofar as the application concerns the installation of new driveway entrance gates at Bloomfield House, and planning permission is sought for both the entrance gates and provision of an outbuilding garden room at the site. So the site is Bloomfield House, which is located to the western side of Bloomfield Road in Widcombe and Lincoln Ward. Moorlands Ward is located immediately to the south and west of the site. Englishcombe Lane runs to the south of the site, and Bloomfield Park is located to the north. You can see the development site highlighted with the red line on the site location plan before you. So moving on to an aerial image of the application site, you can see that the main building at the site, Bloomfield House itself, is a 3-storey Grade 2 listed Georgian dwelling. The building is set back from Bloomfield Road behind numbers 134 to 148 Bloomfield Road. It has a driveway providing access located at the eastern side of the site. The house is situated in extensive grounds with several mature trees, and 2 of the trees within the gardens of the site are subject of tree preservation order. So this is an image of the access to the site from Bloomfield Road. You can see the driveway sloping down to Bloomfield House itself. Numbers 134 to 138 Bloomfield Road are located on the right side of that image. This is an image of Bloomfield House itself from the northern side of the house. As you can see, it's surrounded by large garden areas. The house itself has established use as a bed and breakfast, falling within use class C1, hotels, boarding and guest house of the use class order. In 2021, the Council gave permission for listed building consent for internal alterations and relocation of bathrooms and kitchens within the building. And these refurbishment works have been taking place at the site over the last few years. Further to this, the Council has also given planning permission for hard and soft landscaping works surrounding the site, and that permission was given in July 2023. So there is a hard and soft landscaping scheme given planning permission to be implemented at the site. So further to those applications for refurbishment of the bed and breakfast and alterations to the landscaping surrounding the site, the current applications seek planning permission and listed building consent for installation of a set of new driveway gates at the application site. So they'd be located to the front of the site. They'd be set back 3.4 metres from the edge of the pavement on Bloomfield Road. The gates themselves would be between 1.5 metres to 2 metres in height, and they'd be constructed from hardwood timber panels. The gates would be electrically powered and open inwards within the site. The application also seeks planning permission for an outbuilding to be located in the rear garden of the bed and breakfast. This would be positioned level with the western boundary of the site, which would align with the rear garden of number 4 Bloomfield Park, which is the neighbouring dwelling to the north of the site. The outbuilding itself would be 11 metres wide by 4 metres in depth, and it would be 2.5 metres in height with a flat roof. So turning to some plans of the development, you can see where the electric entrance gates would be located to the front of the site. They're highlighted in red on the top drawing. And the elevation drawing shows the proposed design of the timber entrance gates. Turning to plans of the proposed garden outbuilding, you can see the location of the garden outbuilding located in the top left-hand side of the image before is highlighted red. It'd be level with the boundary. These are elevations of the proposed outbuilding and a plan as well. You can see that the central part of the outbuilding would be a sort of the main garden room that's proposed that would include glazed walls. The roof would extend to either side, creating sort of canopy-covered outdoor spaces. The garden building would be constructed with timber cladding on the exterior, and the roof would be planted with sedum as a green roof. The building would be used for outdoor recreational purposes associated with accommodating guests of the bed and breakfast operating at the site. The planning application has received a total of 33 responses from neighbours. These have included 27 objections and 6 general comments. The application was referred to Planning Committee by Councillor Jess David of the adjacent Moorlands ward, and representations were also submitted by Councillor Deborah Collins of Widcombe and Lincoln ward. The key concerns raised by neighbours concern potential for noise and light pollution emanating from the garden building, the potential for use of the garden building for accommodating large gatherings, generating potential antisocial behaviour. Concerns have also been raised in relation to potential loss of privacy through overlooking of neighbouring gardens, potential harm to adjacent trees, the potential impact to the stability of the adjacent garden boundary wall, and also in relation to the potential future change of use of Bloomfield House itself to become a short-term let property or Airbnb property. Turning to the officer's assessment of the application, the Council's Conservation Officer has been consulted and they have confirmed that they find no concerns in relation to the development proposed. They find the appearance of the proposed driveway gates would be acceptable and the proposals have been amended to accord with their feedback. The development is considered to preserve the overall appearance and character of the conservation area and the World Heritage sites, which apply to the site. Officers consider that the impacts to the living conditions and amenity of neighbours would be acceptable. This is based on officers finding that the outbuilding and decking that are proposed are of moderate scale and would be comparable to development that could be built at adjacent sites without requiring planning permission under householder permitted development rights. The garden area at the bed and breakfast is an existing garden area and it has no planning restrictions over how it can be used. The Council holds no record of complaints in relation to use of the existing garden area by the bed and breakfast, and the proposed outbuilding and decking area are not found to significantly change the nature of how the existing character garden area can be used. Further to this, if noise issues were to arise at a later date, they could be reported to the Council's Environmental Protection Team and could be dealt with under that process. Therefore, officers find that the impact to neighbouring amenity would be acceptable. Further to that, the arboricultural officer finds that the outbuilding can be constructed in a manner which would preserve the health of adjacent trees. It's proposed that the decking area would be built around the hawthorn tree, which is nearest to the outbuilding. Protective fencing and ground protection boards are proposed to be installed around the root protection areas of adjacent trees. And the outbuilding itself will use screw pile foundations, which can be adjusted under the oversight of the project arborist to ensure that the roots of adjacent trees are avoided. So overall, the officer's finding is that both applications comply with the local plan, and there are no material considerations identified that would warrant the refusal of either application. The recommendation to the Planning Committee is therefore that the planning application is permitted and the listed building consent application is consented. That concludes the officer presentation for this item. Happy to take any questions.
Yeah, right. Thank you for your report. Right, we now move on to statements from public speakers and ward councillors. Could I ask Graham Oak and/or James Leyland to come forward, and you have 3 minutes when you're ready, and you're objecting to the proposal. Can I just be clear? Which are you? Are you Graham Oak or James Leyland? That's working now.
James Leyland.
Thank you.
Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. The statement represents the response and objections of the residents of Bloomfield Park. The first concern is regarding size. So within the planning report, it's been variously described as of moderate size and small scale. Our understanding is the total area is 66 metres squared, which, given the average floor area of a terraced house is 86 metres squared, we don't think that the garden room can be considered modest or small, and this space could easily be used to accommodate a gathering of 30 or more people. Concern 2 is its intended use. The garden room is described as adjacent to an outdoor kitchen and dining area, and we understand that to mean an outdoor living space, which can be used for frequent social gatherings. Moving on to the objections, the hotel sits in a quiet residential area, and we believe that the introduction of the garden room will have a significant impact on this. So we're really focused on the significant loss of amenity and quiet enjoyment of our homes due to the noise and disruption should this go ahead. The garden room borders several properties affecting both elderly couples and young families. And my own property, the bedrooms itself are as close as 20 metres away from the proposed site. The case officer's report asserts that there's no evidence that the proposed garden room will result in unacceptable noise and won't harm the amenity of the neighbours. However, there's been no available evidence to support this opinion. We have audio evidence to the contrary that we have not been allowed to play today, which demonstrates that surrounding walls, trees and landscaping absolutely does not mitigate noise, and also shows the level of noise that's possible and also how far it can travel in every direction in this small and contained quiet area. The evidence was collected during a party held at the property on the 8th of July this year, and we have a number of audio recordings taken at different times and locations up to 60 metres away from the proposed site. Number 1, Bloomfield Park, measured and recorded average noise at 78 decibels with a peak of 88 decibels at 10 p.m. in the evening, which can be compared to being close to heavy traffic and obviously way above any acceptable levels, and further shows how easily noise travels across small gardens and in between buildings, and that the walls, trees and landscaping have no real mitigating effect. We'll be happy to make these audio recordings available to the Planning Committee if required. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and well done for keeping to time. Right, we now have Roger Parsons, please, to come forward, and you're going to speak for 3 minutes supporting the application when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My wife and I purchased a Bloomfield house in September 21 and have poured our sweat, blood and tears into restoring this fabulous property over the last couple of years. It is, as stated, hotel stroke B&B. We need the gates to provide security. A building of this nature has windows, very, very similar to this, which are very, very difficult to secure. We also need the gates just to be able to close up at night and stop any randomers walking in, which they often do. The garden room is small. It's, as shown on the diagram, the actual room itself is a small proportion of the overall width of the building. The width of the building is slightly larger to accommodate some overhangs where people can sit under, and for a barbecue, which people are describing as an outdoor kitchen. It's just simply a barbecue. The use of the room, it's just for guests to basically be able to sit out in the garden when it's raining, read a book, do some yoga in the room. The room's barely big enough to get a three-seater sofa and a few yoga mats, so it's been overstated. In terms of the noise, I don't see that this is going to generate any more noise than having a table and a few chairs in the garden that people sit at. It's not the building itself doesn't generate noise, it's the people that use it that might generate some noise. But, we're quite right to have people sat in the garden talking and reading books and doing whatever else they want to do there, just as all our neighbours are right to do. With regard to the party that was mentioned, that was a one-off party. We circulated a note to all the neighbours and actually invited everybody as well. It was my daughter's wedding. It's one-off. It's not going to happen again. It was all licensed by the council in terms of noise level and everything, so that's all fine. I'm really surprised somebody's written a leaflet and distributed it around all the neighbours to whip up a frenzy because they've said that it's I quote, a party house, a Airbnb, and a stag and hen do location. We've spent absolute millions on restoring this property and furnished it to a very, very high standard. The last thing we're going to do is Airbnb it and allow people to hold parties and hen do's and stag do's there. It's ridiculous to even contemplate that. This is a high-end B&B stroke hotel. We're not going to hold parties and we're not going to have people disrespecting the neighbourhood. In terms of noise, travel and overlooking, we can't do anything about the height of the ground. The building is backing onto a stone wall which is of an equal height. To the left, it's our garden. To the right, there's a hedge. It doesn't overlook anybody. The front of the building looks at the hotel, so the light spill is to the hotel and back again. I think all the concerns are unfounded, really, and they've just whipped themselves up into a frenzy over nothing. It's not Airbnb. It's not stag and hen do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr Parsons. Right. Could both councillors, Deborah Collins and Jess David, come forward now and occupy the two seats, and then you can go from one to the other without any break. You are the ward members, the ward councillors, and you have 5 minutes each. So when you're ready, who's going to go first? Councillor Collins, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Councillor Collins. I'm one of the ward councillors. I'm making this statement on behalf of myself and Councillor Alison Bourne. Our original comments are in the report to the committee, and we note the arboricultural officer is now content with the plans, so our comments concentrate on the amenity to neighbours. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now? Sorry about that. So much of the neighbours' concern does relate to the proposed future use of the house. And as the officer said, the report makes it clear that the current use is as a hotel B&B. We would be grateful for clarity as to whether that prevents the letting of the whole house to groups for special events, which would clearly lead to more noisy use of the garden through this development. Taking the application with its current use, however, residents still have concerns about the development. The officer's report describes the garden room as of a moderate scale and considers there's no evidence that it will lead to unacceptable noise and disturbance. It also states there will be protection under the Environmental Protection Act from noise and disturbance. I'll take these points in order. First, looking at the scale of the garden room. This is a combined garden room which takes up half the space of the development, a changing room for the hot tub, and built space to house the outdoor kitchen. The total length of the development is 11 metres, and the changing room / hot tub are at the boundary of the garden corner, which looks down onto neighbouring houses on Bloomfield Road, creating an open outdoor space at that end. We note that the officer advises that neither the hot tub nor the kitchen equipment require planning permission, but the building, which does, supports both these uses. Indeed, without the building housing the outdoor kitchen, it would presumably not deliver the use that the applicant intends. The total built garden development has a footprint the size of a small family house and takes up almost half the boundary wall of the garden, so to us it seems relatively large. Second, looking at the possibility of unacceptable noise and disturbance, this garden development is clearly supporting increased outdoor use of the garden, and that use is intended to be social for large groups of people. Residents have noted that even one night of outdoor use recently has created a large amount of noise and disturbance for neighbours. The aerial photograph doesn't make it very clear, but the houses on Bloomfield Park are well below the level of Bloomfield House. So any noise emanating from Bloomfield House will be more obtrusive in the back bedrooms of those houses, which is particularly disturbing for young families. Third, my understanding is that the protections offered by the Environmental Protection Act, now that licensing of music has been largely deregulated, do not prevent outdoor music up to 11 o'clock at night. While that regime will offer some protection for very late-night parties, we do not think that increasing the use of the garden for noisy events up until 11 o'clock at night is suitable in a quiet residential area. For these reasons, we consider there's a high risk that the development taken as a whole will lead to unacceptable levels of noise and disturbance in a residential area, and we ask the committee to refuse the application for the room. I should state we have no issues with the gates.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and also for allowing the time in today's session for this application. As set out in the officer's report, I received, as Ward Councillor for Moorlands, a number of representations from local residents of Bloomfield Park about this application. A key issue was the negative impact of noise and disturbance from the proposed garden room. The application proposes a significant additional living space in the garden of the property, which, as Deborah has just said, is directly behind several gardens of residents on Bloomfield Park. This is intended as an entertaining and leisure space with the provision of a hot tub and some outdoor cooking facilities as well as seating space, and the footprint of the proposed garden room and decking is over 60 metres square, which is a large space, not including the outside dining areas, which I understand are not considered to be planning issues. As noted in the report, strong neighbourhood objections have been received to the proposal concerning the potential change of use of the property to allow for regular short-term holiday lets. Although a change of use is not part of this application, I hope the committee will understand the concern of local residents about the likely increase in noise from these outdoor facilities associated with a 10-bedroom commercial property. The existing lawful use of the building is as a bed and breakfast premises under C1 use class. I would like the committee to look at whether this proposal strikes an acceptable balance between the commercial aspirations of the owners, whatever their plans for this property are, and also the amenity of the local neighbours. As others have said, this is a quiet residential area with no other noise in the evening apart from the occasional traffic, passing vehicles and birds. Councillor Collins and I visited one of the properties at the rear of Bloomfield House recently, and we stood in the garden and we could see clearly the impact of the proposed garden room, which will be set along the boundary wall directly behind and above their gardens. I think, like all neighbours, they expect some noise and signs of life from next door, but there is a balance to be struck between the use of this space and its impact on others, including the elderly and those with young families. Policy D6 states that development must not cause significant harm to the amenities of existing or proposed occupiers of other premises by reasons of loss of light, increased noise, smell, overlooking, or other disturbance. I think there are reasonable concerns from neighbours about an unacceptable level of noise and disturbance related to the garden room, which will serve this 10-bedroom commercial property and potentially accommodate 20 people. So I'd welcome the committee's consideration of the likely disturbance and how this could be better addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to both of you. And just to be clear, Councillor Jess David was Ward Councillor for an adjacent ward. Right. We now move on to questions to the case officer. So who would like to go first? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. So a couple of questions, if I may. First of all, as a business that's a C1 use, does that permit us, if we wanted to put in a restriction on hours of use of the outdoor space?
So any restriction would need to apply to the development that's proposed. So it would need to either relate to the gates or the outbuilding that are the proposed development. The applications don't concern the use of the wider bed and breakfast, so we couldn't restrict that in any way.
Okay, thank you. And could we have some clarification on the size of this building? We've heard everything from a 66 square metre building to a building not big enough to get, only just big enough to get a three-piece suite into. So could we clarify how much actual space this is?
So the measurements which I'd taken from the plans that have been submitted aligned with the measurements provided by Councillor Collins, and they were 11 metres in width by 4 metres in depth, and I think that would give a rough area of around 44 square metres. So I'm not sure where the 66 square metre figure has come from, but I would suggest, based on my measurements, that might be inaccurate, or it might relate to the decking area that's also proposed.
Sorry, so is that including the decking area, or?
Yes, I've got the plans open in front of me. The building with the decking area is 6 metres by 11 metres, so that would be 66 square metres. But obviously, the building itself, the actual inside of the building, is closer to the 4 metres by 11 metres as put out by the case officer, albeit actually parts of it's a sort of a T-shaped building, and the wings are slightly smaller still than that, so it's not quite 44 square metres, I would suggest.
Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Chair. I wondered if we could see the picture of the gates again, because, I mean, I've been up and down this road umpteen times, especially on the bus, and I've never noticed this house, so that tells you something about how far back it is from the road. But I think I'm right, yes, that with the gates in place, you're not going to be able to see anything of the house at all. Is that correct? And how high are the gates? And we did refuse gates like that attached to a listed building in Bath Haven, but of course that's a very different context, being a rural one. So will you still be able to see the house when the gates are in place? That's what I want to know.
So the gates are a maximum height of 2 metres in the centre of the gates. So they rise to 2 metres in the middle, but reduce to 1.5 metres in height at either side. So you can see the existing wall piers ending on either side of the driveway. And then if we compare that to the elevations that are shown, you could see that the maximum height is level with the right-hand side pier. So if we go back to the image, that would be level with the gate pier on the right side next to the adjacent property. So you will still be able to see Bloomfield House from Bloomfield Road following the installation of the gates.
Second question is it important or significant that this has got a sedum roof and doesn't look anything remotely like a 19th century garden house?
So the Conservation Officer has not objected to the proposed garden building. It clearly doesn't mimic the architecture of the Georgian property, but quite often that's found to be a successful approach for maintaining a sort of subservient and ancillary character as a garden building, which is clearly not part of the original development. The officer's assessment is that the proposals would not harm the assessing of the listed building or the character and appearance of the conservation area.
Councillor Warren.
Thank you, Chair. So can we just have one more look at the proposed drawings for the building? Because I was quite au fait, but now I haven't got a clue when you described it. And have you got the measurements on that one? So I think originally I saw there's 11 metres by 2.8 or something like that, isn't it? So, and then I'm not sure, is it just the piece in the middle that's the room? So the actual room is not very big at all, is it, I don't think?
That's correct. So the area in the very centre, where the roof projects over the front, that is the room itself. So the room is a kind of small rectangle in the middle, and then the roof overhangs 2 outdoor areas to either side of the building, and the decking is the rest of the structure.
Thank you.
Councillor Hodge.
My question is the same as similar to Councillor Hughes. I just want to check I understood correctly. We can't think of the garden room as an extension of the business. If the main house is operating as a business, can the garden room be considered to be operating as a business and have constraints on hours of operation?
So if members wish to apply conditions to this application, they would relate only to the development that's proposed, which is the outbuilding and the gates, no conditions would apply to use of the bed and breakfast itself or the wider sort of garden area. It would only relate to the development, which is the outbuilding, the decking, what's shown on the screen before you.
So we could agree for hours of use of that building, say to 10 o'clock at night or something like that?
I think you could feasibly use such condition that the development needed to cease use at a particular time. That's not been included in the recommendation, mostly because the existing garden area can be used unrestricted. So guests of the bed and breakfast could use the garden without any timing restriction at the current time. So that's quite similar. It would need to be the case that members saw that this development would introduce a use that was different to the existing use to justify applying such a condition to the permission.
Okay. Just a second question. Is there any overlooking of the properties to the, I think, is northeast lower? I wasn't quite sure of the area, but is the, if guests were sitting on the terrace in the hot tub, is there any visual line to other properties?
Right. Because of the noise outside, I actually can't hear. I was going to wait for a break, but we're going to shut those windows now, and if we can, and then perhaps we will carry straight on. So
Yeah. I'll just repeat that question. Is there any sight line overlooking, if people are sitting in the hot tubs on the terrace, to any other residential properties?
So the outbuilding would be positioned against the boundary with its rear facing the boundary. So effectively the proposed building would screen views to the rear of the site. So there'd be no overlooking rearwards towards neighbouring properties.
Forwards across so it's a garden in front of it, isn't it? But it doesn't drop away. There's no overlooking in any other direction.
No. So officers don't find that overlooking would cause harm to amenity.
Councillor Gurley.
I think that sort of more or less answers my question. I was going to ask, how high is the wall? And if this building backs onto it and people are looking the other way towards the house, then there is, I think the officer has just said there's no overlooking. But I mean, how tall is the wall? Taller than the building or less tall than the building?
I don't actually know the exact height of the existing wall, but the height of the proposed building is 2.5 metres. So that is considered sufficient to obscure any overlooking rearwards from the decking.
Right. I think we now need to move to the debate. I think a motion early would help to focus our minds and take us forward. So who would like to speak first? So Councillor Jackson.
Well, I've been thinking about this one for quite a long time. It's a beautiful house. I think these gates are horrible. But in this day and age, they are probably a necessity. I think we need to focus our minds on the bricks and mortar and not on its possible future uses, which after all, it could be sold and be a home for dementia patients, or it could be a superior HMO for professionals. I do think the garden house looks a bit more like an office than a sort of recreational space. Noise, I presume, would be controlled by environmental protection or by licensing, so it's not really within our remit. And all things considered, all the disadvantages weighed up, and you know, what is the improvement that you will get against the fact it won't be a beautiful Georgian wrought iron gate, I'm inclined to move the officer's recommendation.
Do we have a seconder for that motion to accept the officer recommendation? Councillor Warren.
Yeah, happy to, Chair. I think they're rather nice gates, actually, so I don't agree with you there, Councillor Jackson. Looking at it, I think everything's covered. I think there were issues with the wedding that was there, but hopefully there'll only be one wedding. And I think in today's day and age we should encourage business because it's difficult at the moment. So I'm very happy to second the recommendation.
Right, Councillor Halsall.
Okay, thank you. So the premises, the house and the curtilage of the building is C1, so it's a business, it's a hotel. So whilst it has already been suggested that the garden can be used as it currently is, and we've heard about the recent wedding party. The question is whether the building will make that part of the curtilage even more attractive for use, and whether that is actually inherently going to create amenity issues. So I'm wavering on this one a little bit, but I do wonder that, obviously now a motion has been put forward and seconded, whether we could consider putting on that condition, if it is going to be approved, to stop it being used after 10 p.m, 7 days a week.
Right. Just to say that I support your point of view. I share that view. I would agree with the officer recommendation, but add the condition that there is it can only be used up to a certain time. I was going to propose 11 o'clock. You said 10 o'clock, so I'll go with 10 o'clock. So that may be an amendment to the proposal. Anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Hodge.
Yes, I agree with Councillor Halsall. Can I pronounce it correctly? I feel this is it's a business, C1 house, guest house. I feel this is an extension of the business, and I could only support this application with this condition, and I would prefer it to be 10 o'clock for use.
Anybody else wish to speak, or shall we take a vote? Councillor Malloy.
So first of all, which one are we going to be voting on? Because I thought we were going to take them separately. We are.
Right.
And then I have a comment.
Yes, just clarify. One point first is the proposer and seconder will have to agree to that change in the first instance. And then, yes, we will need to be very clear which of the items we are voting on first, because there will need to be two votes. Item 3, which is, I assume, the first vote we're going to take, is for the listed building consent. Usually we have these the other way round, but unfortunately the agenda has put the listed building consent first. That only relates to the gates, so I would suggest that the condition is not relevant to that permission. And item 4 is the application, the planning permission application for the gates and the garden house. And if the proposer is going to accept that condition, it would apply to that one. But
may I?
Okay.
Sorry, so thank you for that. So my thought is about the proposed garden outbuilding and the fact that it is within the curtilage of a listed building, isn't it? It's a grade 2 listed building, and so I have my reservations about that. I don't have any particular. I will be supportive of the gate. So on that one, but with the other one, the full one, there are the two parts, aren't there? So we can't turn down one part and the other. It's all or nothing, isn't it? Correct? Thanks.
Right. Councillor Hodge.
Sorry, just one reflection. I prefer a condition that everyone feels comfortable with, so it could be flexible on the time of the condition. You know, if it was more likely to stand with a slightly later time, then I really would like to see a noise and use condition on there.
Councillor Warren.
Yeah, I can't see much point in this, the timing, because you're inside the house there, which presumably is fairly soundproof. Come at 10 or 11 o'clock, you have to come out of that, so you're there in the garden, which you can be using the garden until 3 o'clock in the morning. So I can't, in some ways I think it has a detrimental effect.
Councillor Jackson.
And I'm not clear what exactly we are restricting either. I mean, if somebody is sitting in the garden house writing a poem to their beloved and looking at the moon rising over Bath, I can't see that harms anybody or you could possibly object to it. If we're talking about restrictions on weddings, gatherings, parties, alcohol consumption, that comes under licensing or environmental protection. I'm sorry, I just can't see the point of this condition. And I think my seconder agrees with it, that you just can't restrict people's freedoms like that. If they're causing a lot of noise and having a drunken orgy, then somebody will just have to call the police and hope the security gates are open and the police can get in. I'm sorry, I don't accept this condition because it's not the responsibility of this committee to impose that.
This area, this part, is called a debate, and so it means, there's arguments to and fro. I'm actually now convinced by what you have just said and what Councillor Warren have said, and I will withdraw my sort of support for a condition on hours. I can see that it might be unworkable or certainly, or maybe not even necessary. However, somebody else can propose that if they wish.
Well, I'm sticking with the officer's recommendation for both the application 3 and application 4.
It's got a little bit confused because I think we're a bit tired as well and need a break. We have a motion on the table already, and can we just somebody remind me who proposed it and what it was? Councillor Jackson. That was your proposal.
My proposal, just to save time, is that we accept the officer's recommendations. We vote separately, but I'm proposing that we accept both.
Yeah. And seconded.
Councillor Warren.
I'm very happy to second
Councillor Warren. Yeah. Okay. I think we'll go to a vote now. Can I just take some advice as to which one we should take first?
We'll do the listed building first. That's item 3. So that is just in relation to the gates.
Okay. All those in favour, please show. All those against? All right, that's passed. The second vote is for the full application and including the garden outbuilding. All those in favour, please show. All those against? Any abstentions? So that was carried. Both those carried. Officer recommendations accepted. Okay, we're going to take a break there. 5 minutes, and I want us to be back in action within 10. If you can find a hot drink.
Include the proposed solar panels on the roofs. So this is the entrance, and this is the barn conversion, and these 4 are the new dwellings. And this is the entrance off of the road. Again, barn conversion here, plot 2 here, plot 3. And this is plots 3 and 4 with the frontage onto the courtyard area and the rear of these 2 properties as well. So, as discussed within the committee report, the application has been presented following the approval of a Class Q prior approval application for the conversion of the existing barns on site. This application was approved in February 22 and was to create 5 dwellings. This is an extant consent which could be implemented. For comparison with the scheme proposed today, I will run through what was approved as part of that prior approval application. So here we have the approved site location plan. So this was Barn C, which I showed previously, which is the largest, which is the biggest collection of barns. And then here we have the Barn A to the north, which is still proposed to be converted as part of the current application. This is Plot A, or Plot 1, which is the conversion. Here you can see that there is not a first floor extension. Plot B. And then we move to the biggest part of the barn conversion. This is Barn C, as referred to earlier. And then we have some floor plans of Barn C in its entirety, which would create 3 separate dwellings, 3 beds and a 2-bed. And here we just have some site photos. So, stood on the road, this is the barn to be converted as part of this application, with the access which would run here. And then just stood further down the road, this is Barn C, the largest barn, and this is where Plot 5 would be positioned with its access in the same location. So this is taken from Lower Road, looking towards the site. Behind this tree is where that barn is to be converted. And then the rest of the site sits more towards the left of that image behind the house. And on the right, we have the barn to be converted here. This is the main access to the site. All these on the right would be demolished. And again, barn conversion on the left. And then this is stood looking towards the gate with the barn conversion on the right. This is looking from north to south towards the large collection of barns. Barn B is this one, and then Barn C is set behind. And then so this is stood where Plot 5 would be positioned, looking towards the barn that would be converted. So I'll start with the bottom one first. So this is the boundary of the site, the northern boundary. And just behind you can see the relationship with the existing dwellings. And then just turning eastwards, these are the barns that would also be demolished and the siting of Plots 3 and 4. And again, Barn C, which was referred to. And then this is looking from the west towards the site. This is the barn to be converted, and then the rest of the buildings currently on site. So officer recommendation is to delegate to permit, subject to the period of advertisement of the departure expiring without any substantive new issues arising. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Right, if David Duckett, Chair of Hinton Blewett Parish Council, could come forward, and you're speaking for 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you for...
Sorry, it's actually gone off now. If you turn it on again. Yeah, it should be fine. Okay. Yeah, that's good.
Thank you. Our objection is to the precedent that we feel agreeing to this would create. For those of you unfamiliar with Hinton Blewett, it is a non-sustainable settlement. There are very few of us there. We have a pub and absolutely nothing else. There's no buses, no shops, schools, anything at all. This site was originally granted permission for the development of redundant farm buildings, something as a parish council we encourage. We want to see a farmer's liability turned into something that would be better to look at and an asset to the farmer. And we were quite pleased to support this particular application when it first came on. What is concerning us about this particular application is that they are not developing, with the exception of one, they are not developing the existing barns. They're not even developing the barns in the same position or even the same size and shape of where they are. So it's effectively a new development. Was a a developer to ask for permission to build 5 new houses outside the building boundary, it's unlikely it would be granted. The concern we have that this is being used just as a loophole to develop a more profitable industrial site for people to live there. We're also slightly concerned about the case officer's report on transport. There is all going to be large houses, and the view that she's taken that movements off the site will be taken as a family clearly shows a little understanding of rural dwelling and a little bit of understanding of having a family. A pulse draw of all the houses in Hinton Blewett, which doesn't take long, there isn't many. Every one of them that has more than one adult living there that can drive has at least 2 cars. Some have 3 and 4 cars. Not because we like having cars, but if you want to go anywhere, you have to have a car. We're 2 miles from the nearest bus route, so having cars is absolutely essential. In the morning, there's a bomb burst of children going off in different directions to different schools. Most go by school bus, but quite a few are taken by private car. So the idea that this development would not create extra traffic in the village is mistaken at best. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being so efficient with the time. Rebecca Morgan, if you could come forward, agent, and you're speaking in support.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to speak today, speaking obviously on behalf of the applicant. So, as we know, the Parish Council and the Ward Council have both objected as a matter of principle on the basis of the location outside the settlement boundary, where housing would be inconsistent with the adopted spatial strategy. However, in this case, the site has an extant prior approval to deliver 5 dwellings with a similar number of bedrooms to the application through the conversion of the existing farm buildings, and this has established the principle of housing in this location. As identified in the committee report, the prior approval is a genuine fallback position, which is material consideration of significant weight in the planning balance. It's got 2 years left to run until it expires, and if this application is not approved, there is no reason why the extant permission wouldn't be delivered. Objectors have raised concerns about precedent. However, there isn't a precedence in planning, and this is a matter repeatedly identified by inspectors in appeal decisions. This application is only acceptable in principle because it follows an extant prior approval for a residential conversion for the same number of dwellings, and there's no increasing floor space. In fact, there's a decrease, particularly if you bear in mind that the building or the barn in the eastern part of the site was to be retained as part of the prior approval, and that could be used for agricultural purposes along with the converted dwellings if the prior approval was implemented. As identified in the committee report, if the current application represented a less favourable option for the delivery of housing, the fallback position would be given less weight, and this application couldn't be supported as a policy departure. Officers have identified that this application would deliver a better housing scheme than the extant permission in design and landscape terms, and this weighs positively in the planning balance. There are also some important environmental benefits with the scheme which are not relevant to the prior approval. The delivery of almost 16% biodiversity net gain is a significant benefit, bearing in mind the local plan partial update only requires a gain for minor development, and the 10% national requirement is not yet in force. This should be given significant weight in view of the district's ecological emergency. Just to reiterate, there's no requirement for the prior approval to deliver biodiversity net gain. The sustainable design and construction credentials of the scheme, which meet current policy requirements, are also a benefit in view of the district's climate emergency. Again, no requirement for the prior approval to meet policy requirements. The increase in the number of bedrooms across the site from 16 to 18 is negligible and would not result in any demonstrable impacts in highway safety or transportation when compared with the fallback position. And in fact, with the retention of the barns to the east of the site, the scheme would generate less, and this is identified in the transport officer response, would generate less vehicular movements than reuse for agricultural purposes and with the housing conversion. Officers have identified that this scheme accords with adopted planning policy, and this weighs positively in the planning balance, with the exception of the spatial strategy, for which there are strong material considerations which justify a policy departure.
Speech to a close, please.
Yeah, that's it now. So I was just going to say I canvass you for your support today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Councillor David Wood, who is the ward member who has 5 minutes to speak.
Good afternoon, committee. I'm addressing you today fundamentally because of an issue of fairness and fair play in the planning system. This is the first time in nearly 5 years that I've ever had to address planning committee. Hintonbleu is a relatively remote village in the Chew Valley with only single track lanes and no buses for some miles around this development. It is not a village that's likely to attract any housing allocation in its own right, and it's one where the council, for example, has some difficulty in commissioning home-to-school transport services. However, the conversion of agricultural barns to residential is well established, both in national and in local planning rules. There are many agricultural buildings that are not useful to modern farming and are physically established parts of the landscape, and these can benefit from an alternative use, especially where those existing structures are retained and sensitively developed. So when the original planning application came forward to convert these barns into residential, it was approved and did not need to come to planning committee. It was quite a simple case, and it actually attracted local support, as the chair of the parish council just mentioned. However, if that first planning application had come forward wanting to demolish various barns and build brand new houses from scratch, I cannot imagine it would have been recommended for approval. By securing permission to redevelop the existing barns and using this as a basis to resubmit a very different application strikes me as simply not aligning with natural justice. The application before you seeks to demolish barns that are an established part of the landscape and build from scratch houses that are actually in different locations to those barns, and in some cases are taller than what is there presently. I am troubled by page 20 of the Drainage Strategy Technical Note that states that plot 3 and 4 will require further height raising in order to provide suitable drainage and raise the houses even higher. The case officer does make the fair point that that raising is not substantial. However, I draw attention that in the nearby village of East Harptree, planning permission was given in similar circumstances nearly 10 years ago, and only this year came to resolution due to the need to raise houses higher and higher because of that drainage issue. And that's caused a great deal of distress locally, as well as delays to building the properties. But in summary, my issue is a simple one of fair play. Do we want to establish a route in planning to inappropriate development by allowing permission for the very specific circumstances and very specific rationale of an existing barn conversion, and then allowing that to act as a basis for demolition instead, and houses being built in different locations to those barns and at a higher level to what is there currently? I would therefore recommend to the Planning Committee to stand up for natural justice and for fair play within the planning system and reject this application. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Right, we now move to questions to the case officer. If I can ask the very first question, which is the fundamental question, and it's the reason why Councillor Halsall and I brought this case to the committee. We know there is a policy to support conversions of barns into dwellings, but any barn could be demolished and replaced by something better, but that surely is not national policy planning guidance. So can you help us with that? Because there does seem to be, to me, a fundamental question that needs to be answered.
Yep, so there are tests for a fallback position. So obviously there is an extant prior approval consent at this site for the same amount of development in terms of 5 dwellings. So in terms of the tests, the applicant should be able to lawfully have the ability to undertake the fallback development. In this case, officers consider that to be the case, given that there is a extant consent. The next test is that there is a real prospect that it could be undertaken. A possibility would suffice for this test. And then, when considering what weight to give to the fallback position, an assessment of the degree of probability occurring should be given, and a comparison between the fallback position and the proposed should be made. Should the proposed scheme be assessed to be better than the fallback, more weight would be given to that consideration. If the proposed scheme were to be similar or the same or worse than the fallback, then it would very likely be that there would be a different recommendation here. Officers consider that the scheme is better than the prior approval scheme, and that is given significant weight. And the reasons for that are design, landscape, BNG provision, and sustainable construction policies as well. There are policies for barn conversions under the local plan, and that is what the conversion for Plot 1 is assessed under. However, what is proposed here today is the demolition and construction of the 4 other dwellings, and that is when we give consideration to the fallback.
Okay, thank you. Right, questions? Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Chair. Am I right in understanding, both from my own observation and from what the councillor said, that there is no school, no shop, no church, no community building, and presumably no nursery or childcare for younger children in Hinton Blewett, and that it's therefore, by NPPF standards, a completely unsustainable location?
So correct, Hinton Blewett has a very limited amount of services, if any. I will go back to the plan which shows the relationship with the housing development boundary. Within the housing development boundary, applications for residential development are acceptable in principle in this location. So just to show the relationship to that boundary, and also the residential use of the site was granted under prior approval. So the use of that site is essentially established.
Councillor Halsall.
So just to be clear for the purposes of the committee, the prior approval was granted based upon statutory instruments. Does the council did the local authority have any ability to impose conditions on the prior approval, or is that something that's set nationally by government? And just a second point, obviously with this application, we have got the ability to impose conditions, so we can discuss that in the debate. Are barn conversions under prior approval liable for SIL, as this would be?
Thank you. So conditions can be imposed on prior approval applications. I don't have the conditions in front of me for the previous prior approval that was consented, and I will defer for the SIL question.
Yes, so just on the conditions points, those conditions can only cover the matters which are listed as prior approval matters in the legislation, so they can't cover things like sustainable construction or by BNG. On the SIL question, yes, my understanding is it would be liable for SIL if it's over the threshold sizes. I'll defer to the legal officer if he wants to correct me.
I would only add on SIL, the rules are quite detailed. I'm not sure whether or not this would be covered by an exemption, which would mean no SIL was payable. For example, there is an exemption in relation to in-use buildings, and the rules around that are quite complicated. So I couldn't say today to the committee whether or not SIL would be payable on this site.
To clarify, your question was about the prior approval application, whether that was SIL liable. That is quite complicated. In respect of this scheme, they would get a credit for the conversion building, but the new build buildings would likely be liable, but then there may be some offset from the buildings they're demolishing as well.
Councillor Jackson.
Sorry. Is there a neighbourhood plan covering this area? And if so, what does it say about this kind of development?
I believe there is a neighbourhood plan, which I have referenced. If I can find it in my report. Maybe. Sorry, forgive me. There is not a neighbourhood plan, sorry, no.
Councillor Warren.
There is actually a placemaking plan, not a neighbourhood plan. The placemaking plan, I believe, holds even more strength. I know there's a placemaking. I was part of it for about 2 years doing it.
Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, I'm just trying to establish if there is any community benefit at all to this development. I mean, are they offering any social affordable or housing for farm workers in this development?
They are not, that is not part of the proposal, no.
Can I ask a question of the planning officer, maybe the legal officer? Sometimes a committee or a jury has to come to a decision because of the law or the policy, even though they might feel uncomfortable about it and not necessarily, think it's fair. If we overturn the officer recommendation because we feel that we shouldn't demolish barns to then build new houses in this remote location, would we be regarded as being unreasonable and be faced possibly under an appeal with costs, in your opinion?
Thank you, Chair. As the case officer's report and her presentation sets out, officers accept this is a departure from the development plan, and as the test for any planning decision is, it's got to be in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. In this case, there is a very significant material consideration which you should take account of, which is the fallback position of the prior approval. The case officer has set out her reasoning why she feels that is holds sufficient weight because it is a better scheme in terms of its design, landscape, BNG benefits, the sustainable construction benefits, to the scheme that could be built in any case. And that, in this case, almost a pragmatic decision. It's better to have a scheme that includes all of those things than one that doesn't. It is open to the committee to give that fallback position less weight if you don't agree that the proposed scheme is better than the approved scheme, or that you feel that more weight should be given to the fact that the prior approval involved the reuse of more buildings, whereas this is a combination of reuse and new build. So that would be open to you. That wouldn't be, in my view, unreasonable.
Councillor Malloy.
Thank you. So first I have a question, just because I never get my head around all of these abbreviations. So AD, this is the previous one that has been approved, and the code on the end is ADCOU. Could you tell me what that stands for, first of all?
So that is just the code for agricultural change of use.
Okay, all right, but so thank you. So that has been approved, and in principle, they have permission to build 5 dwellings on that space. Is that right?
Correct.
So do we have any? So if this current application is not approved, they have every right to go back to the previous one and build, but we don't know whether they will or not, do we? They might come back with another application, or is there any surety about that? What's the likelihood that they would go back to that previous application if we refuse this one?
So that consent is extant and they can build that out if they wish. Officers consider that there is a legitimate possibility that that is the case, given that it is extant and there's no real reason to consider that they may not. But officers members may come to a different conclusion about what weight to give that.
Sorry, Councillor Jackson.
I'm sorry, I've always thought that you should judge each planning application on its own merits. There are merits and demerits on what's on the table before us, and I can see both sides of the argument. And then we've got this prior consent, which is really, I think, in a different class. It's a conversion of barns, and the design looks much more agricultural and contextual. And it has its merits and demerits, and I think we should, am I not right in thinking that that is what should govern us, that, yeah, they've got a fallback consent, and I wouldn't object if they went ahead and built it. In fact, I think it might even have merits above the current one that's on the table, but we've got to look at it in its own right, have we not? Or am I completely mistaken?
So you have to judge, the way to approach this is to judge the application in front of you on its own merits, which officers have done, concluded, except for its conflict with the spatial aspects of the development plan, it's acceptable. But because of that conflict, it's contrary to the development plan. But you also must consider all material considerations, and one of those is the fallback position. That is material to this consideration. So it does bring in a comparison between the two in this case. If it was a comparison of this to some other development that bore no relation to this, then that would be irrelevant. But in this case, as a fallback position, it is relevant.
Right, any more questions? Councillor Hughes and then Councillor Gurley.
Sorry, just one very quick question. I mean, we've just been through an LPPU for several years. During that process, was there any attempts or requests from the developer to move the boundary for this site, so it would be within that boundary or not?
I don't have any information to that effect, and I don't think the case officer does either.
Sorry, can you repeat the question? Sorry, Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, I mean, it's outside the housing boundary. Did the applicant make any requests during the LPPU to move the housing boundary to include this development?
Sorry, I don't have that answer either. I don't know.
Councillor Gurley.
Yeah, is it possible to flick back to the pictures of the buildings as they stand? I suppose my question is, yeah, if you look at that, and there was another one, was looking from the inside out, that one. I mean, how much of those buildings, apart from the stone-built one on the left-hand side, how much of those buildings on the right or the others are actually convertible? I mean, to me, a number of them look pretty ramshackle, so therefore, even if, I mean, maybe I don't understand this, but if the prior approvals is about conversion, but they're not actually convertible, then should we be looking at what this current plan is?
So the prior approval, part of the prior approval assessment process is to determine whether they are capable of conversion, and it was considered during that stage that they were capable of conversion, and there were structural reports to support that.
Councillor Hodge.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to ask the officer if the applicant came forward with further plans to suburbanise even more the structures, possibly adding garages and other elements onto that site. Is there any restriction to that, or could we put a condition on so that nothing more could be added beyond what's applied for now?
So the applicants could apply to have further development in terms of garages, outbuildings, etc., and that would be assessed at that stage. It would be fine to put a condition on to restrict permitted development rights for outbuildings and extensions.
Okay, I think we need to move to the debate, and we need a proposal at some point. So who would like to start to speak on this? Councillor Halsall.
it does feel that we're caught between a rock and a hard place because prior approval has set a precedent and will allow 5 dwellings to be provided in a highly unsustainable location. So there's nothing we can do about that. So the argument is whether the fact that it's got prior approval is a strong enough material consideration to justify supporting the application that's before us. Now, are we able to just please flick to some of the elevations from the new properties that are proposed, please? Thank you. Okay. So, I mean, I think there's been some discussion about, oh, well, you know, if this use the fallback, you know, it won't be as nice as this development here. But I think the fact of the matter is, I don't feel we should be supporting this application. If they want to build, if they want to provide 5 houses, they should just implement their prior approval. The buildings are already there and established. They're in the setting of the village. These are going to be of a different scale. They're in a different location. And you know, I'm going to argue it is contrary to the development plan and we should be refusing it.
Right. Is that a motion that you're proposing?
Forward as the motion.
Right. Does it have a seconder? Councillor Crossley?
I think this is very clear. We've got a series of buildings and there's a whole world of difference between a conversion and a demolition and rebuild. They are not the two same propositions. So if this owner of these flats, this space, wants to do the knockdown and rebuild, the first place is to go through the LPPU and redefine the building plan for that village. And if he'd done that process, I might well, in the end, after a debate, think that extending the housing boundary was a good thing or not. But at the moment, we have the housing boundary as it was, which was agreed with public consultation. This is outside the housing boundary, and this is not farm conversion of buildings. This is a new building site with new houses. And he's got an extant permission to do a proper conversion of barns to houses. And whether this one is slightly better or slightly worse is immaterial. It's completely different. It's a demolition and a rebuild. And I think we should be saying no to that and say, okay, go back and either build out your conversion or come to the planning process and seek, after public consultation, a change of the housing boundary. So I'm more than happy to support the rejection motion.
Right, we've got a motion on the table, and so we're talking to that motion. So, Councillor Jackson.
Well, I agree, because, not least because the bulk of these houses, this proposal, is quite different from the barn conversions, the barns being mainly single-storey, except for the one which is to be converted on plot 1, which is higher anyway, so park that idea and look at the other 4 plots. These are going to be this is going to look like a suburban close anywhere in Sutton Coldfield, or there's actually an almost identical application come in for Shoshcombe. Same issues. I'll be very interested to see what the officer recommends there. It will set a precedent, that's my other worry, but we don't want something that looks suburban attached to a village which hasn't got, as I listed all the things, and the bus service ceased on the 4th of June. You know, this is a remote little hamlet, but it's not the right place for a development like this.
Okay, now just before we go to the vote, we must be really clear because we're voting about overturning the officer recommendation, so we need to be very clear what the reasons are. And so we're saying it's a departure from the development plan, and the fallback position, we're not affording any great weight to that. Is that correct?
It is. I mean, I'd like to throw in the siting and design of the buildings not being appropriate to the setting and the surrounding area.
Right. Just checking with the planning. Do you want something to add?
I don't actually agree with that. I've considered the fallback plan very carefully.
and I actually think it's better. So I wouldn't say we haven't considered. We have considered it, but we've got this decision.
Yeah, I'm just saying that the fallback position, the fact there is a fallback position, is not being given great weight. I'm not saying that it's not a good thing, but in terms of this application, the fact there exists an extant one should just be given limited weight, because the case is being argued that it should be given a lot of weight. Are you okay?
Yeah, just I think we have. You've expressed it correctly there. You can give lesser weight to the fallback position and greater weight to the conflict with the development plan.
Yeah.
That is acceptable.
Do you want to add anything, Councillor Warren, at this stage?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think the parish council pretty well summed it up, that the new bill is outside the housing boundary, and it's contrary to the core strategy and the placemaking plan, which I think is very important, the fact that they've been through the process and did a placemaking plan at a huge time expense and monetary expense.
Is that okay?
And huge consultation.
So it will be for the proposer to decide what the reasons are, and so far I have the conflict with the development plan and the siting and design of the development.
Okay, very quickly, Councillor Jackson.
Design of the dwellings is suburban, not appropriate in a rural context.
Going back to the proposer, are you happy that those are the reasons why you're proposing that we overturn the officer recommendation?
Yes, I am. So it is contrary to, it makes a mockery of the fact we've got a development plan. Okay. Yes, it's outside the settlement boundary, unsustainable location. It'll generate traffic issues.
Yeah.
So obviously that covers that section. But yes, I think we do need to make sure there's a reason about the design and the siting of the proposed buildings.
And the seconder, you're okay with? Okay, right. Let's go to the vote. So we've got a motion to overturn the case officer's recommendation to permit. Right, so we're voting to overturn that. All those in favour, please show. That's unanimous. Right. Okay, I'm just going to check. Would committee members appreciate a 5-minute break, or do you want to go straight on to the next item?
Yeah.
Right, one more. Right, let's go to 1 Drake Avenue, Coombe Down. Right, there's a... Is that going to take a few seconds? Okay, that's it. While there's a changeover, we're just going to have a quick two-minute break.
I was happy to carry on, then I realised actually I didn't need the blue. Yes. How many? 5. Oh, God. Well, I mean, the building closes at 7:30.
Okay, if we can settle quickly and we'll get going again. Okay. Right, the next item, 23/02731/FUL, 1 Drake Avenue, Coombe Down, Bath. So I invite the case officer to present the report.
Thank you, Chair. This is item 6 on the agenda. It's a change of use from a 5-bedroom dwelling, use class C3, to a 5-bedroom house of multiple occupation, which could be occupied between 3 to 6 individuals. It relates to a 2-storey end-of-terrace property within the ward of Coombe Down. It's within the World Heritage Site. So here's the property in context. As you can see there, it's end of terrace. There's an area of public amenity space just next to it, which is just a grassed roadside verge. The garages at the back of the property do not relate to the premises. So some floor plans just showing the layout as existing and proposed. So there's no external changes. As you can see from that, all of the bedrooms benefit from adequate levels of natural light. There's adequate communal space within the property. The block plan just showing where the bins would be stored and also the area for bike storage, which is in an existing outbuilding. The application's been assessed in accordance with policy H2 of the development plan. In terms of the 2 tests, there's no sandwiching. It doesn't sandwich a C3 dwelling, and the HMO concentration in this location is 3.65%, so well below the 10% threshold. It is recommended. There's been a considerable amount of comments from members of the public in relation to the use of the property. In light of these, it's considered appropriate to attach a management plan, which shall be secured by condition. The management plan is on the file. It contains a number of measures, which I'm happy to go into more detail if need be later. Ultimately, it's considered that the policy is compliant with policy H2, which is for HMOs, and on that basis, it's recommended that permission is granted.
Right. I feel sure you are going to get asked questions about the management plan, so I think it will actually speed things up if you dealt with that now.
Yep, I'm happy to do that. So in terms of the management plan, it sets out that the property will be fitted with CCTV, a health and safety checks carried out on a monthly basis. There's also fire and safety compliance in place as is required by HMO licensing. There is support available for residents, and also if any neighbouring occupiers or local residents have concerns, they've provided contact details for who those can be directed to. It says that the occupier of the property ultimately has jurisdiction in who they allow into the property, so all of their occupants can be vetted. In terms of visitors, no visitors are permitted with the exception of professionals. Smoking and vaping is only permitted outside of the building. There are no candles or chip pans allowed in the interest of fire safety. The occupants would be agreeing to potentially have a weekly room inspection. So they're confirming that would be allowed. The management plan sets out that the furniture should not be moved around the building, particularly from one bedroom to another. All electrical items will have to pass safety requirements. There are conditions regarding, in the management plan regarding security, making sure that windows and doors are shut, particularly when occupiers are not at the premises. In terms of noise, it says that occupants should be respectful of others and keep noise to a reasonable level. Conversations, music and television should be quiet and not heard outside of the room that it's in. There's no alcohol to be consumed on the premises. There is no use of illegal substances. Any medication must be their own, obviously in terms with normal law. Any threats or violence towards anyone will not be tolerated and will result in police action. If occupants wish to not reside at the property for a night or more than a night, they are supposed to contact the management. Pets are not permitted. It says that all occupants should behave appropriately and respect one another, staff and any person visiting the property. Any abusive, harassing, discriminatory, threatening or dangerous behaviour will not be tolerated. They have a monthly house meeting, bins and rubbish to be put out on the correct nights in the correct locations, and any kind of breach of those rules could risk the occupants' accommodation, i.e. they'll be evicted.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Right, we now go on to statements from public speakers and ward councillors. So the first person to come forward, please, Malcolm Morgan, 3 minutes, who is going to object to this proposal.
Thank you, Chair and councillors. I'm the minister at St Andrew's Community Church on Fox Hill, where this application is. And they've asked me to speak, the residents have asked me to speak on their behalf. They fear groups like this. They feel they have no access to decision-making in their community. I went onto your site and navigated, not easily, and found there are over 30 HMOs in the Fox Hill community already. But in that 100 metres within the house, there are 3. But what's not considered is that Fox Hill is an area with high social housing, and it's estimated 30% of the houses are social housing in Fox Hill, with the resulting difficulties that presents. Antisocial behaviour, drug and alcohol abuse. It is an area in decline, and recently they put in a petition to the council asking the council to come and support the residents in improving the community. You'll see that the police report for this application, in the last year there's been 174 antisocial behaviour incidents and 111 criminal acts. That's 285 incidents in the last 12 months. That's 5 a week going on in the community. And the residents are fearful that approving this application will further exacerbate that problem. There is parking issues, there are antisocial behaviour issues. Foxhill, as you will know, is already in the bottom 10% of the country for deprivation need as a community, the estate. And they feel ignored and, as one of the residents told me, dumped upon in more and more HMOs being asked in the community. You'll see in the report there are 97 objections put in by local residents. Quite a few of them you'll find are identical. It's not because they're copying, it's because they don't know how to object. And so they asked for advice, they've given some templates, and you'll see several copies in the... What they're saying is they want their voice to be heard. I want to quote you your very own document, your statement of community involvement for planning in 2022. Your first opening statement is, the council want to see more people involved in the planning process. The residents of Foxhill feel they cannot access this. They feel they've no say, they don't know how to come in. I also note from your environmental and housing services reports, no direct complaints. Please come and speak to the residents. There are lots of complaints about what is happening at Mundrake Avenue. The antisocial behaviour, the drunkenness. If you listen to the residents, you'll see just how difficult the situation is already. And they ask you to say no to this application and consider their livelihood. There are mental health issues, there are alcohol issues in the community, and they ask you to refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Joe Lum from Julian House, who is speaking in support.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to take some time here to support this application. Julian House, for those of you who are not aware, is a local registered charity and a registered provider of social housing. We have been delivering housing and support for over 30 years in this community via local and central government awarded contracts. We have occupied number 1 Drake Avenue since March 2021. Our lease is due for renewal in March 2024. To date, we have supported 16 locally connected individuals back into their community who would otherwise be at risk of homelessness. As a social landlord, we are exempt from HMO licensing under Schedule 14 of the Housing Act 2004. However, we are supporting this application for 2 reasons. Licensing ensures our landlord has a firm platform to work from with regards to property standards. We welcome the weight of local authority enforcement for non-compliance. This improves safety and comfort for our clients, which has a positive impact on their recovery pathway. Licensing will also ensure that the property is included in the count figures for the maximum HMO properties in any given area. This helps us to manage our clients alongside other potential neighbours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very succinct. Right, we now move to inviting committee members to ask questions. So who would like to go first? Councillor Hughes.
It is one to declare. I'll just get out my notes on interests and we can run through those and work out what the outcome is as a result of that.
Right, where was I? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So I have a couple of questions. So first of all, one question actually was, the speaker from Julian House said that they're exempt from licensing. Can we clarify, it already has a licence. What we're talking about there is a planning application, isn't it?
Yep, that's correct. So Julian House, to my knowledge, is a provider of social housing. They do have exemptions under Schedule 14 of the Housing Act. What I should advise to the committee is that this application has not been submitted by Julian House. They're an occupier of the property. It's not owned by them, and the application relates to the premises rather than the occupier or who's managing it.
Okay, thank you. And could I just clarify a couple of points to do with the property management plan? So is this something that they've been in the property since 2021, so is this something they've been doing since 2021, or is this something they're going to bring in if they get this planning permission?
So it's unclear whether the management plan has been used already. If so, or even if it has been used in parts, it's unclear whether all of it's been adhered to. I think the matter to consider is that going forward, should the permission be granted, that the C4 use would need to adhere with those conditions.
Okay. What I'm trying to establish is this proposal of a management plan to mitigate all the problems that the residents are currently seeing, or have they been using this management plan and it's not working?
So I think that comes back to the point. I don't know whether the management plan has been in effect already. I think, is that the answer to the question?
Right, I can see a number of hands up. I'm going to go to Councillor Warren.
Thank you. Just moving on there from Councillor Hughes. Basically, I'll simplify it because I'm simple. Saying no drink or drugs pretty well. Who polices that? And then who takes action if it's found that people are drinking and taking drugs?
So in terms of the management plan, that would be for the management company to enforce in the first instance. If we, as the planning authority, receive complaints either through third parties or indeed from other council teams that suggest that management plan has been breached, then we would be able to take enforcement action against the property.
Let's just have a small supplement. Who actually is the management company?
At present, it is Julian House.
Right, Councillor Hodge, who wants to speak? Councillor Hodge.
Yes, I don't know whether I've misunderstood. So, if the application is compliant for the change of use of to an HMO, is that it's sort of irrespective of the fact that Julian House, it happens to be the occupants that the applicant is having a relation, is allowing to use the house at the moment. So whatever we feel about the activities, the challenges for the community about the use of the house, the application is the applicant could make a choice in the future to make the house available to a different set of users, but the management plan would stay in place. Or am I misunderstanding?
No, that's correct. So the owner of the property may choose to have different occupants. They may choose to have a different company managing those occupants. They may indeed choose to sell the property to somebody else the planning permission would run with the land. And so anybody who then takes it on would be bound by the same management plan. If they felt that they were not able to adhere with that management plan, then they could submit a variation application to vary the details of the document, but that is obviously a matter for down the line and not particularly relevant at this time.
Right, I've got some questions. The first question is, we've heard about the numbers of reported crimes and reported incidents of antisocial behaviour in the vicinity of this house. But do we have any idea how many actually are connected to the house? Is it simply a coincidence that these incidents have occurred? It could be that there's no relationship to the house. So do we have any idea if the operation of this house has actually been contributing to these numbers?
In respect of this, so we've consulted with Avon and Subconstabulary. They've provided data for the number of crime instances and antisocial behaviour in the vicinity of the site. They are not able to provide data for a specific property, and therefore that data is only reflective of the kind of surrounding area. There is a significant number of public comments which suggest that at least some of those instances are associated with the property at present, but there's no kind of tie in terms of the data that the police has given us to the property.
Okay, so we don't really know. Now, the Avon and Somerset Constabulary also expressed concern about safety for the tenants accessing common areas such as hallways, landing, kitchens without threat of unauthorised entry by unwanted visitors. Now, is there anything in the management plan that actually provides protection for the occupants rather than sort of monitoring of the occupants?
So the contents of the management plan were pretty much as what I set out earlier. It is recommended that a separate condition is attached to the permission to ensure that the property is fitted out with secure by design principles. That will be conditioned to be provided within a set number of months from when permission is granted, if the committee chooses to do so.
And my last question is, I believe there's a general duty on councils when they take decisions to bear in mind any impact on crime and prevention of crime. So can I just check with the legal officer what our duty is in relation to that and in relation to making decisions in planning?
I'm not aware of a legal duty of that form. It's not a question I've looked into before. If that were a point on which you needed to have advice before a decision could be made, the matter could be put back to a later committee, but I'm afraid I can't advise on that now.
I may be able to assist. It may be that there is a requirement within the National Planning Policy Framework under paragraph 92 that all planning decisions, it says, should aim to achieve healthy and inclusive and safe places which, and then there's a variety of criteria, but one of them says, are safe and accessible so that crime and disorder and the fear of crime do not undermine the quality of life or community cohesion, for example, through the use of attractive, well-designed, clear and legible pedestrian and cycle routes and high-quality public spaces which encourage the active and continual use of public areas.
And just one more question. If we did not approve of this application, can you just sum up what the status quo is? Would what is happening now and the way it operates just continue? So, you know, we're being asked to consider an application for a change, could you just sum up what would happen if we don't support that and things are left as they are? What would the situation be in that house?
Well, it would be dependent on who the occupier of it is. The exemptions within Schedule 14 may be triggered depending on the occupier. If it was somebody that didn't have exemptions under Section 14, then if the property was continued to be used as a C4 HMO, the enforcement team would have to consider options.
Yeah, this is a retrospective application, so in fact it's already being used as though the application has been approved. Is that correct?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Sorry, the application is a retrospective application, so does that mean that the house is operating now as it would operate if we approve this planning application? Is it in effect actually already happening, what we're being asked to agree to?
The nature of the use is already occurring. Yes. I think that answers the question.
Okay, Councillor Malloy.
Yeah, so if I've understood correctly, Julian House, who's not the applicant, but Julian House doesn't actually need this change of use because they're exempt. But perhaps, I'm just speculating here, perhaps the applicant would like to have this change for future use. For the eventuality, which I don't know what would it be, that Julian House no longer wanted it after 2024. So for any point in the future, is that correct? So in a way, at the moment, it's not that. For Julian House, it's not a particular issue, but it could be for the applicant in the future after 2024, potentially.
I think that was a bit hard to follow, actually. Can you?
I don't know whether there was a question, but I think that statement's correct.
Okay, Councillor Jackson.
This is a retrospective application which has the advantage that we can see how things are operating now, but I assume that one thing that's not clear is that management plan in force now, so we can see whether it's been effective or not, or is that the difference between then and now, that they're bringing in the management plan? But either way, if we don't accept this application, what is the... Well, firstly, am I not right in thinking that it's at the discretion of the enforcement team whether they decide to enforce or not and close it down? So there's discretion, it's different. And secondly, the enforcement team might consider what the alternative is for what I assume are 16 young men who might then otherwise be sleeping rough. I mean, we have to consider what the consequences would be for the tenants if we don't grant the permission. Is that not correct?
So planning enforcement will consider whether there's a breach of planning control. So if the use of the building is as per the authorised use, then there would be no breach of planning control. Or again, they might investigate breach of conditions, but there are no conditions currently on the property. They wouldn't be investigating matters of crime or antisocial behaviour. That is for the police, obviously. In terms of your other point around, would they take into account, the circumstances of individuals involved and the implications of any enforcement action they choose to take? Yes, they would. They do take account of that, particularly when they consider or not whether it's in the public interest to proceed to a prosecution. Obviously, quite a long way down the enforcement line, and always try to resolve things informally in the first instance. But hopefully that answers your question.
Right. If there are no... Oh, there is... Sorry, the legal officer.
Sorry, I've managed to now find the answer to your earlier question. So there is a duty in Section 17 of the Crime and Disorder Act 1998, which requires local authorities to exercise their functions, such as determining planning applications, with due regard to their likely effect on crime and disorder, and to do all they reasonably can to prevent crime and disorder. So yes, there is a duty of that form.
Thank you. Councillor McPhee.
Is there a case for a site visit?
Is that a proposal? Well, it's...
I suppose I'm listening and thinking, I don't really know.
Yes, I just got this sense, a little bit like this morning, that we just don't quite know enough to be sure about the decision we're going to make. But that's just a feeling. Councillor Jack.
I would really appreciate this because I had mentally located it the wrong side of the road for a start, and I had thought that the Reverend was going to be the Vicar of St Luke's Church, not St Andrews. And I am asking myself, how does this area really shape up as opposed to how people perceive it? And secondly, whether this is the area where we had such vociferous protests about the plans of Curo to demolish the social housing on the MOD site. And those residents who made representations then were certainly not inarticulate or unable to fight for themselves.
Right. Just coming back to Councillor McPhee, would you like to make that into a motion that to have a site visit? Right. Do we have a second for that? We do, from Councillor Jackson. So we have a motion on the table. Does anybody want to speak to that, or shall we go straight to a vote? Okay. All those in favour of that motion? 4. Oh, sorry. Just 1 second. Yeah, I think we need to check that vote again, actually, in case we didn't count properly. So all those in favour of the motion for a site visit, please show clearly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah. All those against? Right, that's carried. So we'll have a site visit. Thank you. Right, we're now moving on to the next item. 23/03159 FUL, Rockside Mead Lane. Because I'm the ward councillor and have clearly expressed my opinion, I'm going to stand down as chair, and for this item, Councillor Halsall is going to take my place. So I'm going to move, and once I have spoken as ward councillor, I shall leave the room while you debate and take a decision.
Okay, so we'll move on to item 7.
Okay, then. There is a speaker.
Yeah, moving on to item 7, application number 23/03159 FUL. This is at Rockside Mead Lane in Saltford, and it is for the erection of a front balcony 2-storey side extension, garage and associated alterations, following the removal of a conservatory and existing garage. So I'll hand over to the officer to introduce this.
Thank you, Vice Chair. As has just been explained, the application is for the erection of a front balcony 2-storey side extension, garage and associated alterations following removal of conservatory and existing garage. The property is currently a 2-storey detached dwelling located outside the settlement boundary of Saltford within the Bristol-Bath Greenbelt. As you can see from this, the site lies adjacent to Mead Lane. The main settlement of Saltford can be seen in the bottom left of the map there. On the opposite side of Mead Lane is the River Avon. On the other side of the river, the land slopes steeply upwards. It forms part of the Cotswold Hills AOMB, and there's a number of public footpaths which cross the land. So this is the dwelling as it was originally built. This is plans from 1960s for a single-storey side extension, which was actually refused. As you can see from the plan in the bottom right corner there, the garage at the front of the dwelling is original. This is a recent picture of the dwelling in its context. As you can see, the street scene is characterised by fairly large contemporary dwellings. I've undertaken an assessment of those volumes of the surrounding dwellings, and they are broadly the same as the host dwelling as existing. On the left here, we've got the existing plans, and on the right, those of the proposed plans. So as you can see, there's going to be a balcony at the front. The existing bay windows on the ground floor are to be removed. The extension will come further to the side, and that kind of subservient extension will be raised. It will stay beneath the height of the main dwelling, but be increased in height. And those two kind of gables on the front will be merged into one, and provision of glazing. The other thing to highlight is the garage at the front of the dwelling, which will be enlarged. The height of that will be brought to the ridge height of the existing garage, but obviously it has a flat roof. So in terms of volume assessment, which is relevant for our consideration of Greenbelt, as you can see, the current volume on the left there, and then the proposed on the right. It should be highlighted that this doesn't include the garage, but that given the proximity of the garage to the dwelling, it would be considered to form part of the same building. Here is a floor plan, a block plan of the site. You can see in footprint terms how the garage will be enlarged, as well as the alterations to the driveway and to the side and front of the dwelling. That plan also shows the two adjacent properties, which are Cherry Cottage and Sheldrake. So further plans of the garage. And some floor plans, particularly of the first floor. It's highlighted in the committee report that one of the concerns in relation to this proposal is harm to residential amenity, particularly of Cherry Cottage. The proposed balcony is situated at first floor level at a distance of 8 metres away from the neighbouring property, which has a substantial amount of glazing at first floor level. Another recent picture of the property. This shows the kind of relationship between Cherry Cottage and the host dwelling, with that large amount of glazing on Cherry Cottage, and also shows the existing driveway arrangement, which shall be altered as part of the proposal. So based on the extent to which the building's already been increased, officers are of the view that it's a disproportionate addition to the dwelling, which is by definition inappropriate. There are some other matters to consider in terms of the alterations to the appearance of the property, the alterations to the driveway, and the increase in scale, bringing it more in line with other properties on the street. For the reasons set out in the report, it's not considered that these can be afforded such weight that it outweighs the significant harm which must be attributed to the green belt, as well as the harm to residential amenity. For that reason, officer's recommendation is to refuse planning permission.
Okay, thank you very much there, Chris. We have some public speakers. I've got here Ian and Virginia Campbell. Are you able to come to the table? Okay, Mr. Campbell, when you're ready, we'll give you 3 minutes and you can put your case forward. I presume you're the applicant, are you? Or are you? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today in support of our planning application. Rockside is a property which is in need of improvement and modernisation to ensure its longevity and to bring it into line with the appearance of nearby properties. To achieve this, our proposal involves an extension at first floor level above the current conservatory, enclosure into the dwelling of part of the existing first floor balcony, and the extension of that balcony along the front of the house. In addition, other changes include reorientation of the garage to reduce the risk of possible future flooding, improved access from and onto Mead Lane, and moving the internal living areas from the ground floor to the first floor, as has been done with neighbouring properties. In order to enhance the building facade, our design makes modest changes by adding a first floor gable window and removing the ground floor bay windows. These changes will give the property a more contemporary aesthetic, matching its immediate neighbours and integrating well with the variety of architectural styles along Mead Lane. The width of the proposed extension is 0.5 metre less than the width of the current conservatory. And taken as a whole, the proposed total dwelling and garage volume increase over the original is 17% less than the volume increase over the original recently approved for Cherry Cottage next door. With regard to residential amenity, there is a long history of intervisibility between the properties in Mead Lane. Sheldrake, the property to one side of Rockside, has a large glass-walled balcony. And on the other side, Cherry Cottage has double-height gables with floor-to-ceiling, side-facing windows. Both balcony and gables give clear lines of sight into Rockside's interior and front garden. In addition, since properties along Mead Lane are elevated above the road and river, passing walkers and river users have clear lines of sight into interiors and front gardens, so there is no expectation of privacy. Our proposed balcony design is consistent with the other balconies installed along Mead Lane. The proposed new garage will have a flat, sedum-covered roof to reduce rainwater runoff and support local wildlife. Again, our neighbours have also installed this type of roofing. In summary, our proposed design is in keeping with the developments which have recently been approved to neighbouring properties, and its scale is modest in comparison. It will bring Rockside into line with the overall street scene, and our neighbours are extremely supportive of our application. We are hoping that this application can be considered within the context of these other properties in Mead Lane. Should you require any additional information or feel that a site visit to see it in context would be beneficial, we would be happy to accommodate that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. You had 10 seconds to spare there. Thank you. Okay, so we've got obviously the chair in his role as ward member for Salford. So you know the rules. It's 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chair, just before I begin, because my speech refers to the appearance, is it possible to have the photograph that was shown of Rockside with the two houses at either side as I speak? Because
there we go. Yeah,
that's fine. That's exactly right. Thank you. Right. I'm Duncan Howitz. I'm the local ward councillor. Rockside is a property in the middle of a row of properties fronted by the narrow Mead Lane, the narrow river bank and the river itself. The properties face at the rear a steep stratified rock face. These properties are outside Salford's housing development boundary and also lie in Green Belt. This is an odd situation in that people in Salford think that this lane is an integral part of the village, and most, if not all, of the purposes of Green Belt are not served in this location. And it's the Green Belt designation that's triggered the volume calculations considered for extensions. Green Belt serves 5 purposes. The first one, to check the unrestricted sprawl of large built-up areas. That doesn't apply here. To prevent neighbouring towns merging into one another. Doesn't apply here. To assist in safeguarding the countryside from encroachment. Doesn't apply here. To preserve the setting and special character of historic towns. Doesn't apply here. To assist in urban regeneration by encouraging the recycling of derelict and urban land. Doesn't really apply here. In fact, I've asked that Mead Lane be taken out of Green Belt in the emerging local plan. Now, many of the neighbouring properties to Rockside have been rebuilt or extensively modernised and refurbished with extensions, balconies, large windows and modern garages and carports sitting in front. There is no longer any uniformity of appearance. The properties on the lane are an eclectic mix of mainly large properties that one might find in any sought-after river setting. Paradoxically, it's Rockside which no longer fits with the street scene. Salford Parish Council, which is very protective of Salford, comments that the, quote, the changes will provide a dwelling in keeping with the modern appearance of neighbouring properties that have similarly been updated and or extended since original construction. Indeed, the case officer writes that, quote, the design of the proposal is acceptable and maintains the character and appearance of the surrounding area, and notes other dwellings within the vicinity have been enlarged. Each scheme has been assessed on its own merits and found to be acceptable. The fact that other properties are generally of a large scale or maybe larger than the host dwelling, despite being once smaller in size, carries no more than moderate weight in justifying the proposed enlargement. That word moderate is the only word in the case officer's report I disagree with. I think that moderate weight should be replaced by great weight. The planning application also seeks to improve the parking and vehicular movement within the property, with turning becoming possible within the frontage. I believe that this would improve the safety of vehicular access and egress onto the narrow Mead Lane, which has no pavements or streetlights. This should be afforded more than limited weight in the planning balance of the scheme. Mead Lane is the only access road to the Wessex Water Scientific Laboratories and Sewage Works. The road also leads to the Jolly Sailor pub and some other local businesses. And so, just to sum up, I'm arguing that there are, although technically in Greenbelt there are exceptional circumstances, being that none of the purposes of Greenbelt are satisfied in this location, and perhaps more significantly, that great weight should be given to the fact that there are much larger properties either side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hounsell. Okay, so you're going to just leave the room while we ask questions from Chris and then have a debate. Okay, so I've got a question, if I may. I don't know if you'll know the answer off the top of your head, but the two houses either side of this property, are they recent extensions or are they fairly historic?
I do know that they both date from as recently as 2013.
Thank you. So does anybody have any questions? Councillor Hodge.
I was looking back at the applications for the houses either side, and they are quite complicated with various refusals. And so the most recent one for Terry Cottage is 2018. Anyway, it's complicated. They've gone backwards and forwards with refusals and withdrawals, but, and then accepted. My question was just on the volumes. So can I be clear, the existing, what's there currently exceeds what is permitted development in the green belt, and that the current size is, your calculation was 106% above the original building, and this application will take it further to 155% above the original.
That's correct. So I've put, as I said earlier, as close to the original plans for the dwelling that we have on record on the screen. So that is the original dwelling, albeit with the single-storey extension that was refused. At present, it has already been enlarged to 106% beyond the original, and in combination with the increase to the garage, the volume of built form on site would be 155% larger than the original.
Lovely, thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions? Councillor Gawley?
Just so I'm right in thinking that if they decided to knock the house down and start again from scratch, it could be bigger?
Chris?
If they chose to demolish the house and erect a replacement dwelling, it would be a separate exemption potentially within the MPPF that they'd have to comply with. They would have to, in order to ensure that it's not inappropriate development within the Greenbelt, the volume of that building must be not materially larger than the building it replaces.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else got any questions for Chris? Okay, so we'll open the debate up. Anyone want to speak first? Councillor Warren.
Very happy, thank you, Chairman. What we're looking at is 1963. It's now 2023, which is an awful long time ago because I was just born then, actually, the year before, so I know how old it is. I know it very well along there. I used to go up and down and had a lot of dealings along there with boat people, etc., etc., etc. Every house out there is kind of unique. If you go back now, I do believe, I think as somebody said, this is the odd one out now, and it does look tired, and it does need some help. And I'm quite happy to move that we delegate to permit, because I think it would be an improvement in the area. It would not be out of place and would almost be more in place with the new building, if I'm honest with you. So, more than happy to move that I delegate to permit.
Okay, Councillor McPhee.
Sailor a lot, and I can see exactly what Councillor Warren is saying, and I would like to second.
Okay, so on the table we have a motion to overturn the recommendation. So we just need to be clear that we are, before we can carry on having a discussion, but we are all looking at justifying granting permission because it's felt there are very special circumstances to build in the Greenbelt because of the context. Councillor Hodge.
To make some comments, I think we've thought about a lot. I think we have to be consistent in our decision-making within the Greenbelt. We've agonised about small workers' cottages and increasing them by a small amount in a certain setting. I think it's very clear that a third is what is the policy supports, and there has to be very special circumstances. And I think I don't think they're met in this case, and the development, the proposal greatly exceeds a third, and there aren't special circumstances.
Okay, does anybody, Councillor Jackson, you want to speak?
This is not a conservation area, is it? Because I am inclined to think that if we permit this application, we will improve the overall context of the street scene, because we're actually going to be introducing an element of uniformity. At the moment, this current house sticks out like a sore thumb. I mean, it might be useful to be reminded of what the road originally looked like, but it's an anomaly, really, and it would be much better if you had a clear, consistent line. I have a feeling also that this address is quite close to Alderwoman Haberling's dwelling, where we did allow quite a substantial increase about 15 years ago, but when the rules were perhaps a bit different. But still, I mean, we have done this before. I think that these very special circumstances would be that it will improve the street appearance of the street scene by introducing more uniformity of design.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to say anything? Okay, as we've got a motion, sorry, Chris wants to speak.
Those very special circumstances are very clear. The officer's recommendation does include 2 reasons for refusal, the second being to residential amenity. So if someone would want to speak to that and the reasons for overturning that reason for refusal, that would be necessary. Residential amenity. So I believe the recommendation says, given the design and siting of the proposed balcony, significant harm would be caused to the amenities of adjacent occupiers through overlooking and loss of privacy.
Chris, could we put the photograph back on there, please? Thank you. Does anybody want to make any comments on the second reason for refusal that was recommended? Councillor Warren.
Yeah, happy to. The way it's being designed now, the new design, is actually looking outwards more than across. So I think it should actually improve the residential amenity of the neighbours.
Councillor McPhee, do you want to say anything because you seconded the application? No? Okay.
I'm simply asking for a reason as to why you're disagreeing with the officer's second recommendation, reason for refusal about impact on amenity. Presumably, you believe there not to be a significant impact on an amenity.
That's correct.
Yeah, there is a balcony proposed on the front, but from seeing the plans where it affects the property on the right-hand side, there is actually a screen on the balcony, so I think I would suggest that would actually minimise any overlooking for that neighbour. Okay, so Councillor Warren put forward a motion to overturn the officer's recommendation. That's been seconded by Councillor McPhee. So can we take a vote on this? So those in favour of the motion? And I think we've got one against. Yes, Councillor Hodge. Thank you. Okay, so planning permission has been granted. We'll just wait for the chair to return. If not, I'll have to carry on.
Thank you, Councillor Halsall, for taking that item through. Much appreciated. Right, we're moving on now to consider planning application 22/04565/FUL, the old post office, Tucking Mill Lane, Midford, and invite the case officer to present the report.
Thank you, Chair. Before we go into the presentation with this one, I have a quick verbal update. South Stoke Parish Council have sent an email to me saying that they've discussed the scheme with neighbours and understand they're content with the revised proposals. The Parish Council is therefore content with the revised proposals and should not be making any further representation to the Planning Committee. They do, however, ask that the Planning Committee consider the impact of the proposal on the non-designated heritage asset, particularly as raised by the Vice Chair in their comments within the committee report. So the application relates to the old post office, Tucking Mill Lane, Midford. It's for the erection of a single-storey extension and a relocated pedestrian access gate. The property is located within the Bristol Bath Greenbelt and the Cotswold Hills AONB. Here's a site location plan. So it is located at a crossroads. It forms a corner plot. There is an area of off-street parking for the dwelling a little bit further down the road. That isn't of particular relevance to the application. So here's some pictures of the building as existing. It's obviously a historic cottage. And in consultation with the Council's conservation team, it's been confirmed that it should be treated as a non-designated heritage asset. This is the elevation upon which the single-storey extension would be erected. As you can see in that picture, there is an existing bay window that the conservation officer raises objections to its loss. Their objection also raises concerns regarding the width of the single-storey extension. So here's the proposed plans. During the course of the application, there's been considerable dialogue between the applicant and the planning authority. The scale of the extension has been reduced, and the materials used in the construction of the extension have been amended. So as you can see now, it's a single-storey lean-to extension. The side walls, one will be formed of rubble stone, the other shall be formed of ashlar stone, reused from the removal of the bay window. The roof shall be formed of traditionally seamed zinc, and it's proposed to use timber cladding on the elevation on the front. The other changes are to the location of the gate, which will be moved down the street away from the junction. As you can see, it's single-storey in height. So moving on to the plans, as you can see, the extension will give the property a very beneficial area of internal space. At the moment, the property is quite small. In terms of Greenbelt, this is a 22% enlargement on the original dwelling, so well within what's considered a proportionate addition to the dwelling. There's a small area of outside kind of terrace, and then a new bin store that's proposed as part of the application as well. So in this instance, because it's a non-designated heritage asset, in accordance with policy 203 of the MPPF, the decision maker must have regard to forming a balanced judgment in regards to the scale of any harm or loss of significance for the non-designated heritage asset, and that should be weighed against the benefits of the proposal, which do not necessarily have to be public benefits. So in this instance, it's considered that the extension would lead to the creation of jobs through construction, which would be a short-term benefit. It would improve the standard of accommodation, and there's also benefits in terms of relocating the access further from the junction and the arrangement of steps and their steepness for access to the property. That has to be weighed, as I say, against the harm to the heritage asset, which the conservation officer identifies as the loss of that bay window and the width of the addition. Officers find that the balance lies in favour of granting permission, so the alterations are found to be acceptable to the heritage asset. It accords with all other relevant policies, and therefore the officer's recommendation is to grant permission.
Thank you very much. Right, if I can ask Mike Coop to come forward, and Mike Coop is going to be speaking for 3 minutes in support.
Is that on? Yeah. I'm the applicant. Many thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm going to use my 3 minutes to give you some detail to support the application. But before I do that, I just want to make 3 quick points relating to the feedback we've had on this proposal. As Chris said, there were some initial objections from the Conservation Officer on the original planning submission, which we have responded to in our latest submission. I just note that the officer has not objected to this submission, nor have we had any objections from the Parish Council on this submission. The only feedback we have received is from our next door neighbours who own properties on both sides of us, who are highly supportive. We have, we believe, addressed all the recommendations that were made in both the initial supportive pre-application report from some years ago and the subsequent planning responses. We feel this is an application that will enhance and protect the property and make it fit for a 21st century family lifestyle. It's of reasonable scale, representing only a 22% increase in the volume, and having a reduced height on the original design to reduce the massing effect. We've designed it to minimise the impact on the host building, being proportionate and using sympathetic materials. The new facade along Old Midford Lane has been carefully designed to maintain the legibility of the original wall, whilst using a matching rubble stone construction. The wall will be repaired and stabilised, and the entrance to the road from the rear garden of the property made far safer than the current arrangement. The party boundary wall will reuse ashlar stone that's already on site, creating an attractive and low-maintenance boundary. The garden facade will, as originally proposed, be finished in vertical timber cladding with a single generous glazed opening, simple and well detailed, and will now be contained within stone boundary walls and handcrafted zinc gutter above. The zinc roof replaced the sedum roof at the recommendation of the planning and conservation officers, and the timber cladding on the rear facade has not drawn any criticism, either written or verbal, from the planning or conservation officers during this process. The supportive pre-application report stated that, and I quote, "It is recommended that the materials should be minimal and modern in order to prevent any visual distraction or competition with the host building. Throughout the design process, we've kept this in mind and, in our view, fully complied with this pre-application recommendation." Lastly, we note that the Conservation Officer comments on the removal of the bay window, and as said, the building has been reclassified recently as a non-designated heritage asset, but has not been referred for listing. In our view, the loss of the bay window is more than outweighed by the benefits of the proposal, including associated repairs to the heritage asset and the stone boundary wall, improved access, road safety, and of course the vital and huge benefit this extension will have on our family life and the living spaces it will provide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, we now move on to questions to the case officer. So who would like to go first? No questions? Okay, no questions. Right, so we can move to a debate. Councillor Gurley?
I was going to say that I think that the applicant has listened to Conservation Officer, has listened to feedback from neighbours and has amended the plans. And I think the fact that this will become a more usable family space is a great thing. We want to keep people, we want to keep families in our villages, and it's good to increase the size of small houses. So I am in favour of this.
Yes, I'm just going to move that we accept the officer's recommendation. I think this is a modest development in the Greenbelt. It's gone to great lengths to use sympathetic materials and respond to...
Right, so we've got a proposal from Councillor Hodge to accept the officer's recommendation to permit. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Gurley, yes. Anybody want to speak about that before we vote? Councillor Halsall?
Yes, just to acknowledge the bay window. I mean, it is always a shame to see original features on historic properties removed, but I'm in agreement with everybody who's spoken so far that the new extension will outweigh the harm to the non-designated heritage asset.
Thank you. Right, we'll go to a vote. So all those in favour of the motion to accept the officer recommendation to permit? That's unanimous. Thank you. Right. Just before we get on to the next item, which could take a little while, would people actually like to have a 5-minute break? Yes, we'll do that. 5 minutes, and then we'll come back. Right, we're back now and we're on the last lap, I think, of our long day today. We're moving on to the next item. Let me just make sure I read it out correctly. Just give me 1 second. Right, we're looking at application 23/02958/VAR, variation, Waterworks Cottage, Charlton Way, Fairfield Park, Bath. So I now invite the case officer to present her report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so as mentioned, the application refers to a site known as Waterworks Cottage in the Lambridge ward. The applicants are looking to vary condition 5, which refers to bicycle storage, 7 referring to the landscaping scheme, and 15 referring to the plans list of application 23/00895, previously granted by committee for the erection of 2 detached dwellings following demolition of the existing dwelling. Initially, amendments to condition 9 were also proposed. However, the applicant has now chosen to withdraw this element from the scheme and is no longer proposing any amendments to condition 9. On such applications as this, matters to be considered are only the question of the conditions subject to which planning permission should be granted. Therefore, an assessment of the scheme as a whole is not required. So this slide shows the site location plan edged in red and marked by the red dot on the aerial. So the application seeks to vary condition 5 relating to bicycle storage. So on this slide, I've included the existing and amending condition wording. Cycle storage has now been shown on submitted floor plans, and as such, the condition is proposed to be reworded so that further details are not required to be submitted, but instead, cycle storage must be in situ prior to occupation in accordance with the plans. The Highways team have found the proposal acceptable, and officers have recommended that the amendments to condition 5 are approved. Condition 7 relates to the landscaping scheme. Again, the existing and amended condition wording is on the slide. The applicant proposed that the condition be amended to a 5-year period for tree replacement. However, 5 years was not considered sufficient by officers, and as such, the recommendation is that the 10-year period be retained in the condition wording. The proposal also seeks to remove the wording to require all hard and soft landscaping works to be retained for the lifetime of the development. As set out in the report, officers do consider that this requirement is onerous for 2 dwellings, and the justification that the time period may exceed the reasonable life expectancy of the plant species and materials concerned is reasonable. As such, officers recommended the condition be amended to remove this element as shown on the slide. Finally, this application seeks to amend condition 15, which relates to the plans. The proposals seek to amend the plans by an increase in the footprint of plot 2 by 750 mil to the south and 800 mil to the east, resulting in internal amendments to create a further bedroom, minor changes to doors on the east elevation. The plans on the slide show the proposed siting and footprint of plot 2, and the red line shows the previously approved scheme. So here we have the previously approved floor plans in more detail. And these are the proposed floor plans that show the increase in footprint to the east and south of the site and the creation of the additional bedroom. Next up are the previously approved elevations. These are the proposed elevations. As you can see, there are no alterations to the general external arrangement other than obviously the increase in width and length. And the doors on the east elevation are very slightly extended. Officers have recommended the amendments to condition 5 be accepted. Some photos of the site that members will now be relatively familiar with. Overall, the proposal was recommended for permission as outlined in the officer's report.
Right, thank you. Move on to species statements. So can I ask Virginia Bailey and or David Metcalf to come forward, and they're going to speak for 3 minutes objecting. So it's just David speaking, yes, thank you.
Thank you. Chairman, members of the committee, I speak on behalf of the local and wider community and the residents of the immediately neighbouring Coombe House. I wish to object to the recent application for variation of conditions attached to the previous permission, and especially the Planning Department's proposal to permit variation to condition 15. Size and mass remain significant issues, given that most objections by members of the local community already consider the mass and scale of the development to be unacceptably large and intrusive. In these circumstances, any increase in the mass of the building, however minor, in the opinion of the applicant, should be refused. Why is it that the planning officers see fit to contradict their previous determination that the scaled-back proposal for Plot 2 was sufficiently discreet to address the previous concerns of the inspector when considering development levels and plot size? Is it not somewhat disingenuous to then accept a variation that seeks to increase the size of the dwelling on Plot 2 again to what it was in the original proposal? We ask for a proportionate judgment on this matter in relation to the mass of the building on the whole site. As the Bath Preservation Trust has pointed out, I quote, "The progressive alteration of the scale and residential capacity of development through variation of condition would incrementally increase the build-up of the site and undermine the established parameters of development set out in the planning permissions as already granted. With respect to the ongoing concerns of neighbours and the wider community, we kindly request that a line should be drawn under this development and a condition be placed on it that there will be no further variations that seek to increase the size and impact of a scheme that is already considered by the majority to constitute overdevelopment." Further to this, the Planning Committee Department's recommendation does not consider the question of the privacy issue raised in the objections by residents of Coombe House. The application of variation proposes that the first floor bathroom, a non-habitable room in the southwest corner of the proposed dwelling on Plot 2, is converted into a bedroom, a habitable room. This bedroom would have one window which would be in direct sightline of the balcony and east-facing window of the living quarters of Coombe House. Whilst normally this would not be considered a significant privacy issue in the case of a Velux window, the elevated position of Coombe House in its juxtaposition with Plot 2 would mean that the sight lines would look directly down into the bedroom and vice versa, at an angle that would constitute a privacy issue for a habitable room. For both these reasons, we appeal to the committee to refuse the variation to condition 15. The proposals for development of the Waterworks Cottage site have been very controversial, and there have been many concerns and hundreds of objections to the proposals on grounds of overdevelopment, damage to ecology and the environment, negative impact on the character of the area, and negative impact on the amenity to neighbours and the wider community. Increasingly, concerns within the community have turned towards the perception that the voices of the community, which in this case and perhaps unusually extend well beyond immediate neighbours, have been somewhat ignored and overridden, and that the manner in which this development proposal has been managed more recently, including the threat it raises to the character of the area and sense of place, is privileging private profit at the expense of community. History, community and placemaking may be less tangible than the letter of the legislation, but surely they are at the heart of the matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your address. Right, moving on, Tom Rock, agent, talking for 3 minutes in support of the application.
Chair, members, good afternoon. This is an application under Section 73 of the Planning Act for minor material amendments to an existing planning permission through, as you've heard, variation of 3 conditions. As the complexion of the application confirms, the proposed changes are of a minor nature, and that's been accepted by the Council in validating it. Recondition 5, details of cycle parking were provided and approved as part of the earlier application. The requirement to submit details for approval is therefore unnecessary. This variation will therefore save officer time through avoiding a needless discharge of condition application for details that have already been approved. Condition 7, the variation seeks to correct an anomaly in the wording of the approved condition that means its practical effect would be onerous and therefore would not meet the required test that conditions must be reasonable. It simply incorporates a change to the required period for maintenance of the landscaping proposals to bring it in line with the Council's accepted norm of 10 years. Condition 15. The proposed changes to the dwelling on Plot 2 are minimal and will barely be perceptible on the ground. They will result in the footprint of the building moving eastwards and southwards by less than a metre in each direction. That is a very small adjustment indeed, and wholly acceptable in relation to the overall size of the plot. As is confirmed by your officer in her report, the design, scale, massing and siting of the proposed dwelling will not materially change, and there will be no unacceptable harm to the living conditions of the occupiers of adjacent properties. Whilst understanding that those who are opposed to the redevelopment of the site will continue to object to further applications, many continue to oppose the principle of demolition of the existing dwelling and redevelopment of the site for 2 dwellings. Members will be aware of the need to consider the current minor changes on their merits in the context of the planning permission that has been granted. Considered on its merits, as the complexion of this application presupposes, the amendments are of a minor nature and will not materially change the impacts of the approved proposals on the ground. As such, I respectfully suggest there are no sound reasons to resist them. Chair, members, I appreciate that you've had a very long day in committee, and therefore I don't wish to detain you further, other than to commend your officer's recommendation to you and to thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your address. Now call Councillor Joanna Wright, the ward member, who can speak for 5 minutes. And just to appreciate that Councillor Wright has had to call off from another meeting to be here now, and that is appreciated.
Thank you, and thank you, everybody. I'm sure it's been a long day for you all. Okay, thank you. Over many years, this application in its various sorts has been widely objected to by the ward councillors and the local community, and further, Charlcombe Parish Council, Bath Preservation Trust, the Campaign to Protect Rural England. Even the British archaeological magazine, Frog Life and Private Eye have called into question the many guises of this planning application. It is clear that the local residents and the wider community are against this planning development. The community feels that they have not been listened to, and what is the purpose of community engagement in this process when every comment that they have made regarding overdevelopment, amenity, ecology, construction management has been overlooked? Planning consent has previously been given for this development and was based upon changes made to make the impact smaller and therefore the effect on the site to be less impactful. Because a planning inspector stated that the plans at one stage to be intensive overdevelopment and out of character with the area due to its size. It would now appear that they are changing them back in this variance. This new variant proposal puts a 4-bed house on a site that was agreed to be a 3-bed, which the applicant previously agreed would be reduced because it reduced the impact of the development. This significant change is therefore not in keeping with the planning consent previously agreed and is seen as overdevelopment on a site that sits on a gateway to an area of outstanding natural beauty. This applicant is also asking for the landscaping and ecology reporting to be loosened with regard to planting seasons. The impact of this development is already a significant threat to the toad and frog and migration, and any further changes would impact on the local ecology. The Charlcombe Toad Rescue Group stated in their objection that the ecology follow-up report demonstrated a disregard for protecting the amphibian habitat and migration route and other wildlife. Even the ecology officer at Bain states in their recent comments on this variance that the current proposed wording for variance of condition 9, which I now believe has been removed, would remove the requirement for compliance of all elements of ecological mitigation and enhancement net gain to be demonstrated before occupation would be acceptable. In detail, this variance is at odds with condition 15, which seeks to increase the size of the footprint of plot 2 for the incorporation of an additional bedroom, which creates privacy issues regarding the east-facing elevation. Condition 11, green roof details, which set the roof well above the height of the neighbouring buildings. More of the vista will be lost, and it could potentially totally obscure the view of the Iron Age fortress, hills and valleys from Charlcombe Way. Condition 3, specification that parking areas are not to be used for unloading, building material storage, or as a building site with works area. It should be emphasised that the car parking area for plot 1 is only to be used for car parking and turning, and not for unloading, storage of building material or of a building site works area. Charlcombe Way is a narrow road and well known for its tranquility and views of the valley. The car parking area coming into Charlcombe Way should not detract from this amenity. Condition 7, no occupation prior to the implementation of landscaping scheme. The proposed variation of decreasing the period for the replacement of trees that die or become damaged from 10 to 5 years. The site edges onto the area of natural beauty, and all efforts must be made to hide buildings that, in my opinion, do not fit in with the surrounding natural and residential environments. Condition 6, assurance that the construction management plan is submitted and reviewed by the community prior to the start of construction. I believe the pre-commencement construction management plan is missing. No development can take place until this has been approved, and I hope we will be able to comment on this. I therefore object to this request and ask the Planning Committee to support me and the local community in this. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. You did refer to some conditions that actually aren't in the application, so that will become clear as we talk this through. Right, so we've finished with the speakers. We now go on to questions to the case officer. I think to help us be clear about how we deal with this, it'd be better if we actually perhaps look at one condition at a time and we ask questions related to that rather than jump about all over. So could I ask the case officer to put up on the screen the first condition that we're considering, which is number 5, which was about bicycle storage in pre-occupation. So if you just hold that there, it might take us a moment just to carefully read it again. And then I'll invite questions on that. So we'll just take a minute to take...
Sorry about this.
Right, my first question is, it could just be me after a long day, can you really pick out for us what is the difference between the original condition and the new proposal?
Yes, so originally condition 5 requested that the applicant submit additional details in order to discharge that condition, showing the bicycle storage. That is actually shown on the proposed plans now. So this condition wording is simply changing to say that the bicycle storage should be implemented in accordance with the plans rather than further plans requiring be submitted to be discharged.
Right, so it's really that line about being submitted and approved in writing by the local planning authority that's coming out?
Yeah, basically.
Okay. Does anybody else have any questions on this condition? Councillor Jackson.
Why is that a good idea to remove that precaution to safeguard it?
So, as I said before, we included the condition so that there was the submission of that detail. That detail has now been submitted, so the condition's simply been updated to say that the bicycle storage be put in situ in accordance with the approved plans, rather than that needing to be submitted again.
Right. Can I just be clear on that? Because if it's already been submitted, that they fulfilled that condition, so why are we being asked to talk about it again?
Okay, so the original wording
They haven't actually
said...
done it, have they? I mean, we haven't got a bicycle store.
Okay, so the original wording of condition 5, as approved by the committee, said, no occupation of the development shall commence until secure covered bicycle storage for bicycles has been provided in accordance with details which are to be submitted. That information is shown on the plans now, so we know where the bicycle storage is going to be on the plans, and we know how many spaces. So if members of committee choose to accept this, the officer's recommendation, the plans now submitted show that. So the condition is updated to no occupation of the development shall commence until the bicycle storage has been provided in accordance with the details of the plans. So it secures that they still have to put it in place when they build the development out. So we're basically ensuring that bicycle parking is retained on the site. Does that make sense? I think, have I overcomplicated it?
Can I go to Councillor Crossley?
Yeah, I understand exactly what you're saying, but unfortunately I clearly need new glasses. I can't see it on that map. There's so many different lines. Can you just highlight where this bicycle storage is?
Yeah. Yes, I can. Can you see my arrow? So the bicycle parking for plot 2 is proposed here and here. And the bicycle parking for plot 1 is proposed here and within the garage.
Right, so to sum up, you're just saying that the wording, some of the wording in the original condition is just superfluous. It's just not needed. That's all. It's nothing of any consequence.
Yes.
Right, Councillor Jackson.
I take the main verb of the sentence to be that it has been provided, i.e. it exists, that there is a bicycle rack there, not that they have submitted a plan which shows where it might be.
So if I just read it one more time. No occupation of the development shall commence until secure covered bicycle storage has been provided in accordance with the details shown on the approved plans. The bicycle storage shall be retained permanently thereafter.
Right. Okay, let's move on to the next condition, and we can ask questions on the next one, which is number 7. This is about the implementation of the landscaping scheme. So just give us a minute or two to take that in.
If I could just point out, it's just the last sentence that is removed.
Can I ask what's the justification for taking out the last sentence?
Yes, the justification is that the reasonable life expectancy of plant species or materials involved with the hard landscaping would be less than the lifetime of the development, and so the wording is onerous.
Can I just follow that up by just saying, with that line taken out, does that mean that they could remove the hard and soft landscape works in the future at any time they choose?
They could amend the hard and soft landscaping, yes, as you would expect for regular dwelling houses to be able to change and amend their gardens.
Right, Councillor Hodge.
Is that those conditions have standard wording, don't they? It's not wording that was particular to this application. So it's a standard wording for condition 7. So why do you normally have that wording in? Isn't it because when someone submits a landscape plan, hard and soft, you expect it to stay there for a period of time, the lifetime of the development? Well, there must be a reason why you put that sentence in.
Yep, so there's template conditions, and this is wording that is regularly used, but each case is on its own merit, and it comes down to planning judgment. For some schemes, for example, bigger developments for major housing, where the landscaping is outside of individual housing, we would want to ensure the long-term maintenance of that. But when it comes down to individual dwellings, there is an acceptance that people should be able to have some ownership over their own gardens, and in this case, along with the justification mentioned earlier, officers found it acceptable, but members may come to their own planning judgment.
So are you saying that it's normal practice for applications for individual houses to not have that last line in that condition?
In my experience, yes, but maybe different officers include that. I'm not sure.
Councillor Malloy.
Just a quick question. The lifetime of the development, what could that mean? As long as the buildings are still standing and haven't collapsed, what does that mean?
Essentially, yes.
Right. Any more questions on condition 7? Okay, let's move on to the next one, condition 9. This is about ecology follow-up report preoccupation. Has come out. Okay, yeah, apologies. Right, so we're on to 15. The plans list compliance. Right, so questions on that. Councillor Hughes.
So, yeah, do we have any volume increase figures?
No.
Councillor Hodge.
Could I just confirm that the measurements that has gone back to are the measurements that were turned down at appeal? It's gone back to the size that was refused at appeal.
Yes, so the footprint of the dwelling is, yes, now very, very similar. I can't say for 100% certain, but I think it's very, very similar to the footprint at the appeal, which was refused. But the plot size of this in this part of the site at that appeal was smaller.
And the reason given was due to the size, you know, in the context.
Yes, let me just read it for you. So the inspector found that the dwelling located in the location of the current plot 2 was of a large overall footprint on an individual plot of somewhat restricted size. So this time the footprint is very similar to that appeal stage, but the plot is less restricted.
Councillor Halson?
Yeah, thank you. Is it possible, please, to see the approved floor plans versus what is being submitted for change?
Yep, so these are the approved floor plans. So the main sort of changes, obviously, are to this south and east side, and inside at the second floor, the ensuite changes to the 4th bedroom. So these are the proposed.
Right, it helped to flick from one to the other. Could you actually at the same time actually highlight the difference between the one and the other?
Yep, so if we look at the south elevation first of all, you can see it's probably useful to look at the sort of stairs here. They help to distinguish the increase in length. So that is increased by 750 millimetres. And then the sort of width, so the east elevation is extended outward by 800 millimetres. That's obviously led to some general internal rearrangement downstairs, for example, with the kitchen and the larder. And then upstairs, where the ensuite and master bedroom were, that increase in width and length has resulted in an additional bedroom.
Councillor Halson.
I think it is linked to this condition. When approval was granted earlier this year, I mean, it might be more difficult because of the contemporary nature of the houses, but do they still have their permitted development rights to extend?
Yes, permitted development rights weren't removed.
Sorry.
Permitted permitted development rights were not removed by condition through the previous approval.
Can we just be clear? So once built and occupied, the householders could extend without requiring planning permission if it's covered by a permitted development?
I'm not sure if they have a fallback position. In that case, obviously, permitted development is based on certain scenarios, but certainly it's not permitted development to do some sort of extension is not removed. So yes, they could do something. Whether they could do exactly this, I can't say for certain.
A question which may need to be answered possibly by the senior planning officer here or the legal officer. I just want to be clear that when we come to a vote on a motion, are we looking at all three variations of condition as one lump and we're voting on just on the set of three, or suppose that we would approve two of the changes but not the third change, are we in a position to vote on that?
So I'll start by offering the relevant legal test. The law in this area is slightly complex, but I would say the following approach is an appropriate one. You would have to consider whether the proposed amendments involve a substantial... Yes, of course. So, a comparison has to be made between the full application before you and what would be approved if you were to improve it as a whole, and what would be approved if you only approved one element of it or two elements of it. So it's a comparison between those two things. And you have to compare them to consider whether there is a substantial difference or fundamental change to the application if you permit part but not all. So that's the first substantive test. And then there's a procedural one, which is to consider whether permitting part of it would unfairly deprive people who may have wished to make a comment, a different comment on the cut-down proposal than they would have made on the full one. So it's, does it seem that people may have made different consultation responses had the cut-down proposal been before you rather than the full one? So those are the two things to consider.
And if I could just add to that, from applying those facts to this case, I think in respect of the plans list condition 15, I think if you're not happy with those elements, then I think you have to refuse the whole thing. In respect of conditions 5 and 7, I think, and I can check with the case officer, but we would be fairly comfortable that if you are happy with condition 15 changing, the plans changing, and conditions 5 and 7 not changing, that would be within your gift to say, we're happy with the change to the plans, but we don't want to change the wording on these conditions. I think it hinges a bit what you're going to do on condition 15, and then I can probably advise further.
Right, a question sort of following from that. If the committee decided that it didn't want to accept the recommendation to permit the change to condition 15, and reasons were given, would, in your view, that be a reasonable thing to consider, or would an inspector think that it would be unreasonable because what's being suggested could be viewed as a modest change?
Well, I don't think it would. If you gave reasons for your decision, that wouldn't necessarily be an unreasonable decision for you to make. Obviously, the case officer and officers don't believe that such a decision would be defendable at appeal in the sense of we think it would be likely to be overturned at appeal, but it wouldn't be unreasonable in my view.
Adding an extra bedroom, is that something that would be thought of as a significant change or a minor change?
So I just steer you away from looking at whether it's a significant or a minor change. I think you've got to judge what's in front of you in terms of the impacts of those changes and whether you may view those changes as significant, but it's the impacts that you've got to consider. So what that does to the design of the building, residential amenity, etc.
Councillor Malloy.
Yeah, I think it makes a difference if it's 2 4-bedroom houses there instead of 1 3 and 1 4-bedroom. So if plot 2 is effectively going to end up able to accommodate a similar number of people as the other plot, that might mean also so I think it will have a knock-on effect, and also the question of loss of amenity for the residents of Coombe House. If the bedroom is going to be on that corner where previously a bathroom was planned.
Can I just ask about the distance between the window of the new bedroom and the neighbouring property? How to get an idea of the risks of overlooking?
Yep, so this plan shows this window here, this roof light is what would serve the additional bedroom, and you can see where the proposed neighbours would be of plot 1 and the existing neighbours at Coombe House are.
Right, I'm slightly confused because there was the suggestion that the window, somebody could look from that window directly into the neighbouring house, but the angle there looks as though you wouldn't be able to do that. So can we just take that a bit more carefully and just see if that's the case or not?
Yeah, so I could just point out that, again, it's this roof light here that serves that bedroom that was a bathroom. Like I said, there's no real external changes in terms of the layout of windows, doors, etc. It's more just that obviously this has increased slightly in length and width, and that's moved this window very slightly. It's a roof light, so it's obviously at a bleak angle, but the neighbours at Coombe House are set up the hill from what would be plot 2 slightly.
Councillor Gurley.
Again, just quickly, I seem to remember last time we looked at this, there were concerns from people who were living at the house below plot 2 and their fear of overlooking. Does this change in dimensions have any impact on them being overlooked?
In officer's opinion, no, but members may come to their own planning judgment on that. I'll just show you the floor plans again, the site plan again. Nearest existing neighbours, obviously Coombe House in their garden, and then I've forgotten what number this is, sorry, but obviously their rear garden does touch the boundary of the site. You can see here where it sort of extends in each direction, and the roof light placement there. So my opinion is that the overlooking will remain very similar to that previously permitted by members.
Right, so it seems to be coming down to a consideration whether adding another bedroom it has an unacceptable impact or not. And if we consider it has an unacceptable impact, I guess we have to describe what that impact might be. So if people are concerned about that, would they like to say what they think the impact might be of having an additional bedroom?
Should that not wait for the discussions rather than questions?
Yeah, sorry, I'm asking a question really sure, that's a fair point. Okay, any more questions? Councillor Jones.
It's really dealing with the same question. Is it not the case that with a bathroom you have opaque glass or some sort of system to stop people looking in a bathroom? But if it's a bedroom, that might not apply, and there might indeed be
overlooking or underlooking.
Right. I probably said to President by not asking a question. That was an observation. But if any more questions, because we've been through the three conditions. Right, Councillor Hodge. Councillor Hodge. Yeah.
That's okay. Sorry, I just want to go back to 7 and the landscaping and soften. I just want to be clear in my mind what it means. Does that mean so the balance of hard and soft landscaping was important for the setting on the rules, you know, the transition to the rule setting and the ecology, understood, so that balance of the scheme they put out. So it says that trees and plants have to be retained for 10 years or replaced. So losing that last sentence, does that mean just that everything that is agreed in terms of landscape, we can only really guarantee will stay for 10 years if we take that last sentence out? Is that really the crux of it? Rather than it being a more long-term commitment to having that balance of hard and soft landscaping, and soft landscaping that has the right habitats and plants and appearance for for the rural setting. As we've taken out any sense of it being beyond 10 years.
Yeah, so the condition requires in the first paragraph that the hard and soft landscaping be carried out in accordance with the approved details. The second paragraph requires that there's any replacement tree planting, any replacement trees or plants are replaced within a period of 10 years. And then, yes, the last sentence has been removed, which requires the remaining hard and soft landscaping works to be retained within the lifetime of the development.
So at 10 years, you could really do something totally different around those houses if you wanted to?
Yes, you could.
Yeah.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So basically, just clarifying what Lucy just said. So, I mean, my interpretation of that last sentence is it would be in place, for example, to stop somebody making that area a hard standing for parking or something like that. I'm assuming that's what it protects us against. So you're saying that the rest of those first two paragraphs would already provide that protection?
So, for example, if they wanted to put parking in, they might need to apply for further planning permission for that. But essentially what it does is allows changes in the future, as would be expected potentially with a dwelling, for people to alter the hard and soft landscaping of their own garden.
I think we go to the debate now, and perhaps we can get to a motion quite soon to focus our minds. Who would like to speak first? Councillor Hodge.
I'll just speak on that point. So this development is different from a normal house in a residential area where the landscaping and the retention of the landscaping seem to be a very important part of the development. The retention of the landscaping seemed to be an important part, so I think it is quite significant that it would only be in place for, we've only got, if you remove the condition, it would only be there for 10 years and then it could be completely different.
Councillor Halsall.
I agree with that point that Councillor Hodge has made. This application was very controversial. It went through a number of different changes. I think one of the most critical things about this development is about the setting of the house within the gardens and the ecological issues that were discussed previously. Obviously, we can't discuss the principal development. It's been approved, but I am concerned that given how much passion there was about these two houses, in 10 years' time for the homeowner to come along and just hard surface everything, or replace it with a whatever is the fashion for a garden design. I think we need to be very cautious about this.
Right. when we take a vote, I think it's been advised that we take the lump together. But if we are asking to overturn the officer's recommendation, we have to give reasons. Now, you've given a reason for condition 7. Now, if that's all we give, that implies that we're happy with the other variations. So is there anything else relating to the other conditions that would be a reason to overturn the officer recommendation? Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've been through a number of revisions on this site, and the central issue has always been concerns about overdevelopment of the site. And I think they existed when this was approved, that this was already considered by some to be an overdevelopment. And I think any deviation, particularly an increase, would worsen that. So yeah, I still think this is an overdevelopment.
Councillor Crossley.
People have referred to the last debate being controversial, and it was a debate, and we voted eventually 6-3. But the 6, at least 3 of those comments were really just marginally on balance for this the first time round. So it seems to me that what we've got is we've had a long debate on something that, although we approved it in the end, we were actually, as a committee as a whole, 6-3, and of those 6, there was a lot of unease about it. And now we've got a come back for an extension to that. So I'm absolutely clear the extension is unacceptable. Whether the other changes are acceptable or not is okay. But the growth of the building, to me, we were right on the edge of turning it down completely last time in the debate. It was a very marginal decision, and I think we should certainly, the last one where we increased the size, I would be completely against that. The others, I'm easier about.
Yeah. I certainly agree with you that the previous application, the approval was carefully crafted. It was something that we agonised about at the end of several iterations of applications. Right. So, maybe do we want to go to a motion, Councillor Warren?
No, just a few comments. On 5 and 7, I haven't got an issue. I think 7 about the hard and soft landscapes. I just think the reason for that is actually, if you garden anything like me, you plant a bush and 2 years later it's dead and you put another one in. I think that's kind of the reason behind getting rid of the last bit, that you can't guarantee that things stay alive for as long as the building stands up. With my concern, if we refuse this, is at the moment there's permitted development rights. So the applicant could build this and then build, I believe, up to 30% permitted development. So are we in some ways better to accept this, accept the officer's recommendation, but as a condition and get rid of the permitted development? So you've got a little bit now with nothing in the future. I mean, maybe we should have done it last time. We can't go back in time, but maybe it's something we should have done. That's just a thought.
Is that an option? Can we put a condition like that there be no permitted development rights following approval of this?
I would be concerned that would be too fundamental a change to remove permitted development rights, to add that in at this stage. So that would be my concern with that.
Right. So it could be, if we approve this, that they could add the extra bedroom and add, according to permitted development rights. You're saying that's possible? That could happen?
The property would have permitted development rights. As the officer said, there are obviously various caveats to that. And we haven't done an assessment of what exactly could be done, but that is the ordinary case of new dwelling.
Sorry to interrupt. So the one thing we have got are these conditions. Right. So, okay. Councillor Malloy?
Thank you. No, I'm just thinking the previous application that was approved was a full application. So why, at that point, did they not ask to do this? I just find it well, to put it in a, rather sneaky is perhaps how I would say it. But, and if we approve, then isn't that like giving carte blanche to other people to do, try the same approach to put in a full application and then a couple of months down the line put in an application for a variation to effectively undo the original application? I just feel I can't support
Okay.
this.
Right, I'll go to Councillor Hodge next.
So I move to overturn the officer's recommendation on all the conditions.
Right, for the reasons that have
we've discussed.
been jotted down. Do you think you have enough reasons if we go with that?
So, yes, I've heard the reasons regarding condition 7 and condition 15. It was stated overdevelopment, I think I have heard, but there's been various discussion about residential amenity and design and character of the area. And could we just clarify overdevelopment? The harm arising from that is that it's too big for the plot and therefore out of character with the area. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, I think we'll just stick with overdevelopment. Yeah.
Right. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Hughes? Okay, so we have a proposal, a motion to overturn the officer recommendation to permit. Basically, if we go with that, it all falls. So it's been proposed, been seconded. All those in favour of overturning the officer recommendation? I was a bit slow to put my hand up. So that's unanimous. Oh, well, sorry, apologies. One against. So just get the numbers right, because I thought there were only 9 of us. So it's 8-1 then? Right, yeah, okay. Right, okay. Thank you. Right, we move on to our final item, which should be very brief. It's only coming because it's the applicant is somebody who works for Baines Council. If we keep it very, very brief. So can I ask the case officer to come forward? We're looking at 23/02496/FUL. So if the case officer could give a presentation.
Yeah, so I'm presenting this on behalf of Christine Norfield, the case officer who cannot attend today. It's just a quick verbal update. A materials condition should have been included with the on the agenda for a submission of schedule and samples. So we've got site location and layout, existing and proposed elevations, existing floor plans, proposed floor plans, and then some site photos. So the recommendation is to grant permission for the reasons set out in the report.
Anybody want to ask any questions? I propose a motion that we accept the officer recommendation to permit. Do I have a seconder? Thank you. So I'll go for Councillor Jackson on that one. All those in favour, please show. Any against? That's carried. Right. Have we done? Okay, Peel's report. We're just noting that. Is that right?
Chair, I asked a question yesterday. Have we got an answer? Chair, I asked a question about why we got so few appeals here decided and so on. It's a very brief report. I'm sure we're not complaining about that, but I wondered if the planning inspectorate had a problem.
Well, not that I'm aware of particularly. They do publish their performance statistics of how many they've determined at various times, and performance does fluctuate. So maybe they're just having a slow month in Baines.
Important point, Chair. We're sadly going to lose Simon de Beer very shortly, and so if anybody would like to sign a card wishing him well, I've got one here, if they haven't signed already. Did you sign?
Sorry. Date of next meeting. That takes place on Wednesday the 13th of December, hopefully a much shorter meeting. And we do have a site visit, so that would be on Monday the 4th of December, and we'll hear the details about that in due course. So I formally close the meeting, and thank you very much for all your supreme effort today. Thank you.